Anjir, lagunya orang tua banget. Ada kucing. Kucing stupid.
Kita ada live ya. Hello YouTube.
Live apa cuk? Ini?
YouTube lah, cuk.
Oh lu mau tryhard siang ini? Oh aman.
Bisi dah anjing.
Tuh. King ada belisinya King.
Lah, gua mah nggak perlu beli sih, gua perlunya kucing. Lu nggak dengerin? Gua nggak perlu beli sih, gua perlunya kucing. Gimana?
Jadi ini chat ini siapa? Camila.
Iya, dia nggak bisa ngomong.
Kenapa nggak bisa ngomong? Sedang sibuk.
Nggak tahu. Mungkin lagi pacaran, ini nggak ada yang tahu.
Oh iya juga, bisa jadi. Ada yang ngobrol sama om cuk, sedih.
Lah, yang om malu bukan gue. Gila.
Gua koko anjir, gila lu.
Rumah om anjir lah.
Gua koko, gua masih muda Lu ketemu sama gua bandingin gitu, suruh orang lihat juga gua lebih muda, cuk. Kepala kau.
Iya kalau iya iyalah orang yang lu bayarin semua, gimana nggak ngomong muda gitu. Kan inlander kan emang gitu cara main.
Gua nge-gym aja sama Roy bisa, cuk. Main bola juga bareng masih kelihatan muda. Kalau lu nggak bisa.
Main bola. Kaki lu udah asam urat ngomongin main bola. Banget.
Paham Roy.
Orang tua kok kayak terdiri aja. Gue dengan kuat ya tinggut. Gue sih selalu gendong-gendong orang tua di sini. Mau
udah
dari
jadi. Mau dari apa? Enggak gendong pala kau.
Mau dari lu sampai Wadeli juga gue gendong.
Gila, gue di modus anjir. Harusnya gue sama Hajikat tinggal nyari support, ternyata King masuk gue ditendang. Gila. King lu luar biasa. Lu tuh kayak DPR anjir. Mirip gue kayak Gus Dur. Bangsat. Gila ya. Gue pas ajak main aja bisa main, gue bilang bisa main aja langsung dibilang scam, terus dia ajak yang lain cuk, langsung min satunya padahal gue ada di situ. Gue kayak aduh. Gue mau sakit hati tapi ini orang harus gue tapi nggak bisa. Akhirnya ya udahlah gue
emang orde baru perlu digeser lah, buset.
Gue gila.
Memang.
Untung gue udah di tahap yang sakit hati yang gitu-gituan anjir. Kata gue langsung oh ya udah. Lu gue kasih lihat scam beneran itu kalau gue kasih lihat jalur independen tim orang tua gue injek anjir.
Orang yang percaya kucing bisa main jam 8 itu terlalu goblok menurut gue tuh. Ya Allah.
Mau bilang Hajikat goblok.
Gua kasihan sama Hajikat cu, terlalu percaya inlander aja dijajah aja kayak Venezuela cu. Kasihan cu Hajikat ya Allah.
Gue sih udah siap sih ntar. Gila.
Aduh cu, lu nyuruh dia main jam 8. Jam 8 aja dia nyetir, setan. Gimana ceritanya?
Padahal gue udah ready. Tiba-tiba ada min 1 di tempat lain. Wah emang gue goblok cuk, buset. Terus gue kayak, aduh kayak gini Gus Dur anjir, gue bilang dikudeta anjir.
Emang kadang-kadang emang orde baru itu perlu digusur emang gak bener ya.
Tenang, gue akan mengembalikan kejayaan jalur independen.
Gak bener, kasihan gua kasihan cuk sama orang-orang yang di scam sama kucing anjir ya Tuhan cuk. Menurut keyakinan gua dan fakta yang terjadi, hai.
Iyalah. Mulai Roy tuh si King suruh main, katanya Glaceonnya jago, tier god.
Pakai Glaceon sampai gue ya sampai gue 1.000 nggak apa-apa
Lah,
kalau bukan lu pakai Glaceon.
Katanya jago. Ya emang jago lah anjir.
Kan lu bisa Glaceon.
Lah, lu suruh gua apa aja kecuali Mew juga bisa gua.
Jangan si King main Mew main sendiri aja lawan bot.
Oh, gila cok. Masih mending Mew gua daripada Sarinalu anjir. Gila banget. Oh, banyak orang tua banyak scam anjir ya Tuhan. Tapi bagi yang belum daftar dulu, ayo daftar ya. Daftar berat. Perhatian di cewek-cewek cute aja. Ada apa? CWCL. Oke, oh keren. Gue sih malas nonton ya, udah yakin gue. Menurut keyakinan gue. Gue di-kick cok. Gini kan rasanya di-kick. Mana? Ini kan rasanya di-kick ya Allah. Makanya gue beli. Makanya gua berasa kayak Gustur anjir ya Allah, ini kan perasaan Gustur guys, dikhianatin ya Allah Pak Gustur, dikhianati wakil presiden, bukan maksudnya nggak boleh ngomong gitu. Menurut keyakinan gua. Oh, lu udah call-callan sama si Odet? Tingdut. Oh, tingdutnya hilang anjir. Oh anjir, tingdut ngilang cuy. Gua kena scam tingdut lah. Tim 1, tim 2, tim 3, tim 4, tim 5, tim 6, tim 7. Iya emang gak masuk akal tuh orang. Biarin aja. Betul sekali. Yang penting kan tujuannya itu menang sih. Menang. Ah, 7 menit. Oh iya. Parah sih. Para si Aroy ajak Emma ini nggak sih, Richard. Ya kalau lo tag kayaknya online deh. Kalau nunggu King Sawit mah jam 1-an dia.
Kalau duo lu pasti dapat, duo trio lebih dapat Roy daripada solo. Kalau solo lu susah. Tapi lebih dapat, lu kayak ngulang-ngulang 3-4 kali lu dapat. Kalau dua trio, kalau solo lu bisa 10 menit beneran.
Lu udah call-callan sama Odet ya?
Udah, tadi dia call gue tuh kayak ya nggak ada problem sih. Ya udah kan, gue juga kan menurut keyakinan gue dan gue lupa ya.
Jadi udah beres dong.
Udah, gue nggak ada ini. Gue cuma lupa, gue pikir kayak itu udah lewat event pasti udah ngasih gitu. Kalau ada kan gue bilang, kalau ada.
Iya, kan menurut keyakinan lu ya.
Iya, kalau ada, syukur-syukur kan siapa tahu ada, kan udah nggak tahu. Kalau ada kan lumayan.
Soalnya singkat gue nggak ada. Gue inget banget.
Pernah ada, cuman udah berkasih. Nunggu lupa emang.
Iya, itu tahun lalu. Itu tahun lalu, awal-awal tahun bahkan itu. Gue inget banget itu buat turnamen apa gitu. Abis itu lu ngomong sendiri. Bilangnya udah lu ambil aja, ya udah. Singkat gua gitu, makanya kan gua tadi tanya menurut keyakinan lu bukan nih. Nah,
oh iya. Aman.
Menurut keyakinan kucing. Sekarang orang yang ngomong gitu dilaporin polisi cuy. ah, cingdut, keyakinan mulu urusan.
Udah anjir lagi shower lagi live masih aja di bawah.
Mau main nggak,
kayak cucu.
Main satu trio digendong tetangga Seki. Ini boys.
Lu ajaknya master 1 tapi sama aja. Gue kemarin sama King lagi itu kita juga dapatnya legend juga pas legend.
Ini Steven mau ikut.
Nah,
cancel.
masuk DC, suruh DC. Bilang live, lu masuk live gitu, Koko Stephen.
Oh ya udah siapin aja. Anjir, nama nickname dia Mr. Sun Wukong anjir, goblok.
Tadi trio 2 master 1 legend lawannya 3 legend bang. Bodoh amat soal itu yang penting ketemunya bang. Tapi terima kasih informasinya.
Siapa tuh cewek bukan. Cowok pasti. Aduh, viewernya Arroy cowok semua anjir, ya Allah. Oh gitu. Halo, selamat. Mau kita kasih kabar gembira nggak?
Kabar gembira?
Mau nggak?
Ada kabar menyenangkan apa hari ini?
Lu masuk live streamingnya Om Arroy.
Wow. Jadi nggak boleh ngomong aneh-aneh.
Boleh, lu boleh ngomong aneh-aneh kok aman.
Boleh,
Lu ngomong semau lu aja. Lu bilang beban kayak lu mau bilang segala macam.
Soalnya yang nonton minimal 2 orang sih.
Oh,
Aman aja Regi, aman. Kan apapun yang lu omongin kan ini menurut keyakinan lu. Iya, Lena.
wah betul.
Betul. Jadi nanti kalau misalkan ada serangan Fajar sih, sih.
Nggak pede kan? Main orang udah takut.
Apa lu pede aja.
Paling kalau kalah di kick sama Arroy, itu kata Arroy.
Enggak. Itu kan Glaceonnya kan katanya ada king. Nah ini mulai ada desersi kayak gini nih. Oleh lu attacker ya bener, king mid laner.
Loh, Om Regi kalau mau pakai all-rounder aman aja Om.
Iya, jangan terbebani, tenang aja. Kalah bareng, menang bareng. Aman.
Gua soalnya mau pakai ini nih. Nah, gitu.
Pakai siapa dia? Lu pakai apa, King?
Itu kesayangan kita lah.
King sih kalau pakai Garde mendingan main quick battle dulu.
Gila. Lu ngajarin gua ganti, buset, cingdut gua pakai HP Poco kayak sampah zaman ganti gua bisa. Speedster Roy, kasih paham Roy. Oh, meskipun gua gak yakin sih.
Ada patch yang sekarang ini masih pakai EXP shield cuma kepake movement speed doang ya sama HP berarti.
Iya betul. Sama lo kalau sama support lo kalau ini levelnya jadi bisa kedongkrak. Biasanya lo main Alfred main apa kan levelnya kecil tuh. Tapi nggak gitu kepake sih.
Yang nggak pakai kan udah rata semua kan jadinya.
Ya nggak terlalu kepake.
Nah, ini Pokefun.
Kirimnya apa nih? Coba Roy Regi. Aduh cu, desi 2 ya anjing. Aduh cu, desi 2 ya Tuhan. Si King pakai desi 2 cu. Kadang-kadang berpikir ngapain ngabisin waktu 10 menit main desi 2 ya. Pikir lagi mabar sama yang gituan.
Nanti kalau
Anjir ini on mic kok ternyata cu. Gua mau off mic kedengeran jadinya tuh.
nanti kalau dari situ ego terkenal diam-diam aja ya. Nggak.
Ya ini aja lihat. Nah, gue sih jadi netizen yang baik gue kan. Gue sih lumayan gini. Gue nonton YouTube-nya kalau ada yang kepleset gue screen. Biasa kan netizen kan bisa potong-potong, gampang.
Oke. Atas siapa atas?
Gua
Nggak lawannya Lucario sama nah. Wah, mending gua bawa kayak gitu. Tapi kalau atas nggak, ini kalau temen gua gak jadi juga repot din. Atas aja nih. Charmander kalau nggak jadi unyu-unyu sih ini. Yuk kita mulai. Wajib. Pon.
belum doang.
Udah. Oh, sakit kok. Wow, sakit. Dia nyembur dia. Menurut keyakinan gue. Bentar ya, baru belum dapet tusuk. Gak guna kalau belum dapet tusuk.
Ini Candemornya masih di sini nih.
Iya. Gila lagi. Butuh.
Di
Onoko Dondai. Yukor, mampus lu anjing. Wah, gila aku. Gua datang, Roy. Menurut keyakinan King. Oh, gua ke bawah ya.
Candenya ke atas lagi.
Roy. Jauh di lubuk hatiku. Hati-hati aku. Oh, dipes aja kok, dipes itu. Jadi sing benteng. Oke. Maju. Lu skill gua tembak. Baru bisa naik. Bawa Gyarados. Dipes aja, dipes. Garus masih di bawah, aman.
Stacking gua. Baru 3. Udah biarin aja aku masukin.
Oke, nice.
Oh, gua unit. Coba.
Mau ditubuh. Yo, bawah, semua bawah. All in, defender. Ini buat tembak-tembakin doang nih. Baby boss, lihat gue. Ih, untung. Dan
Aja bentar ya. Tadi.
pecat. Gila. Marah. Hati-hati kok. No go. Bang. Aduh, sakit. Aku paling benci anjir Mega Galaxy kalau berubah aduh tuh kayak polisi anjir. Ngejar mulu. Dia kerjain atas deket. Bentar kok tunggu defendernya aku. Perfect attack dulu aja dikit-dikit. Iya. Siap last hit. Aku datang. Stop. Gak bisa.
Delpoknya cuma yang matiin.
Aman kok.
Level 4 dulu, sekitar biar levelnya bisa.
Mampus tuh anjing. Scoring di atas tuh gak apa-apa kok. Ya boleh. Level upgrade ada yang level 13 dan oh koreksi kurang. Bentar. Di mana kah mereka? Kagak ada. Kosong. Kok ambil kok ini kok 13 kok sini. Anjir dia ngajar gua mulu tuh.
Baru unit langsung mati.
Gila si Tina ngejar gua sampai ke ujung bumi tuh, pada lari tuh. Loh, ngapain sore? Bisa
Lagi tuh.
arang.
Parah.
Let's go lagi.
Badannya kurang lawan Depok, nggak bisa, nggak ada yang makan Depok ya soalnya. Ya susah sih.
Bisa. Tadi soalnya si itunya pinter, si siapa tuh? Ikan lelenya dari tengah dia unit sampai ke belakang banget, goblok.
Durasinya jauh ya?
Iya, iya jauh banget. Gua udah posisi paling belakang loh itu. Kurang belakang apa coba? Jauh di lubuk hatiku. Bukannya kok Regi bisa ini ya? Bisa pakai Gyarados kan?
Nggak ada gua Gyarados biasa, Meganya nggak ada. Bukan, aslinya bukan pemain ungu.
Bentar, hero apa ya gampang ya? Metagross bisa nggak ada?
Paling suka Metagross sebetulnya.
Metagross bisa kan?
Bisa Metagross.
Oke, Metagross aja. Karena kalau
Gampang
Metagross kan unit lu kan bisa nyampe ke belakang kan?
Bisa. Tinggal arahin ke belakang.
Oke. Tadi kita juga punya defendernya juga nggak unit tiap tadi. Harusnya kalau udah di burst itu unit dong, bang.
Ke force class.
Oh, cancel dulu dong.
Cancel kalau bisa.
Udah cancel. Jauh di lubuk hatiku tercipta beban untukmu. Nah lo kayak gua kemarin nggak bisa login lagi.
Kita harus sensor dulu, guys. Andi.
Emang kenapa disensor? Emang ada yang mau akunnya? Roy, emang ada yang mau akunnya, Roy? Ini Miraidon Cina udah nggak ada lagi ya skinnya ya? Gua mau beli ya. Oh iya, aku mau coba Miraidon Cina, bro. Miraidon Cina, no. Tuh, aku. Jauh di lubuk hati Aroy yang mencari cewek-cewek juan anjay. Jadi gimana, Roy? Apakah benar kamu lagi mencari cewek-cewek juan, Roy? Pokemon Unit Asia Champions League 2026 Season League akan dilanjutkan di siang hari ini. Match antara Onyx versus rival esport. Ayo kita tebak siapa yang menang, Onyx atau rival? Rival esport. Parah lu, nggak ini parah. Sekin gitu-gitu tetangga lu lo ya, parah lu. Rival. Oh ya, tapi kan dia kan sekarang kan ditubuh Onyx ya, gimana sih? Parah. Rival Esport enggak, rival Esport ini benar. Oh, rival Esport ini Singapura ya guys ya. Oh, gua sih
MYS.
Oh, MYS. Tuh, Foxy dong.
Tapi yang pemain yang dari alter ego kemarin kan defendernya pindah kan ke
Anjir, alter ego bukan orang Taiwan semua ya?
iya kan enggak kan Taiwan campur Singapura dia.
Oh,
Di
Singbi?
Singapura. Singbi
Oh iya
Taiwan.
betul, betul. Gila Bang Reki, kamu merhatiin banget. Aku aja gak kepikiran kalau Singapura coba dong gue tahu aja.
Gue demen ngikutin kayak gini kayak Mobile Legends juga gue ngikutin. Kayak transfer gitu-gitu.
Bang Reki mau milih dulu.
Nanti aja terakhir-terakhir apa?
Lu jadi metagross aja ya.
Iya. Terlalu badan.
Lu mau jadi orang yang baik dan benar gak Bang Reki?
Mau apa jadi samsak gitu?
Jadi tak.
Oh, mau gue ngapain?
Betul. Bisa gitu ngomongnya aja. Astaga, Bang Reki.
Build-nya biasa ini nggak tahu nih bener.
Bener, tapi lu nggak perlu pakai full heal, pakai HP.
Mati nggak tuh kena stun?
Lu mainin ininya, skill satunya.
Ini
Skill satu itu kan mesti
pakai yang magnet trace sama
jangan. Lu main sustain aja. Yang dia lari terus dia apa tuh yang muter itu loh. Gua lupa namanya apa sih.
Hero ball.
Ah iya.
Gue biasa main yang satu lagi soalnya lebih itu kan ada healnya tuh lebih kuat biasanya.
Coba aja yang itu menjadi sustain.
Ya. Soalnya magnet trace itu kayak nggak tahu ngejarnya susah ya.
Jadi ya, soalnya kalau lawan lu nanti banyakan yang di belakang, lu susah. Kalau yang itu kan lu bisa boxing tuh, muter mundur. Nanti kalau tiba-tiba kepleset baru unit masuk gitu.
Ya wes.
Sebenarnya teorinya gampang sih, cuman memang tapi menurut keyakinan gua sih Om Reki sanggup sih.
Insya Allah menurut keyakinan semua orang.
Tapi yang jelas gua akan yakin.
Kalau jago kayak tadi si baby boss gitu, aduh.
Hati jangan ngomong kepleset, bahaya sih.
Tapi ini harusnya kuning gak sih? Harusnya kuning.
Harusnya iya karena lawan Jepang. Mau kuning kek, mau biru kek, menang ini. Menang nih. Iya kuning dong bener goblok. Udah gitu dia mid lane lagi. Stupid banget. Gua lagi ini ya cosplay jadi Yontam. Terus, nih dia mau mati bos. No, aduh, you dead lah yo. Ya Allah, lasik orang Jepang goblok banget ya. Perasaan gua ya gak dapat lagi dia. Orang Jepang kalah sama yang dijajah tuh, gak masuk akal lagi. No, lu gua dapat lu. Gua bantu si Om Regi dulu ya di atas ya, sebentar ya, masih ya, sebentar ya.
Cangmeng lainnya ke tengah.
Gitu dong. Kasih air kolam, Roy. Kasih air kolam, Roy. Oh,
Gua nggak gerak. Anjing,
wih sakit banget.
Iya kan? Ayo, berjuang. Ayo,
Tar. Sabar. Nah, gitu dong. Kita mulai bawah. Roy, lu sounding.
sorry.
Ya, abis metong. Kan di knock ya, ngomong-ngomong ya. Bawah dipus. Mereka ke atas, hati-hati. Gua datang.
Nice. Apa United kemarin?
Iya. Depan. Mulai. Mereka main satu tuh. Belakang gua ini ya. DP. Oke. Mati nggak sih? Anjing nggak mati terus. Gua nyari gini dulu ya. Oke, siap. Ayo Om Regi udah punya jidat nih. Terus Om, kita ke bawah Om. Anjir, dia bisa kuat dong. Sekarang skill 1 Om, skill 1. Oh, nice. Gak bisa, balik, gak bisa.
Udah keluar dua. Jangan gue United.
Ini gak dapet cok.
Gak ada.
Tapi Dia lewat samping dong. Mending kita scoring di bawah.
Rame apa?
Udah balik.
Balik.
Hati-hati sama blastonya. Oh, nice.
Wah, nanti 3.
Kok kan ada ini.
Nice. Atas ada blaster di Yugioh ya. Atas ada dua.
Upaya ku atas kuat.
Sorry.
Terusin kuat.
Ada ini. Habis.
Kita 200.
Jangan sampai scoring Roy, dia Roy. Menang deng ini rasanya. Menang deng ini.
Nggak tahu. Oh ya menang.
Oh, menang dong.
40 yang bikin menang. Cok.
Menang dong.
40 yang bikin
Menang dong. Kocak anjir menang.
What the hell?
aman Mas Regi. Aman.
Lumayan membuat panik ya. Ya gimana ya, lawannya orang Jepang ya. Tapi kalau orang Jepang masih kalah sama yang dijajah, waduh.
Bus. Tapi Mas Regi kenapa suaranya mirip Ryan ya?
Ada nih.
Iya, apakah ini suara-suara inlander?
Astaga. Inlander. Ada yang main Zero West guys, Zero. Ini lama-lama gue nyari ini nih apa? Nyari 5 stack kayaknya ya. Seru nih ya, 5S.
Gue lagi nyari bintang.
Ngapain nyari bintang? Kan ada joki. Yang tadi kalah nggak termaafkan dia tadi itu bisa kalah itu. Kita lawan yang gampang kalah, lawan yang susah menang. Hebat. Oh gitu.
Kasih poin untuk yang gampang.
Gimana Bang Reki? Unitnya pas banget tadi.
Apa?
Unitnya pas banget.
Hoki.
Itu lagi mode panik atau emang gila nih gua pegangan gue nih. Apa tuh meta gue lagi?
Aku udah ngomong. Kalau mau United,
Momen.
Berarti suka pakai hero-hero momen berarti. Pas Wall bisa main dong berarti.
Nah, nggak tahu deh. Gue bukan pemain ungu soalnya. Ya coba-coba aja bisa sih.
Oh. Ready woi cok, siapa nih belum ready?
Wah,
Oh
udah.
random kalau. Boleh kata apa? Katanya kita dilarang kalah dari ormas-ormas katanya. Iya kan Roy?
kalau dilarang kalah game 1 gua udah toxic dong, logikanya gimana?
Ya kan lu toksiknya di WA, lu ngechat-ngechat gue. Mega Gyarados ini goblok sih. Gue lebih mending ke band ini. No, Glacier gua di band. Why do you love me? Oh Roy, lu pakai ini Roy. Yang pasti yakin menang Roy. Mana boleh. Meskipun gua gak yakin sih lu bisa menang pakai itu.
Ada yang mau pakai
Pakai Defender Roy. Defender. Lu mau menang apa enggak sih lu? Lu jangan ngadi-ngadi kayak Haji Cat lu. Cat.
Itu juga defender, bukan kayak
Oh, lu kalau mau jadi core lu main sama cewek-cewek duluan aja tuh.
ada cewek-cewek juga.
apa ya?
Lu pakai apa ya?
Tapi kebetulan yang ngajakin gua main lah.
Boleh lo itu lagi. Itu boleh banget sih nanti pakai Metagross. Boleh. Pakai Metagross, emblemnya ini, gua gedein di HP-nya, di SP-nya. Tebel sih. Walau. Oh, Roy. Blok Adrian anjir. Malah info Pikachu goblok. Ya, Om Reki satu line sama Pikachu.
Babi.
Itu pun kalau Pikachu udah naik. Pikachu kan ke bawah.
Gua takutnya dia begitu level 4 udahan dia di situ ke bawah. Nah, itu goblok sih. Tapi sih midlane kita bahasa Jepang ya. Kalau goblok ini kebangetan sih harusnya. Babi, sejak kapan gua pakai Vaporeon ya? Gua sih ditakdirkan untuk gendong-gendong Watchley dan pemilik list cewek-cewek juga. Gitu sih. Gua masih nggak terima nih Decidueye gua kalah. Aneh soalnya. Woi Miril tuh namanya. Miril Mik. Pikachu-nya juga belum. Boleh nanti pas lu main sama Angga tapi. Ya kan gue cuma bilang doang anjir. Boleh sih boleh. Kalau lu perayaan misalkan 3 tahun aro YouTube gitu, lu pakai Dewi Support tulis. Nah, 7 tahun sama kalau 7 tahun anjir langgeng banget sih YouTube-nya, gila gitu. Langgeng juga langgeng juga ini ya. Langgeng juga ya yang jadi viewers lu ya. Lu live cuma 2-3 orang mulu. Astaga, gara-gara apip kah parah sih? Lu segitunya kah sama apip? Ada Mas Izu. Mas Izu Roy. Mas Izu dan Mas Wadley. Terus, wah ini deh, bisa Roy. Ya, gua mati ya. Gua mati ya.
Lu lihat temen gua darah.
Itu namanya kan ini apa?
Temen gua darah udah sekarang belum coba skor guys.
Ayo tabrakin.
Gua bisa kabur. Gua mana berin.
Gua nyuruh lu makin.
Gua balik dulu ya.
Oh, sarendum. No. Kok jaga atas ya kok? Jaga atas kok. Kalau gitu mulai aja.
Pede.
Menang ya atas ya?
Gua bawa yayasan.
No.
Farming. Oh ya, teman gua scoring, Mas. Scoring di atas. Balik ke base aja kok.
Ih, sakit banget. Nggak sangat tuh, spellnya sakit banget.
Dia pakai yang masih. Terus. Nice. Ke atas, sekarang ke atas.
Ragnarok ya,
Dapat dong.
Kejauhan. Oh. Anjir, sakit banget lemparannya cantik. Darah putihnya banyak banget ya nih ya. Mari kita farming, hey. Gue dijunat anjing, ya makan akal. Dapat banyak tuh kok. Berapa?
Dapat 3. Cuma.
Sarananya udah junat ya, gua aman nih harusnya nih.
Dragon Knight-nya sama SPL-nya kalah anjir. Tapi dia harus recall. Sebenarnya udah mau habis.
Boy, lu gimana boy? Gila, begitu lo ngelewatin si itu punya boy, si tadi saatnya langsung meluncur ke gue dengan enak anjir. Gua dibanting jadi shot mulut.
Sabar, benerin emblem dulu.
Astaga, medalnya 47.000. Ini fix juga goblok juga sih ini. So, gua aja nggak di midnya tuh. Tidak amanah midnya.
Bentar, gue benerin emblem dulu.
Ayo, kita harus menang sebelum jam makan siang.
Jam 1 mulai nih ACL. Onyx.
Apa bisa nge-lab nanti? Onyx lawan rival. Gua mau ngomong rival tapi ntar gua di ini.
Wah, parah. Ternyata lu yang ngomong rival dari tadi ya.
Iya, gua mau ngomong rival soalnya kan gua di PM sama Aroy, dia bilang, "Lu omongin dong King rival aja, gua nggak enak sama Sheki gitu." Ya.
Nggak ada.
Gue mah selalu membantu teman gue sih. Kalau gue nanti berseberangan sama Seki kan gue nggak enak kan, kan kita tetangga.
Main sama siapa Maki? Soalnya terakhir kali open motor yang ada saya kena troll. Ada orang yang nge-troll.
Siapa tuh? Ya gitu disable aja.
Nggak tahu kalau itu duit atau tidak.
Astaga. Turut berduka Alroymu. Kenapa? Dapat. Yuk. Last game sebelum yakin menang nih, yakin menang. Menurut keyakinan gua ini menang. Tapi kalau nggak ready ya gimana mau menang ini? Oi, bangsat. Wow. Saatnya nggak sih keyakinan ini. Oh iya. Iya, aku jadi berisik. Gue udah versi ini apa? Versi siapa tuh? Demon Slayer. Siapa pensi? Apa tuh pensi?
On.
Ngajarin main exhibition nggak tuh?
Kira ada defender.
Coba. Itu defender gue gerak.
Enggak, itu all-rounder. Percaya nggak?
Maju
Begitu
tulisannya
percaya.
cocok.
Ada badan yang kenceng gitu maksudnya dari tadi. Nggak ada badan kenceng.
Ya gitu ya. Iya, keren banget, Pak.
Aroy yang dicintai oleh cewek-cewek jiwa.
Ambil dong. Ambil.
Sama gue tiket, Pak.
Nah, gue mau stacking.
Gue mundur ya, gue nggak bisa.
Ya.
Menurut keyakinan gue,
Keyakinan gue bisa sini.
ambil. Stacking. Terkuat. Tarik ke belakang. Oh, kurang dia. Gak seru mainannya. Roy tahan ya, Roy tahan. Oh ya udah scoring semua ya. Itu pakai apa sih itu? Oh, goal getter anjing. Menurut keyakinan gue. Oke, gue ready. Gue bisa ke bawah nih. Yuk kita bantuin stacking ke bawah.
Gila banget ya tuh anjing.
Gua push ini yang tengah ya.
Gue temenin dulu bentar.
Puas-puasin stacking aja sih Om Rick.
Ah, gitu mas.
Wah 30 dulu Roy. Anjir gua dulu. Goblok. Goblok dulu.
Gue backup ya.
Ya. Aroy moment. Mampus Aroy moment lah ada orang dong. Mau nggak Roy? Lo udah inget nggak?
Tiga orang atas, ay. Tiga orang bawah ya. Bawah cok anjing. Ada gila cowok.
Oh lu ada Yunet. Oh ya udah. Gua pikir gua tadi udah perasaan lu mau nabrak gue. Tabrak aku bro. No, kenapa Ara gak menabrak aku ya Pak? Gua udah pede loh Roy. Ini mati sih mereka sih, sumpah mati sih mereka. Udah kan? Iya, udah kan? Weh, kok tiba-tiba banyak orang anjir?
Udah lah, anjing. Kalau mau tabrak boleh ya.
Gua mau nabrak nih Roy,
Kesini. Oh, kita tabrak kita yang kalah. Ya, sorry. Enggak deh, nggak bisa.
Anjir, orang nyariin gua mulu goblok. Mati tuh. Dapoknya mati. Nice. Kali. Atas 2 ya. Gua datang Roy.
Ke atas deh bang.
Oke.
Farming.
Mau war di mana? Tadi Sandbox udah lihat belum ya? Udah ya?
Nggak lihat.
Oh, keren.
Ngeliat.
Makin aja ya, makin aja.
Tracking. Wah, nice. Bentar ya, gue belum itu. Come on Bang Regi, oh nice.
Penting.
Tak, balik. Anjir, mati gue goblok.
Kita butuh 300 sih aja.
No, kalah ya kita ya.
Kalah.
Kalah ya. Anjir, padahal Obreki udah menggendong-gendong gitu. Dak.
Mana ada?
Sekali lagi.
Ada sekali lagi.
Oh, udah selesai ini.
Saya.
Oh, ACL. Oke.
Nonton kah?
Nonton.
Boleh.
Nonton.
Thank you guys.
Yo.
Thank you. Gila, itu latihannya tebel banget. Tembok anjir. Bentar, gue mau kencing dulu.
Hey.
Oh, gue makan dulu ya.
Yo. Pah! Ya, kita mulai saja.
6,500 USD, third place at 5,500, fourth place at 3,500, fifth and sixth is going to be getting in 2,000 USD, seventh at 1,500, and eighth at 1,000, a total of 30,000 US dollars.
Yeah, that's a huge cash that the teams will be getting when they win this whole thing in the tournament. But that doesn't mean it will be the end of their road, because they still have ACL finals. But of course, a quick update as well into our leaderboards. We have Rival Esports at 1, Onyx Rise at 2 by just a single point difference. T1 is 3rd, Full Sense at 4th, Made in Thailand at 20, Team Nemesis at 19, and 7-8 we do have Evo FXL and FN Esports having 9 points.
Yeah, they're going to have quite a difficult time here going into this tournament, especially if you're only having 9 and there's only 4 more days, including this one. Then that means you need to get in a lot of points. But here you have it, our schedule for the day. First one's going to be Rival Esports, Onyx Rise. Second one's going to be Full Sense and Made in Thailand. Match 3 is T1 and FN Esports. Match 4 is going to be Evo's FXL and Team Nemesis. And of course, moving to our round 2 and our final matches, we'll have to determine that, yet still based on the results that will happen on round number 1.
Yes, and a reminder to everyone.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! All right, so
single elimination, by the way. That is what I would like to remind everyone.
Yep.
But different sets of prediction has happened here, JJ. Majority has Onyx, some has Rivals, some has T1, some has Made in Thailand. This is interesting.
yeah, I mean, like, look at those two Filipinos. You know, it's not even like Filipino teams that they're
Yeah, right.
predicting for. You know, like I know, I don't know about them, but I think their Filipino card has been revoked. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's really hard to predict who's going to win because we're only allowed to predict one team.
That's
here out
true.
of the
That's
8.
true.
And by to tell you guys, we are just predicting on their performance last year, but it's a different story right now because of Kyogre, and at the same time, these teams had a huge amount of time for them to prepare and have a break right after that 2 days.
No, yeah, for sure. And then at the same time, you know, like, as we have mentioned, Kyogre is going to be the name of the game now, and flipping, as I mentioned earlier, may not be the best way to win a game nowadays.
Absolutely. So some teams might have difficulties adapting, or some of these strategies we'll use way back November might not be effective anymore from now on if we have Kyogre on the Sky Ruins. But we'll have to look forward what they have to bring into the table because they have prepared for this for almost 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, hey, practically for 2 months is quite a long time, especially with this kind of league. You know, you'd think, and I would think as well, that maybe there might be a break, maybe a week of a break, but a month and a half almost of a break is too much of a long stretch. So definitely they have to be coming ready here. The only difference is that their points has been stuck since day number 2, but anything other than that, we might as well treat this as a reset.
Absolutely, but this will be a whirlwind for them. This could turn the tides, change the air or the flow of the tournament because, some teams might have an awesome chemistry, some teams might be good at flipping, but it could change a lot right from now on since maybe a lot of things have happened. They had their holidays, maybe, there was some time where they were not playing, they were not practicing that a lot, so we're not sure what happened behind the scenes for these teams, so just have to look forward to it, JJ. But for game number 1, really exciting to see because somewhat this is 3/4 of the casters' prediction, right? Esports and Onyx, man. So this could determine the fate of the caster prediction, 3/4 of it, because I believe there's one T1 and 2 Made in Thailand prediction.
Yep. I mean, everyone else, including me, we were going in for Onyx, and then there's you, Rival Esports. So it's definitely one caster out of like 4.
Yeah.
So it's 5. So it's really going to determine whether Yules is right or wrong all along. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll see. But you know, one of our featured player here, we have HD, the guy who has been using all-rounder for the team, Mimikyu, Scizor, and Urshifu. We've seen how efficient that Water Bear and Scizor way back in, but together with the Mimikyu, with the Trick Room. But I to tell you, Mimikyu was tweaked down a bit, so we'll see if HD goes for it later on.
I mean, there has been quite a lot that has been checked out as well, and especially we haven't seen this Pokemon. Vaporeon is now available for play, but before we even see it at the Asian Champions League, it has been watered down a lot across the board.
Across the board, man. But hey, it's Vaporeon. Mind to tell you, we're not sure how these teams will perform with it.
That's true.
Let's head on into our draft for the very first game of the day. Hoopa taken down. I mean, there wasn't actually a tweak that happened to Hoopa, but from day number 1 and 2, we've seen how teams use Hoopa, not just them, and it was quite efficient as well. Onyx is a scary one when they use Onyx. When they use Hoopa, rather.
No, yeah, I mean, it's really. What I would be able to say about these Pokemon is that it doesn't. I wouldn't say it doesn't really matter as much, but at the same time, what they really needed from these Pokemon are the tweaks. Sorry, not the tweaks, but rather the utility that it brings to the team. So even if it does get some tweaks here and there, if the utility is still there, they would still be able to play it, and they would still play it nonetheless.
Absolutely, but Mega Gyarados is actually banned here. One of the brand new Mega Pokemons as well since November. So this is actually the first time that we might see it in play, but not quite for this game. But Mega Gyarados is a scary Pokemon in terms of firepower, JJ.
No, yeah, for later. Oh, wow! I just said it, but Vaporeon may have been watered down, but it's not stopping Onyx. They're still gonna be playing Vaporeon.
Yeah, I mean, just like what I told you, like we're not sure what's up with the teams competing, and at the same time, you've mentioned that split might not be the best strategy in the game, and Vaporeon definitely has that capability to zone out his or her opponents by using Hydro Pump, using the Flip Turn as well. So there's a lot of things that Vaporeon can do for a team, especially being a defender with its ability as well, which is the Water Absorb. So there's enough shield, there's enough capabilities for zoning out your opponents. What more can you say?
That is true, but here you have it though. Moving forward, we have the double defender into the side of Onyx Rise. That is the Blastoise and the Vaporeon, along with, this is a Pokemon I haven't seen quite a lot, Mega Mewtwo X. This, I believe, is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing in this league, at least for 2026. We all know that Mega Mewtwo Y has been used a lot, and Mega Mewtwo X actually is a strong Pokemon as well, but in quite recent patches, there's a lot more Pokemon that has been more valuable than this Pokemon. But again, we are going to be seeing this, and it's going to be Onyx Rise using it. Going down into Rival Esports, we have the Venusaur, the Lucario, the Blissey, the Mew, mostly of the balanced out composition, mostly normal composition. Again, comfort picks, if you would say that, going into the side of Rival Esports, especially with Yang, of course, with the Venusaur rather, and the Blissey, but into Onyx Rise. What do you say about this? I think they are. It's really hard to tell at the moment. It's not too tanky, but at the same time, they do not have the firepower to last longer. What's your opinion on this for Onyx Rise?
I think they just want self-sustain. I think that's the only thing they want here, because definitely Blastoise and Vaporeon has their sustain, and both of them can zone out their opponents. And with self-sustain with the Mewtwo X and the Mimikyu, I think that's the goal of this setup. And that the Cell is just going to be there flanking, taking out the priority targets that they need, such as Yang and maybe HT. So I think that's the game plan here. Others can stay on their own, while Cell would just have to take down key Pokemon at the side of Rival Esports.
Oh no, yeah, I mean that could be one way one way to put it as well. I mean, knowing the fact that they can zone them out, they can dish out the damage, coming in from the the back lanes inside of a rival esports. As long as they can be up front, then they can defend their team. But the thing is, you know, there's a lot at stake here, especially that Mimikyu is mostly a single targeted Pokemon alongside Mewtwo. It's not single targeted, but you know, it doesn't really have a lot of those what's the term here, the AoE of its attack. But then if they can push them out, I think they would be able to do a lot of damage. But Rival Esports nonetheless has a balanced out as a balanced composition here, I guess, with the exception of the Zoroark. But then it does have the mobility.
Yeah, and I think Cell using the Talonflame together with Zoroark on the other side, I think both of them has identical goals, just like what I've said a while ago, which is setting up part of the targets. But you know, well-rounded, it's ideally at the hands of Rival Esports. We're not sure what's in the minds of Onyx Price. Yeah, maybe that's a possibility, just like what I've said. Maybe they just want to self-sustain themselves, and you know, they won't collapse even though someone is taken away from them. Compared to Rival Esports, let's say that Blissey gets taken away, it will be hard for them to sustain and continue the fights later on.
Well, I guess that could be a point of contention, but then again, we can say as well that the Venusaur does have some self-sustain here. We do know that we also have Steadfast into the side of the Lucario, so they could definitely last down into team fights as well, even without the Blissey, but the Zoroark, I guess, is going to be the one that is in the detriment once the Blissey goes out.
That actually made me think right here. What could be the game plan for Onyx? But yeah, we've taken the pause here. Trainer who's watching aboard or wherever you are, pause has been requested, and that's very much understandable since we do have just the start of the game, so there's nothing much of an impact, and we're just waiting for the admins to give a go signal for this game to start. But of course, reminding everyone, make sure to register already to Winter Tournament if you want to shoot your shot for you to represent your region for the ACL Finals.
Right, and again, it's already in just a month, 3 weeks to be exact. It is going to be on February 1st, you know, for when the qualifiers for the Winter Tournament is going to happen. And again, we just want to reiterate that Mega Charizard Y Meowth is still not allowed to be used. Umbreon is also not allowed to be used as of the moment. And Darkrai with the move Dark Pulse, there you go. And using any of those will result on an immediate game match loss, actually not a game loss, but rather a match loss. So and again, 30-day ban is something that's new that we haven't really heard of in this game, in any of the leagues of this game. It's always been 2 weeks, but now it's 30 days.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely I think it's a new way as well for our competitors or our trainers here competing in the tournament, for them to get a full grasp of how to use those Pokemon into its maximum potential. So there's actually a good and maybe a downside for the teams. Maybe some of the teams might actually want to use it immediately, but at the same time, teams competing might actually have a longer time to study the Pokemon itself. So, you know, there's just maybe an advantage or disadvantage. It depends on how you look at it. But I think it's actually better for you to have a longer time for you to study the Pokemon in order to determine how can you use that Pokemon into its maximum potential.
No, that's true, because a lot of not a lot of the times, but there are times where there may be teams that are relying on cheesing it because it's a new Pokemon that nobody else has still has studied the Pokemon. But then again, I mean, it's a legitimate strategy nonetheless, you know. So I'm kind of on the fence into that, me personally. But hey, I mean, hey, you just need to follow it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just have to follow the rules nonetheless. Or at least you want to forfeit the match. You know, that's how I see it. But yeah, given enough the time we have, so let's just analyze it. I'm not quite sure, but I think Mega Charizard Y has been released last year, and I forgot the exact date, but as far as I know, it can be used. If not next week, it definitely on the playoffs. Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's 30 days from now. So Meow definitely cannot be used, but yeah, eventually it's just going to be Meowth, and Mega Charizard Y will be available anytime soon. If not, in ACL, maybe in the winter tournament, so make sure to look forward to it. But yeah, hey, I just realized no Meowth as well for winter tournament.
No. I was about to say that as well. I was counting on the days, and since Meowth was only released 2 days ago, even if you do add up to 30 days, it's going to be beyond February 7th. So we're definitely not going to be able to see that, not even in a winter tournament. If, and this is assuming, if we are still going to uphold the 30-day limit rule for winter tournament, because for all we know, it might just be for the Asian Champions League.
And I just checked the calendar. So December 19 was the release of Mega Charizard Y. So I think because it will be January 18 on day number 5. So Mega Charizard Y is not yet available by that time, I think, or. Wait, my math is not mathing. Wait, let me compute it. All right. So there's December 31. So does that count? I'm not sure.
30 days? Yeah, it's only it's 30 days after December 19 is December is January 18. But that's the 30th day.
Yeah.
So we're still not going to be able to see Mega Charizard on the next week for the final. So
yeah, at least we get it for playoffs. That's the interesting thing, and it might be actually a shocker as well for the teams competing here, because it will be a surprise. Yeah, maybe they've used it on their practices, they've used it in the ranked games, but what if they see it in the actual tournament? It could be a culture shock for the teams, but at the same time, again, give them enough time for them to prepare on how to use and go up against the Mega Charizard Y.
No, yeah, that's the first time we're going to be seeing the Mega Charizard Y is going to be on the winter tournament, at least for the for the qualifiers. Not even the playoffs, but just the qualifiers. We're going to be able to see that immediately, if they're going to be using it, of course, if the teams are going to be using it, and then the playoffs as well. But as of the moment, we're still waiting for our some of the updates as to what happened into the team for the pause and all that. The last time that we went into the game was that everyone from the side of rivals are staying at the base. But other than that, it seems as if they are having some technical difficulties, but we have still yet to know, rather. We're still waiting for an update as to what has happened.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of waiting, and we'll make sure to keep you posted on the official statement or announcement that has been forwarded to us. So for the meantime, JJ, I want to take a look back on the draft that happened as well. If you realize, way back November, Delmice was actually banned as well. But right now it's available for use, but it's not banned as far as I can remember. But at the same time, it's not going to be used for at least game number 1 if the same set of Pokemon would be picked in game 1. So no Delmice, no Mega Gyarados actually banned. But what do you think of Delmice not being used immediately, at least for a game at least?
I mean, I think, because I'm looking at the draft right now, right? I think our teams right now are still trying to experiment, especially as I mentioned, Vaporeon this is the first time that we're seeing Vaporeon and at the same time Mega Mewtwo X. So I think they're still in the phase where they want to try out some of these Pokemon against if it would work in the competitive set. Obviously they've already practiced this, but of course in a high stakes tournament is a totally different matter. So I think they want to do that first. And even if when Delmise got watered down just a little bit, again, as I mentioned earlier, what you really need from it is its utility, and we cannot deny the fact that its utility is just so great. If not, it's just as the same as Hoopa as well in terms of utility. Although they they both do different things, but nonetheless their utility is still quite great. But then again, with Vaporeon and Mega Mewtwo Y now, I think they want it to be more of a rush down, especially with the change into our map as well. It's going to be Kyogre, which would definitely put us more into a team fight. Again, flipping may not be as viable as an option. Maybe it could be the last moment, but then again, it's not really the flip that you'd want in this map. Not with Kyogre. What you want is to be the one who wipes out the other team for you to get the Kyogre, in comparison to Groudon, Rayquaza, and the first one, the OG Zapdos.
Yeah, and I think the best would be, or the ideal setup would be, just trying to zone out your enemies as much as possible for a lot of the team fights, because just imagine that your goal zone would be defenseless for 45 seconds, which is actually almost a minute. That's actually long. And if your team was completely wiped out and the opposing takes the Kyogre, then that would be really difficult for you to, defend things out, because that's a whole 45 seconds. Maybe you would respond with the last 5 to 10 seconds, I guess, of the Kyogre buff, but what's next? Can you come back into it? That's going to be very difficult now.
Right. Going back into the game though, it seems as if we just got our update as well as we transition into the draft. It seems as if we are going to be having a remake of the game, except this time we are only going to have the same Pokemon bands. So that means we might be able to see some changes into the draft. It might not be the actual draft that they wanted to perform or pick rather, but it's they mentioned that it's only going to be the same bands. Oh, there we go. You know why? Now Rebel Esports, they have had the opportunity to steal that away.
I think what happened a while ago, I'm not quite sure if that's what really happened, but if you get disconnected into the game, I think it's just random Pokemon or your best Pokemon in rank that's going to pop in and be locked in. But it's a different story right now. Blastoise taken away, same thing with Mewtwo X. But Empoleon, one of my favorite Pokemons, is in Onyx Rise. Mind to tell you, it's one of my favorite Pokemons. I've tested it in the game. I played with it. And this is an awesome Pokemon as well, especially when it has a Metal Claw. Sure Hit has a barrier. Man, this is a good Pokemon, and I'm excited to see it in the competitive scene.
No, yeah, I mean, what do you call this? It's also going to be the first one, right? It's also going to be the first one. The first time that we're going to be seeing Empoleon. I have to agree with you. The first time I played Pokemon Diamond Pearl, it's a no-brainer, You see Piplup, and you immediately go for the Piplup. You know what I mean?
But hey, all the starter Pokemon in Diamond and Pearl are awesome, man.
Okay.
You might not agree with me, but yeah, definitely one of the best starter lines I've seen in the history of Pokemon, man. Come on.
Okay, maybe not for one, but sure. Okay, let's go for it. You know what I mean? Like Infernape, Empoleon, all good. And then you have a walking earth. You know what I mean? You have a walking tree.
I'll take it. Valid. All right, but 4 water type Pokemons for Onyx Rise. Interesting. same concept. They have self-sustain here, but I love that switch up with the Gyarados from their team. An aggressive all-rounder. This is just a regular Gyarados, right? This is not the Mega, and ideally in move setups, majority of the players go with Bounce and Dragon Breath, but that's not the case for the Mega. It's a Waterfall and the Dragon Breath. So I'm quite curious, would it be the same kit in this regular Gyarados, or would they try to imitate the Mega Gyarados by using the regular one? I'm curious here.
I am curious as well. I mean, it could be, because nonetheless, you know, it's still going to provide them so much of a damage, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess we just have to find out, you know, going into this game, now that we are finally at match number 1, the first match of the day.
First match off the day, quite excited. This is the first game in 2026. Mind to tell you, Happy New Year again, everyone. But it seems like Rival Esports doing a great job, putting a huge amount of pressure in top path, but they have to be careful as well. Once that Fletchinder is up, they can be squeezed down anytime soon here.
Yeah, here you go. It is the Piplup. Oh, the Piplup. Whoa.
2 points on the bank. There goes the acrobatics. Not going to be quite enough for them to get the KO. And Fletchinder, the bird, is running away here. But Rival Esports, after defending the goal at top, scoring at the bottom would be their name.
No, yeah, I mean, they have easily controlled the bottom pad as well, especially that it is only XQ. With the Magikarp controlling the bottom pad, it's not really going to do a lot here, allowing Rival Esports to do it herself. But now a Prinplup is in the game. And by the way, Miraido's Unite move also got, got nerfed.
Yeah.
Just a bit, but,
Yeah.
you know.
Still could create an impact later on, but the amount of damage might not be enough for them to take KOs later on. But the amount of range it could give, just like that with the Shadow Sneak. We were talking about range, we were talking about damage, and HD just offered the range that they need and the damage as well. Nice Hydro Pump from Ice as well to push them away.
And here you go, as you can see, with the change of the Kyogre, we are also seeing a bit of a difference in the river part of Teiya Sky Ruins. Now with water, because hey, you know, wherever Kyogre is, there is a thunderstorm. But as I say that, it is going to be the Blastoise taking down the Regidrago.
And that is going to be a boost in terms of the scoring department. But can they maximize this one out? Not quite sure yet what's happening, but Onyx Price is trying to go for the aggression towards top path. Multiple scores are falling in. There goes the fly, drop down, takes the KO, and this is just a phenomenal offense from Onyx Price after the first failed ambush at top.
Oh yeah, and here you go, Onyx Rise, XQ, now a Gyarados, still defending the bottom path alone. Normally we do see a solo Pokemon defending the top path, but for this time it's going to be Onyx Rise doing the opposite at the bottom path. Now XQ putting down 5 points, maybe doing a little bit of a stacking still at 6-minute mark here. Otherwise, why would they put it in 5 points? But as I say that, still defending the bottom path, and now with Illuna with the Vaporeon, but all they do is disengage.
And that's a beautiful Muddy Water, mind to tell you. In order to stop the goal, interrupt it, just look at the range of the Muddy Water. That's a huge radius for you to take, or for you to zone out your opponents.
Oh, here comes the Surf. Surf and Muddy Water is going to be the play of the game here. Eeyore now taking in the Middlebirds.
That's a huge ton of points. And what I've been telling a while ago, I think that was the Aqua Jet, I'm not quite sure. But Aqua Jet provides a little bit of a dash as well.
Alright.
So it's just...
Here you go, here it comes.
Close.
Oh, the Lapras Express!
Oh, knock up as well. Bright Future Meteor Storm not gonna be quite effective, but it will
Ooh.
them to secure the points. But there goes
Mewtwo.
Not gonna be hitting as well. But Onyx Rise, phenomenal job. Just goes for the aggression, just goes for the setup. Despite Bright Future Meteor Storm, score was converted.
Yeah, I mean, with the help of the Mewtwo, unfortunately, despite having the Ignite move up, only gonna be able to take down the Gyarados.
Yeah, not the ideal type of setup that you would want after investing of those Unite moves. So Rival Esports a bit behind here, I would say that, but takes a KO, but not gonna be quite big because that's just a defender. That was knockout. Not much of an XP, but at the same time, it could give them space if they want to take the objective here at bottom.
Right, so here you go, Zoe. Trying to put in. Oh, here comes the follow me coming from Yang. Oh my goodness, they're getting in one. It's just 1v5 right now into that of the bottom half and pushing them up. Now it's 178 to 194. Rival Esports still at the detriment, but Onyx Rise is still trying to make sure that they can control the map. Look at that, Reggie Lecky going into the side of Onyx Rise, giving them a bit of a breathing room right now. The Money Water as well is doing a lot inside of Onyx Rise, and by the way, unfortunately, sorry, it was not the Surf, but rather the flip turn that the Vaporeon is actually using. Now in 2 seconds, we're going to see some mid of the boss here, the Ragey Draco, down the mid.
Okay, another scoring boost here for Onyx Rise. Follow Me was there. It was enough for them to take Illuna, but not the KO. Hydro Pump to provide an interruption. Not gonna be quite enough as well for them to go for the chase down KO.
That was close.
Barely missed the Shadow Sneak, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said as well. Like, that was very close as well. At least Illuna was able to see it from a mile away. But look at this, 1v3 is going to be a play of the game here for Rival Esports, and they're going to be able to take down the Lapras. No more mobility, no more, no more taxis for them, unfortunately. At least not until the Kyogre comes out.
Ooh, huge damage as well from Rhyme later on. Electro Drift. Now, this is the concern. I do understand why it was the Electro Drift, since the sustain is quite phenomenal here for Onyx Rise. They want to make sure that they bruise their way into Onyx.
No,
That's
man.
the reason behind the Electro Drift coming in.
No, man. You want to know the reason why?
I want to know, man.
Look at Onyx Rise's lineup. Everything and everyone is weak to electric. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I'll take it, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you. I see you, Jake. I see you, but yeah.
Oh, look, man. I tried. Okay.
All
I tried.
All right. Respect, man. Respect. But you gotta respect Rival Esports as well. After taking down Empoleon, it was super effective, I guess. Super effective Electro Drift.
See, this one. But now, speaking of super effective decisions, one super effective decision is definitely Rival Esports taking down the Reggie Ilecki seconds before the Groudon comes up. And here you have it, 2 seconds, and here comes Team Magma's favorite, Kyogre.
Team Magma?
I
think you
didn't hear me. You heard nothing. You heard nothing.
It was Aqua. Electro Drift is coming in.
Here you go.
There we go. The Unite move as well. Coming in from the Mewtwo.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon.
One defender down. Bright Future Meteor Storm is already up. That's going to be a knock-up for them.
That's going to be 2 down.
Number 2 down as well here for Onyx Rise. Looking
3
good for Rival 3. Super effective on the water type Pokemons. There goes the fly away.
4.
Citrus Berry, not enough for them to take it all. And Rival Esports has a chance to turn the tides. That's 45 seconds. Defenseless gold zone.
That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. It's no longer about flipping. It's about being confident and securing that wipeout for yourselves. And we saw how Rival Esports was fighting off Onyx Rise to flip them, to wipe them, and take the Kyogre for themselves. And here's the result of that.
But yeah, they still have at least 30 seconds. If they can wipe out Rival Esports, as fast as they can, maybe they still have a chance, but I do not see it quite yet. It's very slim. Empoleon goes in. There goes the Fly, trying to drop down, but not going to be quite enough in terms of the damage department because of the Kyogre buff, giving them huge amount of regen in HP.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like Reggie Ice, better.
Jadi kan harusnya Blasto sama
And it is quite effective in instances like this, JJ.
And here you have it. Look at this. Rival Esports is still dominating even at the very last seconds, putting down more points than ever. But it doesn't really matter now. Luna trying to get away, but now goes back to the Pokemon Center, ready for game number 2.
All right, I think my prediction is still up. My prediction is still up. Rival Esports takes game 1, but it's just a game. We're not quite sure what's going to happen next here, but that was a phenomenal execution from their team. And I highly agree on what you said a while ago, JJ. Onyx Rise, they do not have the most ideal lineup, the most traditional ones. So maybe it could have worked. We saw it working. But the thing is, at the end of the day, if you have an attacker, if you have a special attacker who's going to deal a huge amount of damage, just like the Miraidon, then it's a whole different story. Definitely you have the advantage, especially if that Talonflame cannot do its main mission, which is to take down the attacker as fast as possible.
No, yeah, I mean, at the same time, right? Like, it's, Onyx Rise, we cannot dismiss the fact that they had control of the early game, but the moment 6 minutes stroked the timer, Rival Esports slowly took down, and methodically, by the way, they took down Onyx Rise, slowly but surely, allowing them to, well, dominate in the Kyogre pit.
Yeah, I do love the concept of the flip turn as well, but that gave a huge amount of room for Rival Esports for them to, engage into team fights because they saw the flip turn, and that was already sort of a bait for them to go in, and they managed to convert it into a KO. That's the first KO off the team fight, mind to tell you. And it was just overflowing confidence that gave them, because they knew that the Talonflame flew out already, and it was just a Lapras that was pretty much would take the last hit, which is really hard if you're a Lapras.
No, yeah, I mean, at the same time, as a Lapras yourself, if you don't have any passengers, what's going to happen? What's going to be the follow-up? You know what I mean? Yeah. But speaking of which, though, again, really glad to see Rival Esports winning the first match. Again, it's going to give them a huge boost right now, getting in that first win of the game as well, getting ready for game number 2.
Yeah, mind to tell you, this is the top 2 teams in terms of leaderboards currently from day number 2. So pretty much exciting. There has to be a huge amount of points dropped right after this matchup, because just imagine, like, the points that you would be getting is just a minimum of 8 as far as I can remember. Yeah, 8, 6, 4, and 2. So that's a huge amount of minus into your point department, and definitely if you're sitting at a comfortable spot just like rank 1, then maybe you would drop around, let's say, rank 6 maybe, since rank 5th and 6th is around 19 points already. That's a huge amount of points that you will be losing, unless the 5th and 6th would retain in 20-ish points, wherein they will drop the first round.
No, yeah, I mean, again, it's that's what I mentioned as well. Like, it's game number 1, it's match number 1, and they being second, well, they're currently on tie at top 2 in terms of the points as of the moment. So definitely that is something that you want to hold as much as possible, because if you're going to be taken down immediately day number 1, there's only like 3 more days. Well, no, actually 2 more days.
Yeah,
2 more days to get back up. But even then, there's another team that has the same points as you at the highest points into that of the ranking. So really, it is going to be a detrimental if they do lose this. And at the same time, there's 5 people rooting for Onyx to win today. So it's only Yules, that's going for Rivals as well.
Excuse me, Rival Esports, I knew from the start that they would do an awesome job today, but let's see if that extent of awesome job would convert them into a win up against Onyx Rise, because Onyx Rise has been one of the most consistent teams all throughout day number 1 and 2. Just imagine, day number 1, they were able to reach it in the final, the same thing for day number 2, man. So what more can you say?
Well, I mean, it's still game number 2, and again, it's just day number 1, and immediately, game number 1, and immediately we had to remake the lobby as well. So, hey, we're still waiting for the 1 to happen. We're still waiting for the next one to happen, and knowing these teams as well, they are not going to let this slide. They're going to make sure they do some flip turns for game number 2. It's Onyx, by the way. It's Onyx nonetheless, so they are one of the biggest, if not one of the strongest bruisers of a team in terms of this league.
Absolutely. It's just when you hear Onyx, they won like a top podium before in Worlds. They were one of the best in Asia. They are probably the best in their region as well, by being, top contenders every time there's an international stage or even regional stage. It's just Onyx over and over again, and they've retained their roster. That's the scariest part of this team. So, man, it's just actually not Onyx ever since they were Rise. So, there's a huge amount of chemistry that they have invested already all throughout their career playing. So, better watch out for Onyx.
No, yeah, I mean that's one of the scariest thing about them is it's a great thing that you mentioned it once again. Now at day number 3 is that they are one of the only teams that has not changed anyone from the roster. I mean, they have had a bit of a changes, but they still went back again and again to the OG. And as of the others, we've seen quite a lot of changes. And by the way, we are also going to be seeing a change in the roster for one of the teams mid-tournament, mid-Asia Champions League, which we will be focusing on later as we get into their match. But for now, we're going to be focusing into this game. Game number 2 is Onyx Rise and Rival Esports still at the same side.
Yeah. And I think that having that first pick gives you an advantage as well. Pretty understandable why Onyx decides to stick with it, because they have their priorities set already. Vaporeon was their priority pick a while ago, and I do not see it, or I do not see any reason for them to giving up on Vaporeon. Yes, it did a great job out there, but it has to be, let's say it has to do a great job in zoning out your opponents. It has to be better. I mean, yeah, it was great in game 1, but it has to be one step better if you're up against a team like Rivals.
I mean, I'd have to say that the Vaporeon actually did a lot on game number 1, but unfortunately the what do you call this? The opportunities, right? The opportunities for it to actually zone out for its teammates were not a lot in game number 1 in comparison to Illuna just trying to get out of a situation, especially with the use of the muddy water. That is when it did a lot of zoning out. Yeah,
that was I was talking about in terms of getting a better utilization. But we're seeing an identical lineup here, at least for I mean both teams actually so far, by far. So it's only what is missing in Rival Esports. Let me refresh my mind.
It's the Mimikyu. Yeah, they just exchanged. They essentially just exchanged the Mimikyu and the Blastoise. But it seems as if Rival Esports still wants something different. Might be heading into the Blaziken, might be not, but that might be. That actually would do a lot of sense as well, making their composition quite balanced out in comparison to Onyx Rise. Still the same kind of composition. They would want to put in some early points, get into early objectives, get into early play, but the detriment here is that Rival Esports at the late game would have a better power capacity than that of Onyx Rise.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But what do you think of this switch up from Mimikyu to Blaziken? Because I personally think that Mimikyu could have been a better pick simply because that it does not evolve, and at the same time it gets the power spike once you have that Shadow Claw available already. So what do you think here, JJ? Like, for me, it's Mimikyu a better Mimikyu is a better overall, but what do you think of Blaziken for you?
I think. I think Mimikyu against the current line of Onyx Rise would have made more sense, and I think they would have had picked the Mimikyu once again if Onyx Rise did not take that away from them. And I mean, especially that it might be a single targeted, especially the Shadow Sneak, right? Single targeted, but that mobility alone is going to do a lot for rival esports, especially that a lot of this composition of Onyx Rise have that very minimal HP that can easily be taken out once you are out there in the middle of the fight. But of course, with the pick of the Blaziken as well, at least they might not have the mobility as earlier, but at least there's still the hook coming in from the side shock of the Mewtwo, and at the same time, it would still be able to allow itself to survive longer into team fights, especially going to use Overheat. That's going to deal a lot of AoE damage against Onyx Rise.
Does make sense. I do agree on your points, but game 2 on its way here, JJ. Definitely looking forward on that Blaziken with its capacity to use the AoE off the Overheat, but it's the same as game number 1 here. Level 5 Ambush from Cell is not successful and was successfully defended by rival esports right after converting the points at the bottom.
Nothing much is happening as of the moment, and just like game number 1, there's only really one Pokemon into that of the bottom path that's defending, the bottom path, allowing the Magikarp to allowing the Magikarp to gain its level as early as possible to get its Gyarados form evolution. But at the same time, Onyx Rise up top right now having a little bit of difficulties here as rival esports has been able to successfully push them away. But here comes Zoe with the Muddy Water now has access to the Muddy Water, going to be able to steal away some resources against that of rival esports. But then again, in terms of us putting in some points here, rival esports still at the lead, though it's still not a lot yet.
Yeah, not a lot, and it's just 2 minutes, so it's pretty early to tell who's been in the upper hand. But Reggie Draco has appeared in the middle of the map, but rival esports wants to bruise their way in the top half. There goes the fly, it will drop down, HT taken down, and Yang has been doing a lot of healings, but Yimu was left alone. They had to sacrifice 2 KOs for Yang to stay up.
And just like that, Onyx Rise has now been able to get a bit of a control up top, and is going to be able to destroy the first Squirgle up top as well with 3 points. 3 points overcap.
Yeah, and gotta give credit as well to Cell with the beautiful timing and the surprise attack on top. Once the fly was already up, he just appeared out of nowhere, and rival esports cannot do a single thing out of it because they were too busy putting up out of huge pressure in top pro zone.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which though, we're going to be able to see the Reggie Elecki go down into the hands of rival esports, while Onyx Rise ear here is now taking in that Reggie Ice. As we mentioned earlier as well, Reggie Ice is basically Kyogre Light. Ooh, first Squirgle down bottom.
That's quick, for less than 6 minutes remaining. That is actually quick for a team like that. Rival esports, on the other hand, gotta put amount of pressure better here, because Onyx always has an answer. No one's really controlling the game, but Onyx keeps on regaining the momentum.
And here you go. Here comes Overheat. That's what I was talking about. It could do a lot of damage, but unfortunately, with access to fly, burst damage coming in from that of the Talonflame is generally going to put down a lot into that of Blaziken, especially that it also has a backup in the form of Gyarados. So 1v2 might not be the best play here against a Talonflame and a Kyogre. against that of the Blaziken. But right now, at least Onyx Rise has slowly caught up. Right now at 11-13 for both of the teams in terms of their scores.
Ooh, and they are taking every resource because they know that it is a tie game, so they have to make sure that they get every resources as much as possible. But bottom path, in the huge amount of pressure at the side of rival esports, Bright Future Meteor Storm invested that early to push down the offense of Onyx.
And now look at this. 1v3 is going to be the play of the game here. The Mimikyu is going to be taken out. Flames is going to be played out as well. Cell tries to get away, but unfortunately, it is going to be Zoe that's going to be caught up into the side of rival esports, and they're going to be able to take down 2 in the process while making sure that 1 gets to live. Unfortunately, that wasn't quite of an exchange that Onyx Rise wanted to, because I'm sure they did not want any casualties at all. Unfortunately, that is going to be Zoe going to be taken down as well. And here you go, Registeel up top against that of Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and I think the follow-up wasn't just enough right after the flame sweep happened. So I think that's one of the reasons why Onyx had to sacrifice a KO on their side. So, you know, follow-ups are really important up until this point if you want to make sure that you get up in the head in a close game situation such as this one. But I wouldn't be saying that Onyx is behind here. So just have to be very careful in terms of investing your Unite moves, because you might get punished by rival esports.
No, I have to agree with you, right? While Onyx Rise does have a bit of a point lead against that of rival esports, though not a lot, in terms of actual team fights, rival esports has been playing Onyx Rise to the palm of their hands.
Absolutely. But look at this, they're eyeing on the goal zone, not gonna be quite enough. Electro Drift doing a lot of damage, but that is a huge damage coming in from the Mimikyu. Eject bottom with the Hydro Typhoon, able to take out the Lapras. But what's going to be the follow-up here for rival esports? Yes, they do get a KO, but they are looking for the second and maybe eventually get the third. But they need to get the Rage Draco first if they want more pressure up against Onyx.
And at the same time, you know, Mimikyu has been taken out at 3 minutes 18 seconds, I believe, 15 seconds, something like that, which is still ample enough time for it to get its Unite move ready before the Kyogre comes out.
And man, hey, Kyogre is really important up until this point, so gotta stack up those points. You gotta stack up your Unite moves as quick as possible, and that's just 3 Unite moves lacking yet at the hands of Onyx. They have to recharge it as fast as they could, because if not, rival esports could definitely go for a quick aggression at the team fight.
And speaking of quick aggression, rival esports is making quick work of the Registeel, allowing themselves to gain some attack buffs before the Kyogre comes out. And look at that, the Onyx Rise gets in the handshake, getting in the Regieleki down bottom, but does it actually matter at this point of the game? Because the Kyogre is now coming out. Yes, they might be able to have the Regieleki, but in terms of team fights, it's still going to be into the side of Onyx Rise. Unfortunately, the Clefable has been taken out as well, and we're going to be able to see the team fight right now before the Kyogre comes up. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to be popped out as well. Going to do a lot of damage. There's going to be 2 of them to make the 3 into the side of Onyx Rise. No, Illuna tries to get away, but no, they're not going to be able to live at this team fight. Cell here.
Hunting.
Cell trying to change in, and there you have it. They're able to see down Cell and might be able to go in for a steal. Unfortunately, oh wow! Wow! I was about to say, unfortunately, a little bit too early, but rival esports put in the damage, allowing Cell to put down its fly and take down the Kyogre for itself. But here you have it, 425 to 227. But the thing is, rival esports still has a minute left.
Yes, less than 30 seconds, the defenseless goal zone. But still a possible W for rival esports if they can wipe out the team of Onyx. There goes the pressure. Oh, nice pull down by Yemu. And this is Illuna running away. No one is jumping in the jump pad. But look at the diversion play coming in from the Gyarados.
Yeah, Gyarados now putting in some scores. They were able to catch up into the score goal, putting down how much? 66 only. And look at this. Rival Esports still has 40 more seconds. They still need to put in points, but here comes another 28 times 2 for Onyx Rise. 547, 479.
There's no AO's energy left as well for Rival Esports.
Oh, no.
Despite being near the goal zone, they cannot score. That's 50 that they need. There's no wild Pokemon.
Oh, there you go.
Onyx Rise might take this W and forces game 3.
Oh, that's going to be 10 seconds left. I don't think there's going to be a lot of score here.
That's 60.
Oh, that's 60, but they still need a little bit more to put
66.
down. Another 14 into that of the Gyarados and another 6 from that of the Miraidon. Let's find out who's going to be the winning team here. Possibly Onyx Rise. And it is going to be Onyx Rise. That is like what? 60 points. Yeah, 60 points lead from that of Onyx Rise, and that was very close, honestly. And this is also what we meant by flipping the by flipping the Kyogre, the boss. Doesn't really mean 80%, 90% win rate in comparison to the previous patches with the Groudon, with the Zapdos, and most especially the Rayquaza. This could still be anyone's game even if you do take down the Kyogre. And fortunately for Onyx Rise, they were able to not only steal away the Kyogre, but also steal away the win from Rival Esports.
Yeah, I mean, to begin with, right, Onyx Rise was leading, but Rival Esports does have complete control of the team fight a while ago. It was just a steal that they need for them to have a reset, because once the steal had happened, they still have a huge amount of time for them to score. Yeah, despite the Kyogre buff might not have been distributed that well, you know, the defenseless goal is wide open for them if they take a couple of KOs, and that is what actually happened. At this point, it became a point race. But then again, at the end of the day, defenseless goal is much more easier to score in.
No, yeah, I mean, as you've mentioned as well, and this is something I have to agree in, you know, Rival Esports, throughout the game number 1 and game number 2 together, they have been in control of the entire map, especially in terms of team fights, forcing Onyx to do this flip. I mean, that was quite a 50-50. That was a flip coming from Cell, and honestly, if the Talonflame wasn't able to get it, it would have been a 2-0 already. But then again, Luck's on their side, and they just have to make the most of it going into game number 3.
Yeah, I think the Mimikyu did a lot as well for the side of Onyx. You know, those Shadow Sneaks were quite on time, taking down KOs as well for their team, putting the pressure. Gotta give credit to the team as well. Same thing with the Lapras. You know, it might not have been on the spotlight, but that tankiness of a Lapras, those bubble beams, definitely created a space as well. They were one of a team competing head-to-head with Rival Esports during Game 2.
No, yeah, I mean, just going to game number 3, they cannot just, they shouldn't just wake up. They need to devise a plan to go up, toe-to-toe against that of Rival Esports, because again, Rival Esports has been in control of the entire map, game number 1 and game number 2, and I don't think it's going to be any different for game number 3 as well. So with the kind of composition that Onyx Rise is doing as of the moment, as they're playing as of the moment, they're playing more of the scores, but Rival Esports is playing a bit more Western, where they are forcing down the issue against their opponents, and they have been winning with it.
They have been winning for it, but you know, they need to win this game in order for them to win the whole thing and advance to the much more difficult stage of the tournament. Because, mind to tell you, this is just a single elimination, and if you drop your first set of match, definitely you would be sitting in 5th to 8th place at least for the day.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, this is just game number one of this is just game number one of day number 3 of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026, and this has already been happening. There's a lot of stake here. Again, it will determine your placements for the playoffs next week. Not yet next week. Not yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
End of January is how I would say it. You know what I'm saying? Because next week there would be two days of our format. You know, not eliminations, because no one would be eliminated. I have to say group stage. There we go. Group stage. So Saturday and Sunday. That's going to be next week. That's day number 4 and 5 of the tournament, and probably the last set of games that you would see, at least in the group stage. And definitely, it's really hard to determine yet on who's going to be sitting at the first seed, because the points are pretty stacked. It's really, even though you came up short on the first 2 days, definitely could still take the top spot, at least for today.
I mean, again, if you are on the top ranking at the group stages, you're already guaranteed to go to the finals, mainly because only the top 2 teams from this tournament will be proceeding to the finals, right? And if you are the top seeded team for the playoffs and playing at the King of the Hill, right? That means you're only going to be able to get the first place if you do win your one and only game for the day, or if you do lose, you go second, and you still secure that Japan finals slot.
Yeah, everyone wants to definitely to be in Japan, the home ground of Pokemon. That's how I'd say it. And some of the teams here are not quite new already. We do have the guys from Nemesis, the guys from Rival Esports, the guys from Onyx, and was it Made in Thailand? Yeah, and Made in Thailand, the guys from Made in Thailand who actually made it into the finals last year. Did I miss someone? Some of the guys from Korea. Because FN Esports was the champion last C-League, but I think majority of their roster has been changed. So some of the guys in Korea is how I put it.
I mean, right now we are currently at the same time just waiting for game number 3 to be ready up, so we can finally find out who's going to be proceeding to round number 2 of our eliminations for day number 3. Again, still it is Onyx Rise going up against Rivals Esports.
Yeah, and for those trainers who's watching they're sitting comfortably out there, make sure to register already for our winter tournament qualifiers or open tournament that is going to be in February, because top teams from APAC East and APAC West will be granted a slot with flight and accommodations already shouldered. So it's just trainers. Pokemon is waiting for you, so make sure to shoot your shot, and not just to everyone who's watching, but of course the teams who might not be able to qualify from this stage, they would have to be there as well and shoot their shot, because just imagine, JJ, 5 teams from Asia Champions League Southeast Asia would go head-to-head with everyone outside their region, or outside this league rather. So that's a huge amount of teams, I'd say, that will be competing, and definitely a much more difficult stage for them, because they do not know, or maybe some of the teams they are not familiar with, and they might be taken out with surprise.
I mean, it's the finals is definitely going to be more of a mini worlds kind of event in comparison to like how we started Asia Champions League way back year number 1, which by the way was hosted and held in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. It's now no longer just the Asian teams, but rather the entire world. So after the qualifiers for the Asian qualifiers, Asian regions, the league is going to be inviting up teams from the rest of the world to play over on the finals as well. So that's how I would put it, a mini worlds of sorts for Pokemon Unite before the actual World Championship Series ever happens, the WCS.
Yep. And we're hopping into game number 3 of our match number 1. So Mewtwo X is actually banned here for the side of Rival Esports. By the way, Rival Esports took the purple side or the first pick, so there has been a switch up. Both Mewtwo's are banned. Well, at least Mew is open, I guess.
What if Mew is banned? And all the Mews are banned.
Yeah, all the Mews are
Yeah.
banned. You know, there's no Mewtwo Z. You know, even in other games, there's no Mewtwo Z. But what if there were? You know what I'm saying? What ifs?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's Lucario Z. So-
Yeah, right. There's
know what I
Lucario Z.
mean?
You know what I mean? So it could be a possibility in the future. You know, Mewtwo fanboys, fan club out there. You know what I'm saying? You want that? But yeah, Blastoise banned as well for Rival Esports. So these are key Pokemons that was actually used at least during game number 1 and 2. So taking out those options is probably one of the best that you could do. Especially Rival Esports was one of the teams who used this Pokemon, so taking it away would give them a benefit. But a new Mega Pokemon comes in, which is going to be Mega Gyarados.
We are finally going to be able to see the Mega Gyarados, which we did not see earlier because of it being banned, but now it has been freed from its shackles, and we're going to be able to see that in the first time actually in this league. But Onyx Rise still going to go in for the Vaporeon.
Kira aku
And
belum tidur.
Luna is now changing up into the is going to be picking up that Snorlax. And here's one more. Suicune has been buffed across the board. It's one of those only Pokemon that has been buffed across the board as well, and it's going to provide a lot of damage into the side of Onyx Rise. And Onyx Rise doesn't seem to be changing up the strategy and or lineup. It's still going to be the same mostly. Rival Esports though is still gunning in for that forcing the issue. They still want to force the issue. They still want the team fights, and it has been showing up a lot of results as well. They force up the issue. They do win the issue, and their opponent, in this case Onyx Rise, has been having a hard time getting back up, especially into that of the ground on Kyogre pit.
Iya, kapan lagi
Rival
punya
Esports
admin
is
orang
looking scary here. Just imagine if this Mega Gyarados hops into you with a waterfall. The passive ability Intimidate kicks in, and I tell you, Intimidate, once you get damaged by Mega Gyarados, your attack or the opposing Pokemon's attack would be reduced by around 30% for 3 seconds, and that's going to be huge because just imagine if Mega Gyarados touches you, then there's going to be a freeze coming in from the Suicune. It will be hard for you to counterattack later on.
That's what I'm talking about, right? Like, Rival Esports is going all in right now in terms of the damage prowess against that of Onyx Rise. And it would all depend on how Onyx Rise would react against that of Rival Esports, especially when Rival Esports would be putting down the fight against them all day long, even at the early game and up until the last second of this game. Again, currently the score is 1-1, and whoever's going to be winning this match is going to proceed to the next stage of the tournament. Otherwise, if anyone loses this, then they will have to wait until next week to get the redemption.
Yeah, and that's going to be a short amount of preparation, but at the same time, we definitely could scout the teams, because as far as I can tell, there won't be any more changes from this week to last week. So pretty much strategies are going to be the same, unless some strategies are kept hidden. So pretty much it's just a matter of preparation and execution for next week. So again, game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be detrimental for the team who's going to be taking this with an L.
And force the 4 right now. Rival Esports having actually changing up a little bit right now. It is going to be the Magikarp going up top in comparison to Rise's, you know, Magikarp at the bottom half.
Rival
But, you know,
Supporter build, I think is how to put it. Wow. That
let's
was
see.
quick facing though. Quick facing happened to
lu main
Onyx a while
Trio
ago
sama
when
lawan
the
event
ambition
menang
top
siapa? Gue
had.
sih
So
milih DP.
Rival Esports somewhat managed to match that facing as
Tapi
well
sih
at the
match
bottom
early-nya
at a much
memang
more
si
later stage, but at the same
anak si
time
Onyx ya
it would
lagi
give an opportunity for Onyx
lihat
to
ini.
get the wild
Gila,
Pokemon
Tadi game
on
1
their
game 2 sih
side.
jauh sih. Kayak
And here you go, you know, Zero trying to invade a little bit this rival esports because I'm pretty sure they acknowledge the fact that hey, Suicune is here. There's also the Trio right there that could essentially just
ntar bersama Mega ntar mungkin beda
into their
nggak
side,
tahu.
and
Ini
the Scyther and
early-nya bakal
the
ngaruh
Scyther
ntar.
and the Groudon is going to
Ini mereka kalah banget sih.
Masih si
well,
Luna
Fable.
ini banget sih.
There
Ini
is
Zoe
still
namanya.
its healing prowess
Zoe
as
ini
well.
main Koreana berat.
Anjir, dia pakai
Nice.
penguin
Water to
Yugioh.
push down once again. Rival Esports for taking aggressions. But on the other hand, Onyx wants to
Kenapa dia nggak pakai
prioritize on the
yang
safe
sebelum kali ini kayak
place and
nolak atas
sure
gitu.
scores. I think that's how they would put the game
Nggak
plan
ada
right
pakai
now
nolak
because they
atas
know
gitu.
Rival Esports would take some time for them to scale down.
And here you have it. You know, in just a few seconds as well, we're going to be seeing the first set of objectives into our map. Here comes Fly, putting up the first damage, but unfortunately not going to do a lot of damage. And Yang was able to evade that one up. And Paul's going to be taken out as well. And here you go, Cell tries to get away, but unfortunately Yang was going to be able to punish them, steal their buffs as well along with it. Now does have access to 30 points. They need to put in a little bit more points here. Oh, here we go. They need to push away this Vaporeon if they do want to put down this 30 points. But as I say that, it is going to be the Trio that is pushing away the Onyx Rise, allowing them to secure the objective up top. And now it is going to be the Empoleon securing the Regieleki down bottom.
Empoleon trying to push the score, not gonna be quite
Jadi
enough.
Volley Sport ini selalu nggak mikirin poin,
Again from
dia kayak
Onyx
ntar
Rise.
belakangan gitu.
But successful
Gua
defense
ngasih
from Rival
paham,
Esports
gua
is
worry
that
gua
how they
menangin
would put
ini,
it.
gua dapet
Wow.
gitu.
Ya, ini Dewa War ini.
Even when Onyx Rise was able to secure the Regieleki, they're still going to allow them to push
Bagus
down.
gitu, kayak
Especially that they've
Venus
already
Singapura.
destroyed the first Skogul up top as well, being the first one to destroy one in this match. 146 to 79 is going to be the play of the game here. That is the score right now in favor of Onyx Rise. That is like almost half. Almost 50%, even less
Ini padahal belum ada itu ya. Belum
for
ada
Rival
si
Esports, but this is the only time that they have been able to put down the points again. 112 to 147 is going to be the play of the game.
Ooh, Hydro Cannon hit it. A nice freeze. That was a combination that I was looking forward to. Look at that. That's gonna deal a lot of damage later on the side of Onyx because once that freeze comes up and Polio with the Hydro Cannon with a mini stun definitely could set up the play for Onyx.
ini si Ratosnya sudah siap
Oh,
boring.
Luna running, what do you call this?
Kalau tabrak-tabrakan
Yeah,
sih,
running flail. It's not really the usual block and heavy slam. But then again, you know, it still provides a lot of CCs as well if they're running in the yawn as well, you know.
sih tapi
And the
kanannya.
damage
Damager
that the
kan yang
flail
diincar.
gives is just so much.
Go.
Saya cuma
Second
jalan
set
nih.
objective,
Sama
Registeel. This is a much needed
Habis itu
objective for
gampang
both teams. Follow me by eyes has been useful for them to zone out the enemies. And this is just damage, keeps them falling at the side of rival Esports. They take the hit. Yes, they do. And HD is looking for Pokemons to hunt down, show the damage of the Registeel. But Onyx has an answer when it comes to offense. Regieleki, pressure to bottom.
Saling menjaga satu sama lain.
There you go. At the very least, you know, for game number 3, it isn't the rival esports that does have the control over the map, I'd say they have a bit of a
Declan bakal majuin.
equal footing as of the moment in this 4-minute mark into the game, though considerably Onyx Rise still has the lead in terms of points.
There we go, flame sweep on the back. But then again, KO taken down. There's no more damage dealer at the side of rival esports. There goes the fly that track down. Not quite enough to take down KO up against Yemu, and the block would set up the play, but not enough yet. Onyx has needing a damage department, but there goes Askew finally able to respond and take a KO for the team. Not the facing that you would expect, but a safe play coming in from Onyx.
No, I totally agree. Rage Dragon now up into that of the central area, but then they're still not satisfied. They want to get in some information. They're not going to engage, but just go through the tall grass to get some information against that of rival esports, preparing for that upcoming Kyogre fight.
Have to prepare. Unite moves are not available for Gyarados and Talonflame. So Gyarados as much as possible needs it for him to Mega Evolve later.
Ini kalau katanya Memphrea ini,
but there we go.
dia adalah tim yang
as fast as possible.
punya skill tapi nggak punya otak.
One time, Yang. He needs the space.
Kalau yang lawannya skillnya medium, otaknya jalan.
Sonic Rise cannot attack immediately because of the Suicune.
Oh yeah, I mean again, it's just going to put down a lot of damage and it's going to put you down, stuck to the ground as well. If you get a little bit of Emerald Juice Steps getting popped up, we're gonna see the team fight here and not at the Kyogre pit. That goes there goes one, as you have mentioned, they are going to have a hard time with that Suicune, but now that it is out, Rival Esports still answering back. 2-1 is going to be the casualties into this fight as of the moment.
They are rushing Kyogre immediately, but here comes Onyx Rise being able to respond at a quick pace, and they are all up immediately, and they're just getting
there you go.
Onyx Rise takes the last hit, everyone running away, but defenseless goal zone is what Rival Esports has. They want to score, but there goes the counter score. Defense coming in, so we can all the way to the jump.
And there you have it. Rival Esports wants to catch up in terms of points. Would they be able to do so? They still have a minute left, while Suicune is going to be the only one left to defend the score goals. And now at 505, that is still 150 points at least, 153 rather, to catch up against that of Onyx Rise.
Bulldogs Rio doing its job with the ability to score 3 times in a row. But they need a wipe here, that's what they need. But Onyx Rise is making goals one by one at their base, so this is just becoming very difficult for Rival Esports to seal away the game.
Ooh, at least we were able to see Onyx Rise able to adapt against that of Rival Esports, especially in this map. In this first game of the tournament, they were able to wake up and show us what they are capable of. Now at 655 to 552, you might be able to see this gap still get even bigger, but Rival Esports doesn't have a lot of points as of the moment, unfortunately, and they're not going to be able to catch up in terms of points, getting the win into Onyx Rise, and they are going to be the ones proceeding to round number 2. As we have mentioned, they are going to be on a huge deficit if they do lose this, and they are now just showing us that they are going to be retaining their points that they have since day number 2. The score is 767 to 572 in favor of Onyx Rise.
And that is Onyx Rise still dominating ACL Southeast Asia department after taking that win. We might see them be the champions once again, but The road is
Ini kan
not yet
sama
done.
kayak
They
yang
still have
ini
one
kejadian
more
yang
round to
kedua.
compete
Mereka
for
udah
the
menang war
championship.
PDUT, talonnya
And there is
lompat.
going to be another hurdle for them if, or right after we determine who's going to be the winner of game number or match number 2 rather for today. But then again, props to Rival Esports for going head to head. It could have been their match, but not today on a crisis.
Kalau mau dia ini bisa menang gitu di game
And I mean,
game 2
again,
atau game 3 ini sih lebih ke
even with
ya
just
udahlah,
one win for Onyx Rise, they would at least be able to secure, even if they do a worst case scenario, right? They don't win round number 2. At least they wouldn't go down the bottom in terms of points, and they would still have a window. I wouldn't say a huge window to get back up and catch up to some points, but just a window. Not too big of a window, but still a window nonetheless. But of course, on Rise, we are predicting 5 of us, of casters of different languages, are predicting that Onyx Rise is going to be winning the entire day, and surely they did not disappoint, winning this game 2-1 against that of Rival Esports.
Absolutely, but here's the thing, right?
Ini kalau gua pakai
This would give a breathing room as well for all the other teams competing in the tournament because they knew that Rival Esports already dropped in round 1. And every team has a shot, or not every team, rather.
gitu kalau
But
dia
actually, every
ada mega
team, you know,
ya.
even if
Keluarin
you're
terus
sitting
aja,
if you're sitting at the bottom of the
Enggak, padahal dia
standings,
nggak
you can
ngukur.
catch up in the
Last
points
fitnya
of
Talon
Rival
sama last fitnya
Esports is
Kira
around
itu
20
lebih jelas
plus
dapat last
already, because if you're in the champion, you get 20. And let's say,
Gimana?
very
Itu
lowest
kan
part
Talonnya
of the
Talon
standings,
fly.
from 9
Habis
you
dia
get 29, which is
terbang dia
which would
jatuh
overtake
skill
the
satu
position of Rival Esports. So
Kalau orang
definitely,
main Talon ya
this
tahu,
is a huge
anjir,
boost
gimana sih?
morale for the teams who's watching and competing into the stage.
No, yeah, and you know, Onyx Rise is well, they still have some more matches to go through before they can definitely say that they're going to be at the lead in terms of the leader points. But here we have it. You know, that has been game 1. It is the first game of the day, and immediately we went to game
dulu
number
kalau
3.
ngomong nih, ini kan
Yes,
ibaratnya
and definitely
rival ini kan
I'm
kotnya kan
looking
bocil
forward
ya.
and excited for
orang
our
tua
match
diomelin
number
bocil, lu
2
goblok
for
banget.
today. That is going to be made in Thailand versus Full Sense. That's going to be coming up later on.
Kalau
But of
ini
course,
apa?
before that, and
Kalau di
we'll
on
be
kan analis
taking
kan tidak
a short
orang tua
break. So
masih
trainers watching, please don't go away. We'll be
Ya
right
itu
back
kalau
right
ini
after.
soalnya kalau war tadi gue yakin sih kayak menang sih kalau war win itu.
Iya, mending juga mending ini mah aduh anjir. Ini mah kejadiannya sama soalnya kayak lu main sama introvert. Jelas soundnya hidup dia punya unit, dia nongkrong di atas diem. Kayaknya gue yang dapet deh gitu kan. Begitu dilakukan begitu dilihat gak taunya lawan yang dapet ya kan setia. Itu ibaratnya keplesetnya tuh kepleset goblok anjir itu sudah menang war itu paling
Ya udah lihat ya game 1 ya. Game 1 nggak dikasih kesempatan, harusnya kan kayak gini ya. Yang game 2 tuh dia sama, harusnya bisa gitu.
iya lu
Lagi dia
udah
tuh
tahu apa lu udah tahu ada lasitnya masih hidup segitu ya gacanya jangan gacha gitu tuh lu kan berkaca dari game keduanya lu gacha juga lu dapet berapa nomor juga mudahan lah iya bang mereka tuh bener-bener otot lawan otak tuh otak di menang tidak ayo sih manji
Oh, DJP berhenti ke sementara pegawai pajak di Jakut. Waduh, temen gue anak orang DJP juga nih.
iya Jakarta Utara itu dia korupsi 6 miliar salah 6 miliar 6 miliar banyak lah
Dipangkas 75 jadi 15 M per year.
jadi
Ini
orang
kan
pajak
juga Iran juga aksi meluas nih. Iran kayaknya bentar lagi hancur. Pemutusan internet. Udah biasanya kayak gini-gini udah tanda-tanda rusak.
enggak Iran itu soalnya ini apa dia kan krisis air kan airnya kurang ya masa orang suruh minum bensin nggak mungkin ya
Mata uangnya satu.
Iya, rungkat
Terus
gimana?
demo kayaknya sih
Gendut. Bukan gimana nggak rungkat, mereka yang krisis sosial sekarang. Itu begitu airnya bermasalah, makanya negara itu kalau pangan minyak bermasalah pasti rame sih. Ini masalahnya apa? Air, cuk. Air mereka kurang. Nggak ada air, bingung. Kalau
padahal
banyak
kalau diajak pergi ke Iran, gue mau main ke Iran. Ke Pakistan juga mau, gue mah hajikin, ayo.
Loh, anjir, ya lo tahu Iran? Bukan temen gue sih, kenalan gue, supplier gitu. Dia pergi Iran, tinggal ya Allah, bensinnya cuma 2.000, tinggal masuk akal nggak menurut lo?
Ya dia murah.
Udah gitu, mall-mall di sana itu dipikir gara-gara itu negara-negara sanksi ya. Brand-brand gede gitu nggak berani masuk. Cuk, Louis Vuitton, Prada, brand-brand Perancis, Itali. Tanpa iPhone aja ada cuk di situ. Gak lu coba. Negara kaya cuk itu Iran anjir. Disangsi nggak ngefek. Disangsi ratusan sanksi kagak ngefek. Tapi begitu krisis air sudah dekat, nah ini masalah. Begitu krisis jadi masalah lu. Apalagi Venezuela nih, entah lagi nih Venezuela mana. Itu jelas-jelas Venezuela tuh ini sih apa? Inspirasi sih.
Main. Udah cu, lu percuma ngomong Venezuela, kita nggak akan kesana juga.
Enggak, itu konspirasi cok, lu bayangin lah. Teritorial negara dia dimasukin sama ratusan militer.
Ya akan cuman dia doang yang kita ya. Gimana nih?
Ini kalau siapa sih mantul sih?
Lu. Ini suara apa?
Ini kok mantul sih, ini suara siapa tuh? Gak bisa tuh. Iya suara hakikat tuh, ini mantul.
Hakikat
Apa? Suara lu mantul.
Cuman dia doang.
Iya suara hakikat mantul. Lu pakai apa sih? Pakai speaker apa pakai apa sih? Speaker.
Oh, gua juga speaker.
Suara dia
katanya
mantul.
main?
Ini mana? Ayo tuh.
Lobby.
Oh, kurang keren apa ya? Jadi, tapi sekarang dia cuma luka doang.
Kasih di mana?
Luka udah.
Isi mending
Dia
lu
lagi
ini deh. Isi mending lu keluar terus lu masuk lagi deh. Suara gua kok mantul ya tempat lu ya, aneh banget. Teneng.
Terus di mana ini ininya?
ini 34577
Itu lo di WA kocak astagfirullah orang tua tuh.
Dikit kalau disuruh operasi pusing juga dia. Sulit. Nah, ada Vietnam. Wah, pusing tuh.
Ctdt.
Ini udah.
Presiden. Nih.
Di mana?
Gua tulisin. Udah. Stop.
Nah gitu dong.
Orang tua tuh.
King sawit.
Bukan sawit tuh. Gue mau kasih lihat dunia kalau sawit adalah aja pokok.
Anjir itu. Jadi orang-orang main itu di posting Mas Tisu.
mau main di mana nih ada Alroy sama si Ket?
Mana lagi kalau
Bang ya?
Alroy tapi ngilang Alroy. Dia ketiduran sih kayaknya.
gila USD 16.800 naik lagi.
Lu jangan lihat USD lu.
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia. Again, my name is Yugioh together with JJ2, and we saw how game number 1 or match number 1 rather commenced its way by an honest prize, taking the victory 2-1. But right now, it's a different set of teams again. It's going to be full sense going up against Made in Thailand.
Orangnya hakikat mantul sih.
Enggak.
Ya.
Gara-gara lu lot pick up. Nah ini sekarang udah mulai nggak nih?
We've known Made in Thailand to have been flipping, you know, days 1 and day number 2, but then again, it's a different story now, especially with the Kyogre. So that's I wonder how they're going to be changing up their playstyle with Kyogre and Mine, especially that we've seen earlier that hey, it is going to be the team fight that will determine not the flip, but would the team fight will determine whoever's going to be winning matches starting today.
Absolutely, but again, they are sitting as well, both in 4th and 5th place, and they have 20 points in both. So full sense and Made in Thailand, just like what happens to Rival Esports and Onyx Prize, this would be a huge game for them because it will be a total shutdown in the points that they would gain at least for today. Whoever loses, they will drop into the leaderboards. And might I tell you, from the places first to 6th, man, it's just way beyond limits. Like, they have 19 points and above, and every win would be important for them because they need to retain their standings. Because if not, F and Esports and even like I said would catch up later on with them.
And honestly, you know, with those kinds of points as well, unless you are at the top, like maybe 3, right, that is when you can have a little bit of leeway. But if you are down the bottom 4, that is when you actually need to step up. Like right now, there's no window for you to make any mistakes because any mistake will cost you that seeding priority into that of the king of the hill.
Absolutely. Want to sit comfortably as much as possible. So every win is a must. But right now, heading towards game number 1, full sense and Made in Thailand. You mentioned that Made in Thailand plays a lot of flip. But that's not the Kyogre map offers. So is this a downside for Made in Thailand, or they have something in their minds, in their pockets that would make them look so strong? So we'll definitely see later on if that would be the case. But for full sense, overall, they were performing quite great. But Made in Thailand has been a consistent contender for round 2. So maybe with this be a consistency for Made in Thailand or full sense will overtake their position and look actually weakness because the weakness might be the flippy strategy, but Made in Thailand might have something ready.
I want to wait for it, you know. I want to see what they're gonna do or what they're gonna be doing for this match. Again, not as you know, both of them really have been great, especially Full Sense. Full Sense has been quite a surprising team, especially in day number 1. But it's still the change in the map, you know. Like it's both of these teams really, Full Sense and Made in Thailand. Both of these teams relied heavily, I'd say, in terms of flipping, but like it's not, this map is not going to allow them to do so, not anymore at the very least. So it's really going to be surprising how they're going to be changing up to adjust to the current meta that we have here for the Asia Champions League and moving forward as well. It's not just the Asia Champions League.
Yeah, not just that. There's going to be Worlds right after this. So if Kyogre is going to be the name of the game. Yeah, I mean, sure. But we'll see if there will be future changes as well. Who knows? There might be a map rotation or something. You never know, you know. But going back,
Yeah, we might go back to Zapdos, right?
oh, that would be interesting. You get to see Sableye a lot and let me see it again. But yeah, let's focus first on Kyogre here, JJ. The draft has been set in stone for full sense. Pretty much identical on what rival esports was trying to do. I'd have to say that. But Sun's Age with Miraidon, maybe this would be an election trick if they want to imitate the strategies they've seen a while ago.
No, I totally agree as well. I mean, I was about to be surprised as well that if, since they were hovering up into the, the Mega Charizard X earlier, but unfortunately they're not going to go in for that. While, at the same time, you know, like, while Bright Future Major Storm was nerfed, it still did a lot for the team earlier in game number 1. But then again, for Myth here, for Made in Thailand, I'd have to say, they are not lacking in the power department. I really like this composition of Made in Thailand as of the moment.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong as well for them. So it's just the facing that they need. Do not rely on flips, but perform consistency. That is what they need here, JJ, because if they don't, then maybe Full Sense overtakes that weakness that they do have. So it cannot be, it's really hard to say that the weakness can be converted into a strength already if flip is not the ideal setup already here. So Myth, I do believe they have an adjustment, and I cannot wait to see it right now.
Oh, I am the same. I cannot say any more different. And here you go. Full Sense versus Made in Thailand. Game number 1 on day number 3. Here we have it.
We have it. I'm excited to see Glaceon once again back, especially with that Icicle Spear. I mean, if that's going to be the moveset, but I think it will be because it deals a lot of damage, sure hit. You know, it's just a phenomenal attacker. Together with those supporters that they do have, which is the Blissey and Mr. Mime, I do believe that this Glaceon could really step up in the damage department for their team.
Ooh, GSC SCG has been trying to force in that 7 points. Unfortunately, it's not a 7 points is a little bit too much. 6 might be, but 5 is the perfect spot. But 7, you're not going to be able to force that down if you have 2 opponents, you know, attacking you while you try to put that down. But again, you know, it's still a minute left. It's only been a minute rather into the game, so it's not really a lot that's happening right now. So it's they're still trying to take their pretty good time.
There we go, 850. Not much of an ambush. Acrobatics landed into the wild Pokemon instead of the hands of Myth. So I feel like Full Sense just wants to play this one out very safe and get the points they need and the XPs as well. But here comes the engage. I think I'm quite too early on that, but they got punished immediately. SGC hasn't evolved yet. That was a second of a bit delayed. If he evolved at an earlier time, that team fight could have been different.
Oh yeah, but hey, there's still plenty of times for them to catch up right now, and even then, you know, it's not like they have to catch up either because they are still in the lead in comparison to Made in Thailand. And quite unfortunately, despite it only being like 2 minutes into the game, I've been seeing quite a bit of similarities to how Made in Thailand played previously to how they're playing right now. So again, if they are going to be hoping for the flip, they would have to go full sense, if you know what I mean, before they can even get into Kyogre. But even then, even if they do get the Kyogre, it's not really going to provide as much of a prowess or as much of an advantage against them if they do have Full Sense. If they do allow Full Sense to gain and put down a lot more points before the Kyogre.
Just drafting over the points. Gyarados already scaling those attack with stacks that they need. Look at the muddy water again, setting up a lot of distance, but the Glaceon, oh, what a shield! Barely not enough for them to get the KO. The icicle spears were there, but the shield from the Vaporeon was enough for it to sustain the fight.
Ooh, here we go. The current coming in from that off the Gyarados is going to put down the Blissey inside of Made in Thailand and make that too right now with the help of this weekend going to be able to take them out as well. Now it is going to be Mr. Mime and the Blastoise going to try to defend the top half, but you know they already disengage, goes in for the Regice, and there you have it, going to be able to secure that as well for themselves. Unfortunately, not going to be a handshake as nobody's taking down the Regieleki down bottom as of the moment.
Yeah, but you gotta respect the defense as well that's happening at the bottom. But the top, it's going to be a full-blown trade of Pokemon moves. The Flame Sweep has been used. Mr. Mime nowhere to run. And this Charge Beam has been creating the distance for them.
Oh, wow.
For full sense to take out the goal zone.
Here comes the handshake. It is going to be Made in Thailand. It's going to be securing that Regieleki, and at the same time, right, like the utility that this Vaporeon is given, any team that gets it is still a lot. Flip Charge is going to be popped up as well, not gonna, just to seal away some resources. But look at that, not only a pushback but also a little bit of a stun right there, a little bit of knock up rather, as they push them away. Again, even if it did get watered down a bit, get nerfed across the board, it's still powerful as it is, especially in a competitive setting.
Back away. Oh, he's a little bit in danger here. But look at that response from Made in Thailand. Full blow, but the Dragon's Current will be there. Hydro Typhoon to set up the crowd control as well. SCG running away. Gets the Citrus Berry for regain. But no one is answering for the call. But still gets the 2 KOs. Making 3.
4.
What a clutch performance. That was 4. No one was there.
SCG. I think we have been butchering his name, you know what I mean? But it doesn't matter because they are butchering Made in Thailand.
Absolutely phenomenal execution. Just imagine, it was just 1 against 4 and managed to win it right after the reinforcements came in. So this will give them a lot of breathing room because the level has stacked. Objectives wide open, wild Pokemon's open as well. What more can Full Sense ask?
And this is what I'm talking about. Made in Thailand has played similarly to how they played on the Groudon, right? And if they are going to hope for the flip, then they're going to have a hard time, especially now that they're already having a hard time going up against Full Sense, even when it's only the Gyarados. What more if it's a full-fledged team fight?
It's going to be hard for them. They need something. They need a fight that they would win before the final stretch for them to get the XPs that they need. And it's just the Glaceon that would do the damage for them. But what if there's a Vaporeon tanking every damage? This is not the ideal setup for Myth.
Oh yeah, look at this though. Already 3 level 12s into the side of Full Sense as well. That is such a huge power spike. No, make that level 13 for Full Sense. That is the Gyarados SGC. Yes. Yeah. Yes. It's still quite a mouthful, but nonetheless, what's another mouthful here is going to be Full Sense bringing about a turnabout into that of Made in Thailand with just a minute left before the Kyogre comes out. And look at this right now, 1v2, Mr. Mime trying to put down some points still, but it's just going to, oh wow, that is just going to delay the inevitable, which is its downfall right now, as you can see right there.
And this is quite scary for Made in Thailand. Yes, they do have a level 13, but it is an attacker. What if the attacker gets taken out? Who would be the next power spiker for the team? That's the biggest question.
That is the Blaziken, you know? Yeah, that is a Blaziken, but even then, Full Sense does have a lot of crowd control as of the moment that can essentially withstand the attacks of both of these Glacian and the Blaziken. Level 14 right now.
Oh, it's going to be hard. Ooh, there goes the Blitz Assistance.
Blitz Assistance.
Stage. The barriers have been used already in
Charge Beam.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon. No follow-up though.
They get Talon Flame out of the picture. Money.
Oh, Vaporeon's down.
Distance. Right Future Meteor Storm on the other side as well. Made in Thailand.
Oh, but they are low. They are low.
Gyarados still up. SGC.
They are low.
Oh, that was too strong. The last hit goes to Made in Thailand still, but notice are still up for him to defend. And the others as well. They still have an ample time. Defenseless Gozo would mean nothing. Made in Thailand. Time is running out. 30 seconds left for the defenseless Gozo.
Man, I have been proving wrong here by Made in Thailand that they might not be able to go in for the flip, but they didn't go for the flip. I will not say that, but instead they were ready up into that team fight, and they were able to take down a lot into the side of Full Sense. Quite unfortunately, they also lost a lot, and SGC was able to deal out a lot, bringing down along with them. And just like this, 181 to 160, if this is still going to be quite very close of a match, but here comes Budok. Budok at 68. There we go. 68 points. Oh, 48.
There's a 90. 90 up
There's
top.
a 90 up top. But it's not going to be enough. Not going to be enough though. But it is going to be the Talon Flame. It's going to be quick enough to put down another points here. Oh, but never mind. They actually went down. But the Gyarados down bottom. Gyarados. 3 seconds. Oh, 18. There's 18. Is that enough? And another 2. There's another 2.
I think that's enough.
Was it enough?
I think it was. It was.
There you go.
It was.
Wow. Full Sense. SG. Okay, I think, and I think you'll agree as well. SCG is the MVP of the game.
Absolutely.
Absolute beast.
Wow, he was doing everything. Damage, objective.
I mean, look at that. So,
scoring.
80k damage, 58k damage taken, and 40k recovery. As you have mentioned, they have been doing everything, dude. They're doing the defense, they're doing the healing, they're doing the damage. It's a one-man team. You know what I mean? It's a one-man team.
Man, this guy is too good. He deserves the crown for game 1. And this is actually scary if he gets the Mega Gyarados in his hand.
That's true.
Man, the impact would have been so great if that was a Mega, but here's the thing, it was a jump scare as well for Full Sense. The Suicune. Nagisa advanced too much in the bottom path that gave Myth a vision on what to execute. They could have just gone for a defense out there, just waited out and defend everything.
And here's the thing as well, they didn't even really need the Suicune. Just the the Miraidon alone is so much and enough of a backup against that of with that of the Gyarados, that it's just providing them so much support. That Suicune is just providing them so much support to allow them to deal out and output so much damage against Made in Thailand. But look at that, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? After the Hydro Typhoon, there was no immediate follow-up from that of Made in Thailand. They would have been able to maybe take them all out, but this was the moment that they were all low, that SGC was able to deliver the final blow into the side of Made in Thailand. They're not going down without taking anyone along with them.
Yeah, and I do love as well at the side of Made in Thailand how they piloted that last team fight on the Coyote pit, because they managed to make their opponents counter away. And right after that, they did not go for the KO, but instead they did go for the Kyogre immediately, and there was just someone with them trying to deal a bit of a damage and eventually get the KOs that they need. So it's just a matter of pushing away your teammates, get the objective, and everything is set in stone. It could have been. That was actually a 50-50. I wouldn't say it could have been a 50-50. That was actually a 50-50 for them that they did, and luckily they got the Kyogre, but not quite enough for them to take the win.
And I mean, again, with the Kyogre, you don't really get the unstoppable buff anymore, which allowed them to just, hey, I'll do you one attack, and you'll immediately stop. And again, that's why we have been saying that getting in the Kyogre buff doesn't really constitute to you getting that 90% win rate, not with this kind of buff. And it just basically punishes teams, and not just those teams that are playing here, but everyone who are relying heavily into flips. And we saw what happened if you do get in the flip. Still, props to Made in Thailand, they made it. They made what do you call this? Full Sense make a run for their money, especially that kind of team fight, and they were already in the lead. Unfortunately, not quite of a follow-up for them, but maybe this time they would have enough to catch up.
Almost, but not quite enough. But can they make the perfect flip run going to game number 2? But for sure, they wouldn't want to go for the flip again because they already saw the results of doing flips. There has to be a big action, but are they ready for an immediate action after that game?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be. That's gonna be the question for the entire thing here, for the entire game for Made in Thailand, right? Would they? So there's 2 objectives that they need to meet here. One is, would they be ready for team fights? And if they are, and if they do last a long team fight, would they be able to do a follow-up? Because the thing is, if they don't have the follow-up as well, or I mean, we saw what happened last game, they might have been ready for team fights, but if there was just a little bit of prolonged team fights, they are already in the low, right? That Full Sense just punishes them for it. So the question is, would they be able to finally go in for the team fight? Okay, go in for the team fight and last enough that they would be able to take down the damage of Full Sense. Though I have to say though, this is a very good target pick here, a target ban here from Made in Thailand. Target banning the Vaporeon and of course the what do you call this? The Gyarados. But either side of Full Sense, they were going to be banning the Mega Gyarados as well.
Yeah, I think if you don't want your opponent to use it and can't use it, just take it away, you know. So that made the room for Mewtwo X to be open. And Full Sense does really get that no thinking, not thinking hesitant. And I do have the confidence as well. They do have a Snorlax as well available. Probably would go for the Heavy Slam ideally, but could go for the flip, I guess. But ideally Heavy Slam for now is what they're showing. But Glaceon is back. Nothing's wrong with the Glaceon, and I do love that they retained it into their roster because it has been the damage dealer of their team. So pretty much when it comes to consistency, Made in Thailand does need it.
Already to the Mega Mewtwo Y. They
Mewtwo definitely too, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that is
Gini nggak sih? Ganggu aja di support.
okay. Look, man, they don't really need a backlane attacker anymore because they do have the Mega Mewtwo Y. But
Ting, si
would they
Angga mau ngasih lihat
play?
lu, Ting.
You know, would they
Si
play the
pemain
Mew? You know what I
Greninja.
mean? Complete the trio. You know what I mean?
Mew, you know, Mew? I mean, yeah, sure, possible.
You know. Obviously, they won't. I don't think they would.
Yeah,
But it would be fun though. But it would be fun though.
I might tell you, this is a tournament.
Ooh.
What if? What do you think? What if? You know what I'm saying? Come on, Full Sense. Do you hear us?
Full Sense, okay. I mean, understandable. Going in for the Talon Flame, they do want the burst damage, especially that one of the what's going to be one of the biggest problem for them? Oh, look at the background.
Yeah.
What's going to be the biggest problem here for Full Sense would definitely be that the Glaceon. Honestly, it's definitely just the Glaceon, because the Blissey, sure, there might be some egg bombs here and there, but if there's nobody going to do a follow-up after the Hydro Typhoon or maybe Showtime, there wouldn't be enough damage for Made in Thailand. So the moment that they get in, a marker as gets in the fly, gets in the burst damage into that of the Glaceon, or maybe even the Blaziken, like, because Blaziken stays in one place anyway, especially when using Overheat. After getting in that Overheat, that fly burst of damage, better if they can take them down, put down to the both of them at the same time. There's no more damage coming from Made in Thailand and Full Sense, and make full sense of that.
Yeah, and I mean, Full Sense does have a lot of backup, you know what I'm saying? So this is going to be, I mean, yeah, sure, I think it's one of the secondary idea lineup for Made in Thailand, but it's just Glaceon at the end of the day, so that's quite concerning for their team at least, but Full Sense has a better chances of winning the whole thing in this matchup.
And here you go. Game number 2. Made in Thailand versus Full Sense. Full Sense currently in the lead at 1 point, making use of double Mew. Get it? Double.
Yeah, double Mew, Mewtwo. Unless you say Mew, that's not how it goes.
No, man, that's no.
No. But hey,
No.
Mewtwo, one pass? Okay. I'm not quite. Is this going to be a supporter Mewtwo X? That's how I see it, because you can pull down your opponent. So I think that's going to be the game plan at least. But Made in Thailand gets the first KO out of it. Actually, yeah, they do.
No, it's kind of weird to see Mega Mewtwo X as acting as a supporter, because you'd think that it's the other way around, right? Like, sure, we might have some damage coming from that of the Mega Mewtwo Y, but the thing is, the damage output of Mega Mewtwo X is not really the same anymore as when it was first released, maybe the first few patches upon its release. And as you have mentioned, with its hook, pulling you with the side shock, there you go.
Yeah, side shock.
Side shock is going to provide a bit of a mobility, support into that little team. And Mega Mewtwo Y doesn't even need to go in along with it could act in as some sort of defender as well, along with the Snorlax being a bruiser and all. Here comes the fly! Oh, that's what I was talking about, dude. That's what I was talking about. All it needs is its oh, there you go. There's a 2 KO. Just a burst of a damage is all it needs. And here you go, another one goes down. That is the Glaceon and the Blissey. That's 4 down into the side of Made in Thailand. Beautiful stuff coming in from Marco S. That's what I was talking about. All they need to take down, the Blaziken, well, currently a Combusken, and the Glaceon, and all damage goes down.
And that's so scary once this Talonflame gets ahead in the XP department, because if you're out leveled, definitely you'll have to say bye-bye and go to the Pokemon Center after getting hit by the fly, and the flame charge is what he has been using right now, so definitely a difficult time here. But Made in Thailand ready for the defense, interrupted overheat with the block. That's how you do it. I'm Hong, definitely the MVP of the team fight out there. Phenomenal execution.
Oh wow, and here you go, Glaceon with Glacial Stage. Gonna be able to take down the Snorlax, sure, but here comes the damage as well. They're just waiting for a fly to get back up. And the follow-up right there, very sad, is going to be taken down as well. Mark God as gets in the eject button, but they're going to be able to fly away. They baited down the eject button of Z.
Man, that was perfectly timed. That was beautiful. And the eject button takes some time for it to be back online. So definitely overheat eject button won't be available for quite a while. And that's going to be good, especially that Regieleki is what they need to secure.
Yep, sirree, and there you have it, full sense. It's going to be able to secure their Regieleki for themselves. They are now once again ready to finally put down a score goal. It's quite interesting as well. I have just noticed that it's already almost 5-minute mark and no score goal has been destroyed as of yet. Never mind, as I say that, there goes the first score goal down the bottom.
Yeah, Full Sense is just doing the works of wonders, providing a lot of pressure. There's just no opportunity for the Blaziken to do the damage with the overheat because this man, Mark God S, has been doing the knockouts bit by bit and so quick.
Ooh, here it comes. Hong gets in the fly. Mark God S, Glacial Sage into the Paranap is going to be the combo here. Mark God S still alive for another day. Nautiza is going to be able to get away, but here comes the Lapras. Lapras just buying in a little bit of a time here, making sure that Nautiza is going to be able to survive. Yes, they did. And here comes the Express going back, wanting to sandwich them. Here comes a knockup. Unfortunately, not going to be a lot here. Red Jice going to be up here. And here comes the damage. Here comes the Unite move as well. Going to be able to secure that Red Jice into the side of Made in Thailand. Going to be able to secure that Snorlax as well. Double KO Hydro Typhoon. Unfortunately, no more follow-up into the side of Full Sense that they are just allowed to put down a lot of points into that top pad, but not enough to destroy that. Because a Flame Sweep as well, going to be able to secure it. Finally, Mark God going to be able to take down that Blissey. But here comes the Blaziken. Blaziken having a little bit of a hard time here to get away from Hong. And there you have it, Lapras securing the KO into that of the Blaziken sorry, the Blastoise rather. And there you have it, Z going to be able to take down the Snorlax, and SGC is currently down low.
Down low, have to back away as much as possible. But the birds are available for free. You have to take it as quick as possible. Do not let Myth get ahead of it. And I feel like the reason why Full Sense is pretty much ahead in this matchup is because when Myth takes a knockout, it is always the defender, always the supporter of the team, and they're trapped out with a fly, takes the last hit on the Regieleki. Pressure continues, takes out the Blastoise, and Myth is forced to go back to the base.
You know, I think at this point, I do hope as well that Made in Thailand has already seen one of their winning plays, their win cons here for against that of Full Sense, and that is to basically just break them down. You know, just break them down. What do you call this? One by one. Make themselves scatter themselves, take them down one by one, and from there they're going to be able to win because you saw what happened in the last team fight. They were able to take them out one by one, but never together. So if they can do that on the boss fight later at the Groudon pit, sorry, not the Groudon, but rather the Kyogre pit, then I think they would have a very high chance of taking the Kyogre for themselves and essentially wiping out Full Sense as well. But obviously, I'm pretty sure that Full Sense is not going to let that happen. Not this time, not a 2-minute fight.
That's what you expect. But again, clean up on the objective before Regice. It's actually great for Full Sense. I mean, it's not that big, right? It's not that big if that's a Regice, but in this kind of gameplay, this kind of patch, Kyogre, I think a Regice would be beneficial for you in order for your team to prolong the team fight as much as possible. But Myth
survive more, longer.
They are aggressing. Rapid spin, look at the HP burn down on the Blastoise halfway already. But he's inside the pit, infinite twice! Because 2 Mewtwo's are available! Hydro Pop all the way, there goes the damages. 1:1 is going to be the name of the game. Rapid spin, once again the fly, gonna drop, gets the KO once again. 3 members left remaining Thailand. There goes the tanking that's gonna happen.
Another fly!
Drop down, wants to go away, luring down Made in Thailand in order for them to get away into Kyogre.
That's what I was talking about. They were able to, you know, because they were able to search it and they much as possible to make sure that they are scattered away. But here it comes, maybe Thailand securing the Kyogre for the second time in this game, in this match rather, and they're gonna be able to secure themselves some points. But unfortunately, it's still not gonna be enough of points. Sunsage is buying so much time, that Myth made in Thailand after taking the Kyogre was not able to put down the points. The vision, the goal was nowhere in sight for them. They focused on the wrong thing.
But Made in Thailand,
They were able to put in some points.
Lead.
There you go. Oh man, I think they got a little bit too excited into taking out some of the members of Full Stance and taking out the Kyogre for themselves as well, that they got a little bit sidetracked after taking in the Kyogre. Fortunately for them, the Kyogre countdown from that of the goal zones is still up there, and they were able to still put down their scores because Sunsage was just literally ready to go down, just buying some time, making sure that everyone can essentially just waiting for everyone else to go back from the Pokemon Center and defend their score goals.
Almost close call for Made in Thailand, but they made it work, forcing it to a game number 3. But again, man, they just make Flip work for some reason, and this is how you look up to Made in Thailand, but it does not work every time again. So would this one work to game number 3? I'm not quite sure about that, JJ.
I don't know, man. Like again, as I mentioned, Made in Thailand. It's congrats with them getting game number 2. But then again, they need to recognize their win cons. They need to recognize their objectives, and they need to focus on that one thing, because just a little bit of a distraction is getting them. As we've seen earlier, this is a team fight. They're going to be able to take down a lot of the side of Full Sense. They're going to be able to take down the Kyogre as well. But the moment that they saw, hey, you know what, we still haven't swept them up, right? Despite them already taking the ground, the Kyogre, they could have already put down the score and allowed them to get in a little bit more breathing room for themselves. But they made it a little bit risky by focusing into Sunsage, which is essentially just buying in some time. And look at that right now. Wow. It was very, very close. Very close that Full Sense was almost able to take that win away from them.
Man, almost, but it's not yet done. Second, third game of the day. Are we going game number 3 for all the series that we do have? Well,
wow.
Yes, because we want more action, you know what I'm saying? But it would create a toll on the players as well, because as much as possible, they need the rest. But if they play more games, then definitely that will somehow put down their own stamina and composure in their future games. But I mean, yeah, for sure, if you win, it will be a tougher road, but if you lose, definitely you have to wait for next week. But again, you want to finish this as much as possible if you're a team competing here. So definitely this game number 3 will dictate it all, because it is just a best of 3 series.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, single eliminations. If you do lose here, you have to wait for the next day, which is next week, as Yusuf mentioned here. So It's all up to Made in Thailand if they do want to still, well, get into this day, still want to play more games, head into game. I just realized as well, whoever's going to be winning this match is going up against Onyx. Of all the teams in the tournament, is going up against Onyx. So if both of these teams are already having a hard time against each other, and there's still a wall up there waiting for them.
I'll look up like that. Oh, it's Onyx. Just the number
Yeah,
number two.
You know, like William Defoe. You know that meme. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's up there. You know, like Onyx is up there. So just waiting for them, and it's not. You know, like winning this round is still a punishment for whoever wins this match, unfortunately. But yeah, you know, we'll focus on that later on once we get into that stage of the tournament. But right now, we're just waiting for the third match, the third lobby to be ready up, so that we can immediately hop into that match rather. And again, as we have mentioned, for those who have not yet and is still playing competitively. The registrations for winter tournament is already up, and the qualifier is going to be starting on February 1st, and the playoffs is going to happen on the February 7th and 8th.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the winter tournament as well because I do have my, one of my friends out there going to be competing in Pac West. So,
Is that me? No. Okay.
Are you going to compete?
I'm not answering that. I'm not answering that. You know what I mean?
Well, if the people do not see us in the caster's desk, well, they gotta think. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Oh man, yeah. It's
Well,
you'll just again. I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like it's destiny that I'm here, you know, like that I'm behind the caster's desk because if I do compete, you know,
it's the fate that Arceus gave you, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not like playing competitively anymore. You know what I mean? Like, because if I do, it's everything, the ecosystem is gonna get disrupted. You know what I mean?
I get you. I hear you. But water types are always banned. What do you think of water types?
Well, beforehand we saw how great it has been doing a lot of utility, but while they have banned Mega Gyarados as well, Gyarados is still open. You know what I mean? And into the hands of Full Sense, it's going to be quite detrimental instead of Made in Thailand. But no, they're going to be going back to what they used last time. It's going to be the Mega Mewtwo X. And this time, SCG SGC is going to be playing, or at least they have chosen Blaziken. Maybe we might be able to see the Gyarados again, maybe not. But with this kind of composition as of the moment, they are already bulky enough. They just need some sort of a backlane attacker, I'd say. It might be coming in the form of the Glaceon, I'm not sure.
Crosser?
In this economy,
Come on, lock it in, Amha.
this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing the Crustle in this tournament series thus far. Ooh, the Gengar. Oh, hey man, we're going back to year one.
Yeah, right.
We're going back to year one, maybe year two, but year one with Full Sense. Oh man, this is nostalgic, dude. This is nostalgic.
Yeah, right. I know what you mean. I was about to say, remember the times, at least for Philippine region, Crosser with Shell Smash and X Scissor is being piloted a lot, not just by all players,
Yeah.
but I think the most iconic one was LeBron. You know LeBron, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Man. Oh, sorry. I was I kept on saying Gyarados is still open for inside of Full Sense, but no, they.
It's a match card.
It's the sorry, the background is just. I was full with the background. I was thinking, hey, you know what, Gyarados is not up there, but there is the background for the Gyarados going into the side of Made in Thailand, as it wasn't into the side of Full Sense. But again, you know, with this kind of composition into the side of Full Sense, they are ready for some action. But for Made in Thailand, they still need to get their power spikes in comparison to Full Sense, where they just need to control the game. And once they do, it's, well, they just have to maintain it until the end of the game.
I'm quite curious. What would be the moveset for the Vanguard? I'm thinking. But traditionally, it would be the
Sludge Bomb.
Sludge
Yeah.
Bomb and Hex, right? Yeah, I think Hex would be the name of the game. If they want to prioritize taking down Radiant, because Radiant would be the heavy hitter of maybe Thailand. So yeah, I think Hex is the ideal up until this point.
I don't know, man. I mean, they do have the Crustle, the Mega Mew X, the Blaziken, and the Blasters to deal with any of the bruisers and any of the defenders in the side of Made in Thailand. So I think it's, I mean, just for me, I think it would make more sense for them to go in for the Sludge Bomb Dream Eater in comparison to Hex. I mean, it can take out a lot into the side of Made in Thailand. It's because if we're gonna go in for Hex, right? It's and only going to be targeting the Cypher. I think it's leaving a lot of opportunities for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think, as far as I know, in the overall damage department, I think Dream Eater deals more, unless you could do the unlimited Hex. So the same is really possible in terms of damage. Yes, sure, go Dream Eater. So I'm just quite curious. We'll just have to see that one later on. But in the sidelines, the Snorlax was knocked out. That's due actually at the side of Full Sense. It was a great start, but there has been a handshake here at top.
And here we have it. You know, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Made in Thailand is making sure that they get their power spikes as early as possible, and at the same time, they're controlling the game, which is actually a huge props to Made in Thailand, honestly, because they need to maintain this up until the late game, because once Full Sense gets their own power spikes, they're going to have a hard time.
Yeah, it's all about being consistent. Consistency is what they need, and I'm actually loving Made in Thailand right now. Look at how
wow.
Quite different from games number 1 and 2. It seems like a switch of persona. That's how I would say it, because like Full Sense was playing as Myth right now, and Myth is playing as Full Sense right now. That's how I see the game.
There you go, Sludge Bomb. Yeah, Sludge Bomb's gonna be the play of the game here. It's not gonna be like putting down the damage. I mean, we saw how much of a damage that was as well, which is going to be a lot as well into the rest of the into that of the rest of the team as well. So it's gonna be a source from Hex, and that puts down a bit of an AoE as well if they are within radius of its attack.
There we go. It's going to be a Hex here, JJ. So yeah, pretty much efficient. As long as you poison in everyone with the Sludge Bomb, you can technically do Hex Unlimited. So that's how I put it. And right now, Registeel will be in the hands of Made in Thailand. That's a great execution for them. And they could do a wipe here if they want to, pushing down the limits of Full Sense. There we go. There go the goals, man. This is a different Made in Thailand. They are scary in Game 3.
No, man, I don't think they're called Made in Thailand anymore. I think they're made in Bangkok. You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's not much difference, but like, it's a different persona. You know what I mean? But it's still in Thailand.
It's in Thailand.
But a different persona. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're just being specific here, man. Come on. Oh, look at that. Look at that damage. Can they do it? Mega Mew 2X. Claudia was put down, but nice block as well. They're not going to be chasing it. Oh, look at that. The gluttony taking into effect. Gets a huge amount of HP after taking the Citrus Berry.
And here you go. Full Sense gets in a little bit of a team, a handshake rather. Gonna be secure the Reggie Lucky down bottom. And Mudok tries to get away. Dragon Cat? No, not quite.
Okay. It was a small current indeed. Look at that. Ooh, not quite enough damage, but look at
There you go.
doing the flail. That's
Green illusion dive.
Trade, Hydro Typhoon. Look at the green illusion dive as well.
Not enough.
Spawning in full sense. Maybe Thailand, I think.
The Mewtwo.
Overconfident. And look at Sun Sage taking it one by one. Can he go for another? I think not.
No, man. SGC. It had a difference in of objective. I mean, they would have been able to put in the score while double teaming the Lapras as well. Taking out the Lapras and then getting the score. I think they have ample enough time to do both, but they decided to just, hey, you know what? Take your time. I'm just going to get in the Lapras. You go in for the score. Maybe they still need a sack. I don't know.
Maybe they do that. I mean, that's a possibility. Oh, Rock Tomb? Not gonna be quite of an impact out there. So Rock Tomb and X Scissor, so it's just jailing out your opponent. That's the name of the game for Hong. But look at that. I cannot feel the damage for now of full sense because everyone is still thick. But there goes the Infinite Cyber doing some damage, but not the crowd control that they want to. They're gonna push them away. Overheat was eject button. Hydro Typhoon invested already. But this is just made in Thailand. They know they have the base advantage. And they are trying to go for the KOs. But Nautiza takes them away from the goal with his Hydro Pump. But not enough yet.
Oh man, here goes. Green illusion dive again into Sunsage. Sunsage is gonna be taken out. Here comes the double hit as well from Lady just to get away. And I think they're gonna be able to secure this Reggie Lucky as well. Yes, they did. And Nautiza, unfortunately, going to stuck themselves down bottom, allowing Made in Thailand to make them, to put them down rather. And look at this right now. Russell Rumble is gonna be popped up right now. Rumble is gonna be popped up right now just to be able to survive. Gonna be able to take down 2 in the process into the side of Made in Thailand. But is that enough right now for them? Because Made in Thailand definitely is on the lead right now, not only in terms of points but also on team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of everything is how I put it. But this 10 seconds left on the last objective would definitely help Full Sense if they take this, no matter what it is. I mean, so it's going to be a Reggie Rock. They need it.
They need it. You know, if Made in Thailand secures this, they are going to be hard. It's going to be ready for the KO.
There it goes. Hex.
Oh, wow.
Maximization of Hex. They know
Power Nap
is poisoned.
Power Nap immediately, not even the actual team fight before the Kyogre. That's quite unfortunate. But getting KO'd only means that they are going to be able to recover like what, 25-30% of their Unite move charge. But at least it's better than nothing. If they can get in some assists and KOs at this Kyogre fight, I think they would be able to get it as early as they can.
Question is, will Full Sense let that happen? I'm not quite sure. Hong uses the first Rock Tomb. They are putting a huge amount of pressure on the defender for it to retreat back. So huge props to Made in Thailand coming up with that plan. Hong uses X Scissor, Infinite Cyber, and use at the side of Made in Thailand.
But they are low.
Dragon's Current.
Made in Thailand is low, dude.
Nautiza climb up all the way to the sky. There goes the waterfall. Hydro
Typhoon
already.
3 down.
Made in Thailand falling down 1 by 1. 1 HP for the Mewtwo. He has to run away, but the Crosso keeps on chasing him back. There's no way already for them to take it. Full Sense.
Team White.
The score.
Yeah, they have to score. Yes, they do. Yes, they do have to score, and they did score, man.
Phenomenal, man. This is just one of a game for them. But again, just like what you said, whoever wins this, they have another obstacle later on, which is Onyx. But 30 seconds, this is not yet done.
Yeah, it
Maybe.
could still be anyone's game. All they need to do is have one sneaky peeky, and that's going to be the Scyther down bottom. But not going to be enough though. Not oh, never mind. There you go. Putting in 511 right now to 267, 273 is going to be the play here. It's not going to be enough of points to catch up, but honestly, I think, and I think that this really could have been made in Thailand's game.
Yeah. Like, it's just weird to think of. Like, first two games were actually... It looked like it was a game already for full sense, but when we watched game number 3, we thought it was made in Thailand, but it's the other way around. So this really goes to show that, you know, Flip is not the ideal setup or strategy already. So I think that's a wake-up call for Myth and every other teams competing here in ACL, because again, Kyogre has a different kit. It's not the same as Rayquaza, so definitely have to watch out for that one in the future games.
I'm not entirely sure that they went in for the flip either, at least for game number 3. But like, you saw how Made in Thailand was able to control the game, control the team fight as well, and everything else before the final team fight, it was all their game. I think you can agree with me on this.
Yeah,
it really seemed as if it was already their game, but what happened was at the final, at the last team fight, they weren't sure who to target first, and that led to their demise into that last team fight.
Could have been their game.
Yeah. I mean, especially as well that they were going in damaged, you know, going into the team fight damage very low, and essentially just went and walked straight to their demise. I was also going to say that, especially Hong, with that of the rock tomb, it wasn't really, for the most part, it wasn't really helping the team. Yeah. Instead, it was actually putting them at a disadvantage.
Yeah, but it did quite, at least for some, maybe at the last 2 minutes, I think it did help them for a time, but like the overall impact was not
felt.
Much.
Yeah,
right. So I think that's one of the reasons as well why we saw Made in Thailand was able to get a grasp on how to control the game, because maybe they somehow figured out that I'm Hong was not a discomfort.
No, yeah, I mean, look at this. Rainy gonna be taken out here. Zeke was able to get away as well. This was like a minute left, and the power nap as well before the Kyogre was quite questionable. And look at this, they were essentially just taken out. They didn't know who to target. They went inside all of them except for the final Mewtwo here into the side of Made in Thailand. It was the only one that wasn't hit by the Infinite Cyber. Well, it got hit obviously by the Infinite Cyber, but like of the Hydro Typhoon, which essentially guarantees the hit of the Infinite Cyber.
Yeah, and overall, it was a phenomenal matchup that we saw here for both of the teams, Made in Thailand in full sense. But at the end of the day, it's going to be in full sense taking the victory, and the road doesn't end there because they have Onyx waiting for them later on. But of course, it would not happen immediately because we have a third matchup. It's going to be Korea, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be T1 and FN Esports. That's coming up next.
Oh, that's gonna go hard, bro. That's going to be a hard match to watch out for. And immediately after that, obviously we still have Evos and of course Nemesis for our round number 1. But before we head into that, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, make sure you get your drinks, get your snacks, because we'll be right back in just a short bit after this one. See you in a bit. ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. My name is JJ, and with me still is Pika Yules, and we're still going to be your casters going into game number 3. Again, still at round number 1 for our day number 3 of the single elimination matches.
Yeah, it's going to be T1 up against FN Esports. FN Esports, they're not sitting comfortably with their current standing here with only having 9 points. But on the other hand, T1 is currently standing at rank number 3, and we all know that they were able to be one of the top performing teams out here by getting a championship already, at least for day number 1. But you know, day number 2 was not really their day because they were able to go up against Onyx immediately, but it's a different story right now. Maybe we can see a rematch of T1 and Onyx, but they'd have to get passed by their brothers, which is FN Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean, going into this T1 and FN Esports, it's going to do a lot. Oh man, I don't know, man. Like this is one of the matches of the day that is going to give us so much of a heavy hitting match. I don't think we're gonna head into game number 3 this turn. I think we're only gonna be seeing game number 2, but whoever gets in game number 1, I have to say, is going to bring that momentum, that morale until game number 2.
Absolutely, and hey man, I believe that all of us, or a majority of the fans out there, the casters, all have the same mindset that T1 is going to be winning this because of their win rate, and it's going to be Komi with the top 3 Pokemon spec that he used. That, well, for sure you would believe it's going to be T1, but never take a joke for FN Esports, because last year those folks came in from 8th place to being the champion of Southeast Asia, so never take a joke for FN Esports. Right now we do have Subak here, probably one of their best players as well. Has been using a lot of Mega Charizard X during day number 2 and 1. But we haven't seen Mega Charizard X yet, at least for today, simply because of the adjustments, I think, but there's just a lot of options when it comes to all-rounder and similar tactics or similar archetypes, just like Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I don't know what I mean, you know? I don't know what I mean.
You were about to say something and then
it just went out, you know what I mean?
But I hear you, man.
It just flipped turn, dude.
Just like when you got Rayquaza and then then the other team's gonna be scoring a hundo on you.
Speaking of which, though, here are gonna be our first set of bans for round number 1. Still the round number 1, match number 3.
First round 3, game 1. Oh.
Yeah, it's the first round, game number 3. Match number 3, game number 1. Right?
There we go.
Yeah.
Wait, I was actually confused as well.
First round, match number 3, game 1. There you go. Anyway,
water type's so strong, man.
going back, it's I know. Going back, it's a Mega Lucario, the Miraidon, the Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo Y, Vaporeon, Mega Gyarados, and the Blastoise is gonna be banned out for this match, for this game, rather, game number 1. And we're going to see the Mega Mewtwo X once again, but into the side of FN Esports is going to be the Gyarados, the regular one, and of course the Clefable for some sustain. But T1 answering back with their own attackers and defender.
I mean, T1 is really looking solid already here. They have 2 all-rounders and 1 defender. Definitely in the sustain department, so it's kind of scary. But I think they do need an attacker here for T1. They cannot rely heavily on Mule and Pisterio later on to do the damages. So I think maybe 1 all-rounder would do again, but I think attacker is much more in the comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Water Bear, I think, would be a great pick for this kind of lineup. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I do agree, but I think Lucario is a great pick as well. it's a matter of self-sustaining that I see here with Team 1, and Call Me could be a great backup as well on the backline. But they would have to heavily rely on this Snorlax to defend them. I mean, yeah, sure, you don't have to defend them using X or a Lucario, but yeah, overall, he has to take all the damages in order for his teammates to do the maximum capabilities. But on the other side, FN Esports has a reliable Clefable, so they need to take out Clefable as fast as they can. But there's going to be a Lapras and an Aegislash who's going to be defending that huge healings that Clefable can offer.
No, yeah, I mean, it's into the side of FN Esports. I think they are a little bit into the squishier side, especially with the what do you call this, with that of the Espeon and the Aegislash. But you know, like, nonetheless, right? Like the damage output of FN Esports is definitely going to be huge. They would have more of a self-sustain as well compared to T1, but the damage of T1 here is also going to be huge. And that's why I said, you know, like, they might not have the most balanced, both of these teams might not have the most balanced composition, but in terms of team fights, both of them will always going to be ready. And whoever's going to be winning this game number 1 in this matchup, again, I think is going to have a high chance of winning game number 2 as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, whoever gets the first game definitely would have a big momentum, huge confidence, and, you know, just a composure overall. So I highly agree on what you said, since I do believe that both teams have an identical playstyle because they're from the same region and they've been playing a lot together, that's for sure. So yeah, whoever gets the first game has a high chance they would get the series as well. But I think T1 wants to make this a quick one by doing an aggression, but Hojun doesn't have enough backup. I'm not quite sure what's the tactic, but I think they were just offering a space for always to get those wild Pokemons and evolve immediately into a Gyarados.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's that's one of the biggest things that they really need, because if they cannot get this Gyarados up and running as soon as possible, they're going to have a deficit in the terms of the attack prowess department. And just like that, as I'm saying, T1 recognizes this and knows this, that they have to maintain the lead from the early game up until the late game, because if they do give them a bit of a breathing room, then, you know, they would still be able to get in their lead, but at the very least give them more of a lead of an advantage as long as possible. Look at that, side shot is going to be popped up. Zubat is going to be able to do a lot of damage. AP is going to do like a lot of damage into that of the Doublade.
Doublade trying to go for aggression. He has to back away. There's just too many members from FN Esports, making it impossible for them to get KO.
Wow. At least they were able to get have an answer back into the Mewtwo, though considerably that was a 3v1, you know?
Oh, always taking too long for him to evolve. Not quite enough after
Here you go.
points.
Ooh.
This is not ideal if you are playing Gyarados. You have to evolve at 7:30 mark, but you are going to be delayed by a couple of seconds.
I mean, again, you know, at the very least, they're going to be able to evolve before the 7-minute mark at the very least. But here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, having a bit of a team fight down bottom. Zubat gonna be able, unfortunately miscalculating, not gonna be able to do a lot, but Hojun is going to put up that Moonlight to do a bit of some healing. 121 is going to be the score of the game here. T1 rather is going to be the one leading right now.
Wants me here, Regirock easily accessible for T1. That's additional defense for their team. That's going to be so hard for them to be taken down, despite having a reliable attacker here, which is the SP on the side of FN Esports. But just taking a look at the base defense, plus the defense of the Ragnarok offered to them.
Oh yeah, here you go. Reggie Like is going to be secured here by T1 as they give themselves some breathing room to force themselves down bottom. Hodgett has been isolated, almost KO. Never mind, it's going to be KO this time around. They made sure to isolate the Clefable so that they won't be able to heal their teammates and put down the damage without any sustain, and now going to be able to destroy, well, not destroy, but rather put down some points down bottom. And there you go. Infinite Cyber is going to be able to secure the KO into that of the Age Slash. Ladies and gentlemen, T1 showing what it means to be T1.
Absolutely, but you gotta give credit as well to Saram with those blocks that he offered a while ago at the bottom, making it possible for Team 1 members to actually have a great spacing. It's just the execution that they need. Use those moves, use everything you have, take down the KO. Saram with a beautiful assistance from their team.
And now, I usually say that there isn't really a huge lead in terms of points, especially just like what, like 50 or 100 points. But with T1 to FN Esports as of the moment at the 5-minute mark, 265 to 41, now that is huge. That is huge. Gives them a huge leeway as well, even if FN Esports does take the KO, though it's still a little bit too early to say. But even if they do, it still gives them an ample enough of breathing room against FN Esports.
Yeah, and it's not just in terms of quantity, right? It's the overall momentum that they do have. T1 is such in a big lead.
There you go.
Nap was able to do a lot for their team. Knock up 4 regen of HP. Man, this is just phenomenal communication from Team 1 in order for them to get the most out of that team fight.
That's 4 KOs down the line here. Into the side of FN Esports. Setter goes and asks Nurse Joy to heal them up.
Looking scary, T1. What a momentum. And this is not a crowd on, so definitely if T1 still has the momentum, if they can secure a 200-point lead before the final stretch, the game is looking great on their side.
This is just a statement that T1 is making right now. We are T1 for a reason, and that reason is this. 282 to 103 is going to be the play of the game right now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left into that of the game. And look at this, EP just buying in some time. 1v3 right now, unfortunately, not going to be able to help you survive, but never mind, gets a teleport. Wow, that was close. That was close. I thought for sure they were able to get away.
Not quite enough. But here comes 100. This is 100, right? Almost 100. Oh, that's 100, right? 100 plus.
More than 100, yeah.
This is a huge breathing room, JJ. T1 making sure that they would just have to zone out FN Esports later on in the Kyogre fight. They don't want to risk anything. They just want to be the defenders. And if they do get a wipe, then they just have to take it for themselves.
No, yeah, and here you go. Reiji Drago. Quick work with only 2 Pokemon instead of T1. Now here's the thing. At 2 minutes 40 seconds, they can still have a bit of a detriment for themselves. They can still take some casualties, because even then they would just respawn, recover back before the before the Kyogre comes out. And this is not the time for you to put down your Unite moves. Not quite yet. There we go. 2 for 3. 2 for 3. 4. 2 for 4.
And of an investment on the Mystical Mirage, might to tell you.
Yeah, and here you have it. It seems as if T1 does not have any intention of taking the Kyogre, but instead just going to defend it away. And here comes the here comes the Scyther putting down a hundo up top, and they don't really need the help of the Scyther either. And look at this right now, Kyogre. Oh wow, it is going to be it's not going to be the aura cannon coming in from that of the Lucario, but instead it is going to be the Snorlax. It's going to be able to secure the Kyogre, and just like that, as I mentioned, they don't really need the help of the Scyther because they know for a fact that they can take down FN Esports just like that. And here you have it, putting down the fast score goals right now. T1 at 120 right now to 103. Ah, man, even at the minute left, they're not going to be able to. It's almost impossible for them to catch up.
Man, that was huge lead the T1 has. They were controlling the game, that's for sure, and they have a lot of toolkit that could go for the last hit in the Kyogre. It's just so that FN Esports would not secure it. They had an Aura Cannon, they had the Snorlax has been just lurking all around circles, and they also have the Mew that could go for a Solar Beam. So there's just no way for them to lose the objective.
Oh man, I think they still want to get the 4-digit mark for this game, and I think, you know, realistically speaking, they can do that as well. Here you go. Oh my goodness, gets in the
4 more.
Espeon and the Lapras going down.
That's
Oh,
it.
there you go. That is it. 4-digit mark here into the side of T1.
1 more. Wow.
Oh
Was
wow.
that a 1,000-point lead?
That was a 1,000-point lead, I think.
Yeah, it is. There we go. Last minute score. That's a +10. Complete domination is what we saw in game number 1, and we do believe that is a 1,000-point lead.
That's
by
more than
T1.
1,000. That's like 1,035-point lead. Quick maths, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, of a lead against that of FN Esports. And as I've mentioned, whoever's going to be winning game number 1 is definitely going to be winning game number 2 as well. I already saw the future. I've already been to the Asia Champions League finals, dude. Like, I know who's going to win. So I'm just saying, I'm just not spoiling it, you know what I mean? But I already saw the future, and T1 is going to be winning this match and going to be winning the second match as well. You know, FN Esports needs to do something here. They need to adjust heavily. I wouldn't say just adjust, because adjustment only means you have to make some, you know, some changes to what you have done. But for them to, for you to be able to go up against T1, you need to shut them down. You need to be able to get your spikes immediately. You need to be able to maintain that up until the late game, because T1, they didn't really need the power spikes. They were already in control since minute 0.
Yeah, I think I'm not quite sure as well with the Lapras pick that was actually gotten by FN Esports, because I do not see quite the value yet of the Lapras. I mean, yeah, the others were pretty neat, right? You have the Rival with Fable, you have maybe the Aegis Slash needs some work to do as well, because I think it was just Clefable and Espeon at the end of the day. Like Chobo, look at that. Chobo was just behind, and he is a Lapras, so you need to get those bubble beams as much as possible to reach your opponent. But if you're at the back, then definitely everyone has to tank the damage. You know, your teammates have to tank it, and yeah, for sure you have Clefable, but that's not the ideal setup, at least.
Man, it's quite. See, here's the thing, man. Like, even if FN Esports was able to take down the Kyogre, as I mentioned, T1 didn't really need it. You know, they didn't really need it. They didn't even really need the help of the Scyther. We saw that they didn't really need those help, but they still were. They still got it nonetheless, which just allowed them to stampede over FN Esports, and they need to change. They need to have a different approach than that of what they did in game number 1, because C1 is just going to walk right through them.
Absolutely. I think that will be the same case again in game number 2 if the same performance continues for FN Esports. So a huge action has to be taken here into consideration, JJ. It's not about the trap. I mean, yeah, for sure, the trap can be changed into something better, but I think what matters the most is the Pokemon that fits into their playstyle, because I think the playstyle was kind of off a while ago. I mean, I've been talking about the Lapras, who was actually just behind, you know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, sure, you do the mobile beams, but right after that, you're just running around in circles. I think that has to be changed. And, you know, attackers, I think it's pretty common for it to stay at the back, but Aegislash, I think it needs more. It needs more aggression and confidence for them to take KOs.
No, yeah, I mean, that's why I said earlier, like, I really, and I genuinely believe that more than an Aegislash, I think the Water Bear could have been a better pick in that kind of composition, because that way they are, at least they do have a secured way of going in on team fights while making sure that they sustain themselves, making sure that they last longer into that team fights, allowing their other teammates to follow through. But unfortunately, you know, that wasn't what happened, and now that we saw what happened in game number 1, I think it wouldn't really matter even if they do take down the Water Bear. So definitely, again, what we've mentioned time and time again, the draft is just 50% of the entire game, and it all boils down to the execution. So let's find out what's going to happen here. T1 still at the left side, the violet side of the game here. FN Esports still on the same side as well. And thus far, we are seeing the same sets of bans for both of the teams, the Mega Lucario and of course the Miraidon and the Mega Mewtwo Y as well. Along with FN Esports, they have the same bans all throughout since game number 1.
And I think it will be the same draft, actually. It's looking kind of neat that will be the case as well. So Mewtwo X already locked in. I mean, the scissor, or actually it's a Scyther that will be used here. I think it would be a great for them to steal it away for T1, but they need to pilot this Pokemon as good as T1, and there we have it. They took 2 Pokemons from T1 that was using game number 1, being Lucario and Scissors. So the trap is going to get mixed up here for T1. Would they go for the same concept of lineup that they do have a while ago, or would they go for the concept that that FN Esports has a while ago?
Ooh, that is true. I mean, again, they don't really have to change much as of the moment because it already worked. Why change it, you know? But I guess FN Esports stole away the Scyther into the side of FN Esports, and this is okay. I'll be biased just a little bit.
I saw it coming. I saw it coming, man. I saw it coming.
You saw it coming? Oh man, we are finally gonna be seeing Wigglytuff in action. That's my son. That's my son right there.
Yeah. It's a defender. It's a defender, might tell you. It's a defender.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is a defender supporter. You know what I mean? It's. I think FN Esports gonna win this. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. Is it because of the Wigglytuff?
Because of the Wigglytuff. Yeah, it's the only reason. You know what I mean? Ah man, I am excited now. I am excited now.
For those who don't know, JJ is a Wigglytuff main and his son, so. You know, pretty much understandable that he's rooting for his son right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, hey, man, I win games, so I win games with the Wigglytuff. Please hire me or get me your team if you wanna win Woods or tournament, maybe.
We have a full-fledged Wigglytuff main out here, you know. Yeah. You know. Maybe you want a Blastoise main out here, you know?
I don't know, man.
It's not DM if you want a Blastoise main.
I mean, it's not Wigglytuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's not Wigglytuff.
Big boy Blastoise, triple B, you know.
All right.
Blastoise, man.
Oh man, T1 and FN Esports. Now at game number 2 though, jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, T1 just needs one more game to proceed to round number 2, and then they have to wait for whoever's going to be their opponent right after this, assuming they do win, which is very much likely based on what we saw on game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if the same thing happens, then definitely T1 would win in a landslide here, but doing a different set of composition, I do believe that there would be a change here, especially to the side of FN Esports, since they managed to mix up the composition of T1 as a whole by taking 2 Pokemons into their roster.
Oh man, it's FN Esports. I just wanna. The composition of FN Esports right now is going to be heavily reliant on the Wigglytuff and the what do you call this? The Eldegoss, I'd say, because if once T1 takes away the Eldegoss and the Wigglytuff, I think that would remove FN Esports' survivability into the team fights, and T1 can easily break through their formation, especially with the with the Mewtwo, Omega Mewtwo X, that can essentially just pull them in. There's also the Mimikyu that does have access to Shadow Sneak, and of course if they get pulled in by whatever reason, there is the Blaziken as well, and even if they cannot pull them in, Mew is still here, especially at the hands of Kami.
Yeah, Kami's such a dangerous man when he gets this Mew. We've seen that since day number 1, and he still continues to use it, so you gotta respect that one. But here we go, your son, it's with a rollout, gets pulled immediately by AP, gets taken down.
My son!
Beautiful. No! It's a beautiful side shot, what do you mean?
Rollout? My son wasn't able to do nothing, bro.
I mean, yeah, I love the concept of the rollout. We'll see the impact on the later stages of this game, JJ, because the crowd control that it offers, man, definitely a top tier. It's very not being recognized. But
I think not in this.
Does the job, man.
I think not in this map though. Quite unfortunate. Sure, it does have a lot of knockoff, but like, there's not a lot of opportunities for you to use a rollout in this map, especially with these kinds of obstructions and walls in the game. There's not much for you to bounce off in and out. Enough, except for like those. Look at that crevice from that of the central area, right at the end.
Yeah.
That is where you can actually make full potential of the rollout. But hey, man, it's their. It's a strategy. I think they're gonna be able to make us, to show us rather, what the full potential of rollout later down the game. And here you go, rollout just tries to get away. Chobo almost gonna be taken out very beautifully. Gonna be able to survive with the help of the gold zone shields, double slap as well. Very, they try to get away. They try to survive a little bit. But what's another interesting point here is Zubak goes in for the goes in for the scissor instead of the scyther. Goes in for the DPS rather than the burst.
Uh-oh, not looking good for FN. That's too easy last hit for their team. And this is the thing, like, it's not a scissor, rather, it's not a scyther, so you want to go into a matchup wherein you just go head to head. I mean, yeah, sure, but what the team needs is a surprise attack, and that's going to be a scyther, so this is much more difficult for them. I think they're on the same archetype than what they did a while ago.
And that's what I'm talking about, the moment that they are able to take down the Eldegoss and the Wigglytuff, everything just falls apart. And thus far, what we have been seeing is Chobo is only using rollout to get away of team fights to survive, not even to use it as a utility to help the team. And look at that, not hyper beam, but rather solar beam is going to be the player of the game, and that's what I was talking about earlier, right? Like even if they cannot pull them, even if EP is not going to be able to pull them in, there's still the backlane attacker that is the Mew with the solar beam.
Oh wow!
See, and look at that. It's very rollout in this map is very conditional, and the crevice that you should be doing it on is where Lapras is right now, not in the middle, because you saw how big of a gap there is that you won't be able to get the consistent knock up on that side, on that area, and it just gives the opponents a bit of a time just to be able to get away from your rollout. You won't be able to do anything. You're just gonna be stuck there.
Yeah, and I do understand that, but it's very hard to pilot that rollout. But
yes,
still
sir.
thinking, what could be the purpose behind the rollout? Like there has to be something, you know what I'm saying? Because if not, then this would just be a setback for FN Esports.
No, yeah, I mean, I do agree as well. I mean, thus far, it has only been used to run away from T-fights.
And that's not the ideal setup that you want, JJ, but Aura Cannon fired immediately. There goes the Solar Beam on the backline.
That's
and
4.
T1 will rise up again.
They are too squishy, my dude. They are currently too squishy that T1 is just gonna eat them for breakfast. Well, dinner, but you know. Oh, here comes the pull.
Again. Come on, go fetch your son, JJ.
All right, man. I'll leave this up to you. I'm gonna go fetch my son.
Oh
man.
But yeah, T1 again. Getting the KOs. Man, just look at that. Blaziken, level 14 with 3 minutes left. How huge is that?
That is very huge, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. And at the same time, not only that, almost everyone is currently at level 13. Well, 2 level 13, 2 level 12 as well. Everyone has already gotten in their final power spikes. And 317 to 55 is such a huge score lead as well. And have already destroyed 3 of the score goals for the side of FN Esports, with only the second tier score goal down bottom going to be up left, up for breaking for T1.
There's a motor punch, got pulled away, and there we have it. Saram is in the middle. Have to go for the damages. They have to back away, roll out to go away once again, just like what you've said, JJ. It's just poke, then run away. That is what FN Esports has been doing, because once they poke, their HP is just being shredded down by Komi and the others.
Yes, Zuri, and here you have it. Oh,
wow.
And that's quite detrimental. That's one of their biggest damage dealers as well. That Zubac gonna be taken out before the KO comes out. They have lost so much of attack prowess into this match, and just like that, always is gonna be taken down up as well. Chobo tries to get away. Here comes the Electro Ball from that of the Mew. Komi putting down some damage, putting down some scores as well. Oh my goodness, there's gonna be another one here. Even if you do use the Red Illusion Dive, it's not gonna help them out because you're gonna get KO'd anyway. And here comes the scores here from T1. Are we gonna be able to see another 4-digit lead? It's very much likely, because there's still more than a minute left in this match.
Cooldown of the Kyogre will actually be helpful for FN Esports if they want to catch up. But here's the thing. Can they get enough Eos energies and at the same time go deep into the base of T1 and score down those goals? Because it's a 900 point plus lead. You mean if you just, I mean, yeah, for sure. If you wipe them out, you destroy 4 goal zones. That's only 400. Not gonna be quite enough to catch up in less than a minute.
No, it's not. It's not that it's. There's nothing they can do about this. There's literally nothing. And even if they do get in all of the, the wild Pokemon, right? They would still need for it. They would still need to wait for it to respawn before they can get in more points to get back up again. And in just a minute, it's not gonna be possible.
Man, 1,000 point lead.
1,100. Oh man, I think 1,000. 1,200 point lead.
Man.
Oh.
T1. This is scary, JJ. They have been so consistent from day 1 to day 3. Just a complete
Oh,
domination.
1,200. The 1,200, almost 1,300 point lead. That has been thus far, I'd say. And if I'm not mistaken, the biggest lead in any tournament since day 1.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen year 1. I believe that was Nemesis. Before Nemesis, there were Reach Pokemon. That was when they won Aeos Cup, when they had a game where their opponent had 0 points. But even then, the lead wasn't as much as this.
Man. This is a huge statement.
It's such a huge statement, dude. This is history in the making. This has been the most lead in points in a Pokemon game, in a Pokemon Unite match, rather, in a competitive setting across the world.
This will go trending as soon as this gets posted, man. Who would have thought that a 1,300 score would be possible in this kind of stage, man? And might to tell you, these teams for sure have been competing multiple times against each other because both came from the same region.
Oh, for sure. It's just that we cannot dismiss the fact that T1 went up on top. I mean, we know for a fact that there are some regional differences. There are competitiveness of regions. Obviously, if we do match other regions to another region as well, they would be better. But with the same kind of region playing together, we can just see how much of a gap they actually do have against each other in their own region. And with this kind of result, we can definitely say for sure that T1 really is the top team of South Korea.
Definitely, and they're gonna be scarier even more as soon as they get stronger and they get more exposure in the world stage. But again, congratulations to T1 and FN Esports once again would have to sit at the very bottom. And not just that here, JJ, because on the stats, you would have to compete for the point differential as well. So being done or being down by 1,200 points will definitely pull down your statistics in the future.
No, yeah, that is for sure. But speaking of which, before we head into round number 2, we still have one more match for round number 1, and that is going to be Evo's Epic Style and, of course, Team Nemesis. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have been waiting for these teams to finally go in and have a match. But before we head into that, we're going to have a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, once again, we are back at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. This time around, we're going to be heading towards the last match of round number 1. And whoever's going to be winning here will be going up against, man, I'm sorry to say this, going up against T1. Yeah,
It's the same wall, man. It's the same wall. Like, I mean, that's the wall that we're looking at Onyx, but T1 as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Evos MXL do have our guys here: 94 Z-Ray, of course, Slash, Shingdi, and 77 Shin. Probably they didn't have a great start last year. They're at the bottom of the standings with 9 points, but for sure, a lot has changed. But again, for Team Nemesis, we do have Sync 1, Tramp, Dylan, Kai, and Rubix. For those of you who are wondering, there has been a roster change in the side of Team Nemesis. So Lance will not be with the team for now due to personal reasons. So Dylan would step in once again for the team.
Yeah, and now we have our key player here, which is actually quite interesting. Well, you know, historically speaking, Shinji has always been the key player here for this team, but there has been, I'd say, a bit of an identity confusion, because it seems as if they were making what do you call this, Slash as the key player for this team currently. But right now, of course, for Team Nemesis, it is going to be Sync 1 as their key player for this time around. And as you were saying something?
I'll have to tell you this. I'll tell you this right now. In Tagalog, they say it, uunahan na kita. Ban the hoopa. Ban the hoopa.
Yeah.
No, ban the hoopa, man. If you want to win, ban the hoopa. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, yeah. I mean, what it translates to is I'm going to be ahead of you and tell you this, and there you go. The hoopa has been banned, and they have to. They need to. Again, as I kept on saying this, it doesn't matter what patch it has been, but since day 1 of Hoopa at the hands of Kai,
ban it, please. You don't want to see it.
Like giving Kai the Hoopa is like giving Nemesis like 80% chance of winning the entire thing. Well, 85%, I'd say.
Yeah.
You know. And it's
and Evos MXL saw it through, right? The reporting as well was banned.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they can see that in their actual own interface, right? But they essentially just recognizes that, hey, it's what do you call this? Vaporeon is and has been quite a menace throughout the entire tournament this far, especially starting game number 3. But now Kai choosing to go in, or at least choosing the Mega Mewtwo X maybe for their priority picks is going to be answered back here by Z-Ray with Mega Mewtwo Y.
Right. So I'm quite wondering, will there be a role change as well for Team Nemesis, because they have to fill in the all-rounder. So I'm not quite sure if Dylan would be it, because if, as you all know, Dylan was the former attacker when they were way back in Talon. So, but Tramp is available on their side, so Tramp is also an attacker in main. So, not quite sure what would be the setup from now but I'm quite excited. But at least for today, we got Akuma joining the action for Eagles FXL.
Oh man, it's also it's gonna be the first time we're gonna be seeing the cake in our tournament, in the tournament series.
Yeah. Was it banned in day number 1 and 2? I cannot recall it that much.
I think it just was not used.
Yeah, not used,
All
right?
dreamy, yeah. But this time though, we're gonna be seeing the Empoleon coming back again. Yeah, I know you love your Piplup, and of course,
Yes.
oh man, Lucario in this team is not gonna be played the same anymore. Not without people roster change. But hey, speaking of which, Eagles FXL is gonna be going. Oh wow. Oh man, both of them.
You just noticed, right? You just noticed it.
Yeah, both of them. They're like it's man. PKC was the one using the what call this, the Blaziken and the Water Beer and the Dark Beer. You know what I mean? Like both of them are giving me the nostalgia. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Well, both teams have their own stories, but for sure, for the OG and the teams, definitely, what JJ needs.
yeah,
but we have to look at the present, man. My guy, we have to look at the present, and for sure, only one is the goal for today, and that is to take the victory up against them. Evos, for sure. There has been a change. Team Nemesis, they just need consistency and be better every day, because theoretically speaking, if the same case is still present right now, if they were if from November to January they're still the same, theoretically it would be Nemesis taking the game. But Eagles FXL, if they manage to get their rhythm, this would be hard for Nemesis.
yeah, hold up. Sorry, I'm still moving on to the present. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Yeah.
But hey, anyway, going back into this game right now, we're still waiting for our game rounds to get picked up. But nonetheless, Team Nemesis and Eagles FXL right now, game number 1. That's it. It's still the early game. There's not really much to tell.
Yeah. Gotta be wary of Slash using the Mamoswine. Mamoswine is really a difficult defender to go up against. But I do love the fact as well that Nemesis has 4 all-rounders, so being ice fagged by the Mamoswine wouldn't do that much because they just have to bruise their way as much as possible, right? So full heal is going to be the name of the game later on.
Yeah, I mean, I do recognize as well that it is going to be Shengdi here, actually being the going back into the core of the game of the team right now for Eagles FXL, which might bring them back to their former state. Obviously, not going to be quite the same exactly, but almost there, I'd say. Shengdi right now going back as the core of the team, doing some damage against that of Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the comfort zone and where you're at best, right? And I think everyone would agree that Shengdi at core would be the best way in order for him to capitalize on his strengths. So definitely this might be the turning point of Eagles FXL, but we're not quite sure yet because Team Nemesis also has something.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this has to be the turning point for both of the teams. It cannot be not this time, because if this isn't their turning point, then they're going to have a hard time in the tournament. Well, quite fortunately for them, like everyone is still going to be part of the King of the Hill, but that only means that you will have a more difficult time going up against the King of the Hill, because you'll be playing more games if you end up on the lower end of the rankings. But as I say that, Team Nemesis was able to do a lot of damage into the side of Eagles FXL, which is looking pretty great for them right now.
Yeah, looking great. Just have to maintain this kind of gameplay, but the objective is already at down bottom. It's going to be a Ragnarok. Ideally speaking, it will be great for Nemesis because they have the sustain. But look at Evil's FXL. They are getting it for sure, but oh my goodness, and Nemesis, Dylan takes the last lap, gets the objective, but that will be a KOs in return. That's 3 out of 2. Make it 4 out of 2. Beautiful trade-off from Evos.
And here you go. Evos FXL was able to have a bit of an answer back here, but at the same time, you know, Team Nemesis here just needs to maintain this lead. But then Evos FXL, they have still yet to get in their power spikes, especially that the Pile Swine is still not a Mammoth Swine. They can still get more than what they can have as of the moment.
Go slowly but surely. Regilecki is the next objective. Look at Tramp, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He's gonna seize it, but not gonna be getting the last hit. And there we go, Infinite Cyber to commence the crowd control. One by one, Team Nemesis is falling down. They are backing away because they know that it is going to be destroyed because of the Regilecki. And Evo's FXL is looking strong in this point.
Yes, sirree. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. Evil's FXL is trying to force in their way against that of Team Nemesis. Slash has been isolated right now by Sync 1, but Ice Fang's gonna be the player of the game here, and Shadow Sneak just to put them down. And going down here, 94 is gonna be able to get away. There's gonna be 2 down to the side of Team Nemesis as well as Evos. Both of them equal footing as of the moment in terms of team fights, but in terms of penetration, in terms of the score goals, Evil's FXL does have the breathing room to do so.
There goes. Timing is what they need. I feel like Slash just jump scared Nemesis out of nowhere with the Ice Fang, but look at that. In order to reveal the spot, definitely use your moves. Slash will be with a high horsepower, does not get the last hit. Another defense coming in from Nemesis after getting the Regirock, and gets Slash taken away.
That is for sure. And right now, 94 has been seen here by Tramp. It's going to be 3v1, but they're going to be able to get away quite quickly, which is actually quite great as well for them. You need to wait for their team fights, and look at this. What's happening right now for Evil's FXL is this is not how they usually play. If we're going to base it off historically, but it seems as if they are trying to adapt a little bit of the Western playstyle of forcing in the issue against the other team. But look at that though, Team Nemesis is going to be able to secure that Regilecki, and now they just need to put in the work. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be the one getting in some casualty. 2 for 1 is going to be the player of the game. They'll make that 3 down to that of Team Nemesis for the price of the Regilecki. Is that a great exchange? I don't think so. That's going to be 4 down right now for Team Nemesis in exchange for 2, the Mewtwo and the Regilecki, and that is going to cost them a lot.
I think 77 Shin did a lot on that team fight by using the Unite loop. He was just regenerating everyone and completely ignored by Team Nemesis. So Nemesis have to watch out for those kind of opportunities that Shin would give to their team, because if they want to cancel out those kind of sustain, priority is going to be set to Shin.
No, for sure, because it's the priority has to be set not only in 77 Shin but also at Slash, because removing those removes most of the survivability of Evil's FXL, especially the displacement that Slash can provide for the team. And look at that right now, Lapras is going to be taken down.
Looking good for Nemesis. Luckily, it was just a Regice. Will not give a firepower, but the regen, the HP would be great here on the side of Evil's FXL. So I do not see anyone from Nemesis that could actually do a blowout damage here. So they just need consistency. They just need KOs 1 by 1. and eventually let Evo's FXL collapse. But they have the point lead. They just have to play tag up against Evos.
Oh yeah, and right now Evo's FXL doesn't really have the intention of taking the Kyogre, and instead wants to take them out one by one. But he got even the sideboard, almost taking down Kai. Unfortunately, for Evo's FXL, they're still going to be able to get in some refreshes, and now they want to go in on a team fight. Unfortunately for Team Nemesis, though, Evo's FXL still has their life up and running, and now Creamy still 7-7 Chin has their Unite move as well.
Oh, Kyogre reset. 125 left. There we have it.
Kai's down.
Move. One is down, JJ. Looking very tough for Team Nemesis, but smart execution for them to just buy some time, go away, do a little bit of a refresh, but Evo's FXL keeps on chasing them down. But Lucario, Tramp is still up. He's just hiding in the tall grass. Slowly but surely, they know that they are on the lead. They just have to play tag. Can they get the last hit? Not quite. And Evo's FXL has to KO them one by one in order for that to get scores.
Man, I was not sure if you saw what I saw earlier, but Mimikyu, Sync 1, using their Unite move, Play With Me, did 0 damage.
Man.
It's 0 damage to 94. You'd think that would have stopped them just a little bit, but no, it did not stop them, not even for a bit. It was 0 damage. Oh my goodness, 656 right now to 213 is going to be the score of the game here. Evo's FXL has secured themselves Game 1 win, and they still need to get one more to go up against T1. And as I mentioned, they might have already resolved their identity crisis from days 1 and 2.
I hope that will be the case here, JJ, because you have to be consistent. If Evo's FXL takes K number 2, then yes, I do take it as they have resolved their long problem during the first 2 days of the tournament. But Team Nemesis, they put up a great fight. It's just, you know, Evo's FXL gets the momentum into the mid-game, especially Chin probably would be, in my opinion, probably the MVP at least for game number 1. And he has been doing quite a lot for their team, you know, just providing the heals and everything. Just goes to show that Evo's FXL could fight back once again. And Slash, on the other hand, with the Mamoswine as well, doing phenomenal setups as well. It's just a hard time for Nemesis. You know, yeah, sure, you have full heals, but after full heal, what do you have, right? So, they have to be very careful with that. I think it will be a target ban in the Alchemy, or, you know, just take it for your own good. But there's a lot of things to consider as well, and Team Nemesis has to analyze that one.
I don't think that Alchemy is a problem. I mean, obviously it is a problem, but even if they do take away the Alchemy, if not ban it, you know, outright target ban the Alchemy, there's still other Pokemon that can do the same thing. You know, we have the Eldegoss, we have the obviously the Hoopa as well is there, although of a different way. But all the Clefable and the Blissey can do that as well. All I'm saying is that Alchemy is not the main problem for for Team Nemesis. I think the main problem here is that they they allow themselves to be eaten up here by Evo's FXL from the early game, and they don't really have an answer back against them since the early game.
Wow.
Because they do have the ability, right? They did have the capabilities and the ability to go on toe-to-toe against them, especially the first 2 minutes of the game. But unfortunately, because of how they were pressured up, and it's quite understandable as well, especially with how they didn't really play that kind of playstyle previously, being that of a Western playstyle where, you know, essentially just, hey, you know what, let's spruce everything up, let's go together, go up against them, and from there they got overwhelmed by pressure coming in from that of Evo's FXL. And honestly, I think knowing Team Nemesis, they would have an answer back going into game number 2 should Team Evil XL do the same thing over against them.
I mean, yeah, theoretically, if it works, you don't have to change it. But for Team Nemesis, I think they would have to change their archetypes quite a bit, you know what I'm saying? So maybe we might see the much more traditional lineup that they have been showing over and over the past few years, or maybe would they go back to the Defender Blaziken once again, just like what they did in games number 1 and 2. So really quite curious what would be the setup here for Team Nemesis, but for sure they could have an exchange up against Evil XL. It's not that quite of a blowout match on what we saw during game 1.
No, yeah, I mean, everything. I wouldn't say everything has to change. I think there were some moments where Team Nemesis definitely stood their ground, go up against Team Evil XL, but at the same time, it's not enough. Currently, they need to do more, and they need to stand their ground even longer going up against them. And with that kind of lineup, I think they would need more sustainability, because again, having, and this is quite unfortunate too, having the Hoopa be banned out, they didn't really have a way to refresh their HP, or at least be able to have some sort of sustainability going into the team fights. So I think that's one of the biggest problems, because Evil XL didn't need to go back. They had the El Creamy.
Yeah, maybe if they had Clefable a while ago, it could have been a different story for Nemesis, right? Just like what you said, they don't have anything to refresh their HP. They would have to go back manually into the Pokemon Center or into the base just so they could get the HP. But what are the odds of you reaching the team fight once again after being from base, or let's say to the Kyogre? So that's a long, long way for you to travel, even though you have a jump pad. So the time that idle time would somehow give Evil XL the advantage to wipe everyone out who's remaining in the pit.
No, yeah, I mean, again, that's why they have always been ready. They don't really have the intention of taking out the Kyogre as well, because they don't need it. Frankly, all they need to do is defend it away from that of Team Nemesis. But going into game number 2, I think they are now currently setting up the lobby as well as we speak of that. They need to change things up, because, well, I guess for both of these teams, really, their points are not there. It's not up there, and definitely losing this one is going to put them in quite unfavorable position going into the King of the Hill day number 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do agree on that one, JJ. But yeah, we're just waiting for the lobby. But for sure, Evil XL, if they do get the victory here, that would somehow boost their points and climb back up into the standings. If they cannot climb up in terms of the positioning, then maybe in the point department they would somehow put some pressure on the other teams, especially from those who are from 5th to 8th, because that is where the most critical part of the King of the Hill format. You don't want to play more matches. You want to sit comfortably, let's say, at top 4, so that you will just have to play, let's say, 3
games,
matches,
4 games,
3 sets, 4, not more than 5 or not more than 4. So you want to farm those points as much as possible from now on.
And now, again, going into game number 2, we've seen their previous, composition. What do you think has to be changed here for the previous composition coming from Team Nemesis? Team Nemesis is still at the violet side, the purple side rather, onto that of the left, and Evil XL still retaining their second pick.
I think they just have to get a refresh. I do agree on what you said. Maybe Clefable would help Team Nemesis, then 4 all-rounders, if that's the concept that they want. Yeah, sure. But they banned Snorlax already, so Snorlax is not available. So I'm trying to think what could be their lineup. Maybe a Water Bear, I guess, would help them. So they took out Blastoise as well. So they don't want to use Blastoise, or It's not really the priority, but Vaporeon is open for now if they do ban the Psyduck here for the side of Evil's FXL. And I think Nemesis would have to go for the Vaporeon. Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, wow. Here we go. Let's see what's going to be the changes here of Team Nemesis going up against Evil's FXL. Because they do need to change a lot here. I don't think the Mega Mewtwo X is working out. Oh, okay, never mind. They are still gonna go in for the Mega Mewtwo X. Obviously, the hook of Side Shock coming in from that of the Mega Mewtwo X is definitely huge, but the follow-up is what matters the most. And here you go, 94 starting off with the Mega Gyarados. By the way, still open, and oh, this is already a huge attacking prowess coming in from that of Evil's FXL. Now with the help of mobility and tanking capabilities into the side of the Lapras.
Could this be an all-rounder again, or I cannot forecast. Okay, there we go. Slowbro. So is this a way to stop? Maybe it's a way to stop the Mega Gyarados later on with a slow beam, but that'd be actually enough. So Slash once again goes with the Mamoswine.
See, here's the thing.
Goes for the Eldos. So
Here's the thing, right?
Right.
I think Elgus is a great pick here for Kai because the Hoopa has been banned. I don't think Rubik's will go in for telekinesis.
Oh yeah.
Because it wouldn't make sense if you already have the Mega Mewtwo X, right? So definitely this is gonna be a Scald. Scald Amnesia, yes, just to reduce the power of the attack coming in from that of Evil's FXL. But even then, even if they do reduce it, there is still the displacement coming in from the side of Slash, still into that of the Mamoswine, and at the same time, Shingdi here, it's a mid-range attacker. So you really need to go in and out, and at the same time, the attack prowess is just into the side of Evil's FXL with the Mega Gyarados. We have the Suicune that has been buffed as well, and they have all the sustain, quite unfortunately, for Team Nemesis. But going to Team Nemesis, all I can say is that they need to position themselves, especially the Slowbro, because I think that's going to be the most important Pokemon in this team as of the moment, because that is going to do the debuffs into the side of Evil's FXL if they do want to survive even longer than intended for each team fight.
And this is quite concerning as well, knowing that Slash is using Mamoswine once again. Team Nemesis doesn't have someone who has full heal, and there's no Blissey available for them to cancel out what the Mamoswine can do. So if you get caught up by the Ice Fang, there's no way for you to run away. So pretty quite concerning as well for Team Nemesis. So they have to be very careful as much as possible. But we'll see what would be their statement here in Game 2.
Here you go, Team Nemesis. They need to go in even more, like they need to set the stage, not Evil's FXL setting the stage, because that's what happened in game number 1. And if they can, get a bit of control, set the stage for themselves, I think they would have a good chance of going up against Evil's FXL and bringing this to game number 3.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. They need as much as possible. Right now, can they do it? 94 not yet evolved, but nearly evolving already at 850 mark. So it has to be the turning point already for the Gyarados, and Shingdi with a beautiful ambush out there. But Safe One gets a trade-off. Gets Z-Ray bit taken down, not quite, because Shin was supporting it phenomenally, and Dylan has just to eject back and go back to the base.
And here you go. Oh wow. Surf is going to be played here. Wow. Goes in for the crowd control. I mean, okay, understandably, because the only crowd control they do have is, well, aside from the slow roll, is what do you call this? Is the Gyarados. I mean, sure, there's a bit of a displacement here coming in from that of the Mewtwo, but that's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Razor Leaf. Not quite enough to take down Rubik's, but that would be enough for them to disrupt the formation of Team Nemesis. But on the other hand, those citrus berries would help Rubik's to regain his HP. I feel like they're going to be tagging along with the Regidrago.
Oh wow, Regidrago is now out as well. Team Nemesis still has you know, despite still not having some points here, at least they have not had the lead just yet for EVOS FXL. But as I say that, they're going to be able to take down 2, almost 3 here. And Emerald 2-step immediately going to be used as well, as Drem unfortunately not going to be able to defend the score goal up top and going to get taken down as well.
Our scores again falling. EVOS FXL 101-0. This is a domination so far the first 3 minutes of the game. And they do got the Registeel, which will boost their attacking prowess, so this is not looking good for Team Nemesis.
Here you go, Kai gets taken down as well. Oh, EVOS FXL now at 131-0.
Not the ideal start of the game here, JJ.
It's not just a start, dude.
It's just a middle.
Yeah.
Match.
Yeah, it's not just the early games. We're already in the mid game, and Reggie Lecky is already into the hands. Great positioning coming from that EVOS FXL. Team Nemesis tries to get in, but unfortunately not going to be enough to take in, and only then would they be able to get taken out. That's going to be 3 down instead of Team Nemesis, and while they are busy going down bottom, no, that is a team wipe right there. While they are busy, there is still Shengdi putting down some points up top.
And the Intimidate ability can be really felt. The damage reduction from Team Nemesis was really felt into an extent wherein they were trying to go for KOs, but it was just not happening. And all of a sudden, 94 just knocks them out immediately. This is quite concerning for Team Nemesis on the other hand.
Yeah, I mean, now 28-2, 27. They still don't have their stacks either. Man, Dreamt, Shengdi, gonna be taking it? Are they gonna be? Oh wow, Slash was there to support Shengdi, which actually is the best option for them. And Shengdi now gonna be able to put down 40 once again, second to score goal, while they were able to take down Slash. That is just Slash. There's still 4 more Pokemon to the side of Team EVOS FXL. They're gonna be able to answer back with 3 KOs of their own. They'll make the 4 KOs of their own for the price of 1. I think that is a pretty good exchange.
Yeah, good exchange as well. But on the other hand, Nemesis is losing a lot in the level department. Level 12 Mega Gyarados compared to 11 Mimikyu, which is far by the highest of Team Nemesis. Have to be very careful on this one, because if Nemesis continues to be controlled by Evos, definitely a game over for them.
89-351. It's gonna be the name of the game here. Wow, 4-minute mark. 2 minutes left before we see the Kyogre, and if this were the Zapdos, maybe there is still a bit of a chance here, a bit of hope, maybe the Rayquaza, but this is the Kyogre we're talking about. They're gonna be able to take in the Regieleki, but then it's not really a problem for EVOS FXL, not at this point in the game. They're going to be able to put them some damage. That is going to be Mewtwo, going to be taken out once again. And maybe one more. That is, Oh my goodness, that is a slow bro gonna be taken out into the center team. Nemesis to make that 3, make that 4, and only the Gyarados is up left. The only reason being is that they have the mobility, but Tramp is now gonna be taken out here by Shengdi, and that's going to be a wipe here for Evil's FXL. 3 minutes and a half left here for the game, and they're gonna be able to secure the Regidrago as well.
Man, this is one-sided by far on the 7 minutes that has elapsed on this game, and not the ideal game that Team Nemesis wanted after their performance in Game 1.
No, I totally agree with you. This is not the game that they want to play in. But 89 to 392, about 300 point lead. But even then, you know, Evil's FXL at every turn has been shutting them down. They're not giving them any breathing room at all.
No breathing room indeed. But at the end of the day, they could just get the wild Pokemons at their own bases and hopefully get a flip later on. But we've been talking about that flip is not the ideal strategy already in this kind of game mode, because we have been seeing all throughout their team fights they cannot wipe out Evil's FXL. And yes, what did they do? Get the Kyogre? Can they wipe it? Can they wipe Evil's FXL down and score freely? I'm not quite sure. Maybe if they go 1 by 1, yeah, maybe they can. But as a team,
oh, here goes a hook.
It's not looking possible.
Side shot's gonna be popped here. I think this is going to be the site of the final battle, not in the Kyogre pit, but rather a little bit down in the river area. Shengdi poking the Kyogre, using it as a bait against that Team Nemesis.
Have to bait it as much as possible. Evil's FXL slowly but surely baiting out the Kyogre. But Team Nemesis on the other hand,
Infinite Cyburn
in.
Oh wow, they didn't need it, but they still took it nonetheless. Using it as a bait, as you mentioned, poking it just a little bit, while not actually, you know, slashing in through that Kyogre, making sure that it can still be used as a bait. And unfortunately, they didn't even need to do it to use it as a bait, as they were able to still take down Team Nemesis. There it goes, the side shock to pull them in, but not a single follow-up was done for Team Nemesis here. Evil's FXL is just pushing through, putting up a bit of a pressure here. There goes another KO from the base, and that's going to be doing a lot of damage, a lot of scores as well. 812 right now. Slash putting in another score here. That's going to be 946. 948 is going to be the play of the game here. 950 right there. Ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, even if Team Nemesis does get 100 points, well, 50 points each, it's still not going to be enough for them to catch up into Evil's FXL at this time, at this moment of the game.
Not looking good. 1,000-point lead. Is it waving? Yes, it is. Second set of match. Third of the day. 1,000-point lead. Can they surpass the 1,300 mark? I'm not quite sure. We still have 10 seconds. Can they do it?
I don't think it's going to be enough to surpass the 1,300 point lead. I don't think it's quite possible. Not at this time, not physically. But nonetheless, they were able to get in 4-digit mark and 4-digit lead against that of Team Nemesis. Quite unfortunate, but congratulations to Evil's FXL for moving into the second round. But they still have another hurdle to go up against, and that is T1.
Absolutely, but if they do win against T1, I believe that they can win the whole thing here, JJ. From the bottom of the standings, they have evolved so much into the present day. Right after this, they've showed that they can win here. And Slash, on the other hand, gotta give credit to him as well, man. He got his comfort zone already. They've been doing great as a team. Same thing with Shengdi, going back to the core.
And there you go, Shengdi back into the core. As I mentioned, right, they have now fixed the identity crisis of the team. Shengdi is once again back as the core, and it has been showing, you know, it is showing how it's telling how much this team can do going back to their roots. Quite unfortunately, obviously, Sail, it's not the original, it's not the OG roster, but nonetheless, how they played is quite similar to what they did on their roots. And just like that, Evo XL is now renewed for days 3 moving forward for the Asia Champions League.
And they're gonna be scary on the following week, man. If this kind of gameplay, they can maintain it, definitely they would climb up in the rankings no time from the bottom again. They might climb up even at the top 3 if they perform this one very well.
Oh wow, here you have it. Oh man. Again, at least they were able to do what they've always been needing to do. And Evo XL is now going to be moving for the second round. Unfortunately for Team Nemesis, they would have to wait for another week. But again, hey, it's another opportunity for them to have some practices and a week of practice before day number 4 ever happens.
Yeah, and I think Nemesis, on the other hand, they did well on the first game. But you know, somewhat the evolution of your opponent might might shock you. I think that's what happened to them. Like they were amazed by how Evo XL adapt into the situation, and a lot has changed. A lot with this team.
I would actually argue differently. I think they played better in game number 2. Though they got stampeded here by Team Evo XL, I still think that they played better in game number 2 than game number 1, because in game number 1 they immediately got stumped at the early game. Going into the late game, they weren't able to answer back, but game number 2 they have been able to, at least some moments in the game where they were fighting them off at equal footing. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike. For those who are who wants to join in the ACL Asia Champions League Finals, you now have the chance to join in the winter tournament, and the registration is now currently happening, and it's going to start on February 1st for our qualifiers and February 7th for the playoffs. And if you do win this, you get not only flight tickets, but also hotel accommodations to play for the Asia Champions League Finals in Yokohama, Japan. That goes for APAC East and APAC West for February 7th and 8th. 8th for the West, 7th for East.
Yeah, make sure to mark your calendars, Pokemon trainers, and make sure to register if you want to shoot your shot and be the representatives of APAC East or APAC West. But again, because JJ, just like what JJ said, free accommodation, free flight tickets, everything is on its back. You just need to step up and be the very best on your region. But of course, Mike can tell you, 5 teams from ACL Southeast Asia League would be competing here, that's for sure. And aside from that, there's a lot of teams outside ACL Southeast Asia who's really strong and well-known contenders from their own regional qualifiers for WCS.
Man, it's there's a huge chance that many of the teams, well, not a huge chance, but it is going to be a possibility that's going to happen. 6 of teams here that's playing right now is the same teams that you're going to be facing off at the winter tournament. So that's all I'm saying, man. 6 of teams here are going to be seeing them on the winter tournament. So hey, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, we'll be right back after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Still your casters, Pickles, and with JJ Kun, and we are heading towards round number 2. And we'll see once again in action will be Full Sense and Onyx Rise.
Yeah, I mean, that also means that we only have 3 more matches left for today, right? It's the semifinals, which is both of the round 2s, and then the grand finals, because we're not going to be watching, we're not going to be broadcasting the battle for third match. So this is going to be the second half of the day, last 3 matches, and hey man, we're going to have to wait for another week before we see the next sets of matches. Quite unfortunate for us viewers and casters and everyone else in broadcast, but hey, we do need some break. So ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, it is currently right now Evos, sorry, not Evos, but rather Onyx Rise, Onyx Rise versus Full Sense.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, right, on the first impression, man, Onyx Rise is such a huge hurdle for Full Sense that they have to face on, and they did had a hard time as well a while ago up against Made in Thailand. So this one will be a tougher challenge for them.
That's
and knowing Onyx Rise, they don't back down. Whoever their opponent is, they just give them a hard time.
Yeah, it's the challenge is not on the side of Onyx Rise. I have to agree with that, and I have to reiterate that as well. The challenge is not on the side of Onyx Rise, but rather on the side of Full Sense, because as you have mentioned, and I just want to reiterate this, if they had a hard time against Made in Thailand, man, Onyx Rise is I'd say levels different than that of Made in Thailand.
absolutely agree with you, JJ, because we've seen it up until today that they are on a whole different level, and definitely for sure that's the same case later on for the matchup that we will be seeing. But let's focus for now. In our first set of semifinals, we have Cell here, the key player, or in Mimikyu, Leafeon, and Charizard is his top pick Pokemon. So I'm quite excited to see Cell once again because he has been doing a lot a while ago with a Talonflame.
And here comes key player for Full Sense. It's Markot S, as we've mentioned. The Talonflame has been a lot. It's been doing quite a lot for this player, and it's essentially one of the biggest key factor as to how they were able to play, how they did play earlier. So if I guess one of the biggest and one of the objectives here of Onyx Rise is to shut down Markot S.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mark Goddess, that's not a question. He's one of the strongest players out there. You know, it makes sense that he's the key player here in their team. But again, Onyx is, you know, how would I put it, in a different level when it comes to watching or observing what happened at least the first 3 days of ACL. But Full Sense, you know, for sure they have upskilled as well from today, from before up until today. So we just have to look forward to it. But the bans are looking quite similar for now. Leafeon taking away their Full Sense. Vaporeon as well. They do not want to give the Vaporeon to whoever is going first.
Oh, there you go. No, Vaporeon is not going to be played in this game. Blaster's not going to be played as well either.
So that's Mega Gyarados.
Mega Gyarados, the Mega Lucario, Talonflame is going to be up. And of course, as we have just mentioned, Mega Gyarados is open, so definitely is going to be picked. And the Mega Mewtwo X as well. That is already huge for Onyx Rise.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing that we do have Mega Pokemons, definitely the power spike would be different. But here we go, Suicune being hovered in, and Suicune has been actually a huge contributor into all the teams competing here in ACL because they have been providing a lot of crowd control for the team, and it's very much a stable Pokemon for them.
Yep, and here you go. Rebel Rouser. It's the what do you call this? It's this guy again. It's the Crustle, and it's as if it's gonna be Onyx Rise gonna be using the Talonflame, which is quite interesting as well because we saw Markot as the one piloting the Talonflame, and I think we're gonna be able to see here a bit of a teaching moment here coming from Onyx Rise. If they're going to be able to pilot this Talonflame very well, which I do think they would be able to. But Crustle is the surprising pick here for Full Sense. Granted, it can do some displacements, but what much more can it actually provide into this kind of team?
I'm actually quite curious as well because we have been analyzing a while ago what be the maximum contribution of a Crustle in this point, the Rock Tomb, right? So if you do have a Gyarados that has access to Waterfall, a bird who has access to Fly, then what are we blocking actually? You know that's what I'm quite concerned here because definitely Zoe could just pull someone in, and that Empoleon has an Hydro Cannon, a very mid-range move that could definitely set up a mini stun as well.
It's it's going to be quite a it's going to be quite a going to be a challenge for Full Sense here going up against Onyx Rise, especially with this kind of composition. Of course, we do have again the Mega Mewtwo X, the Empoleon, the Snorlax, We also do have the town play, which is very mobile, as we all know, and ear into that of the Mega Gyarados. But on to the side of Full Sense, the Mega Lucario, the Clefable, obviously the sustain of the team. I do like their composition, but I'm quite on the fence here for the Crustle, at the very least. I think they're, well, I mean, I guess they can't use the Umbreon either, you know, but it's Lapras might not be a good fit in this composition either. So I mean, I guess they're just going in for the best pick they could. That is currently possible. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it makes sense on what you said a while ago, because there's just a lot of defenders that they don't have access to. Unless you want to go for a pseudo defender by just going all-rounder, just like a Blaziken. I think that would work as well, but no, there has to be something in the minds of Full Sense why they're using this Crustle, and we gotta wait and see how they would convert that one later on.
And here you go, 38-31. Full Sense does have a bit of an answer. AXQ almost gonna get taken out. Still a Piplup as of the moment, but here comes Sunsage with that of the Mega Mewtwo Y, could be able to take down the Snorlax down bottom.
Yeah, in 30 seconds, there will be a Reggie Draco. Ear hasn't evolved yet, which is quite fine. But at the same time, he is going to evolve at an earlier stage, so definitely could dominate this matchup already up against the Lucario. Waterfall would not connect that much. But definitely, Full Sense has to be very careful on that one later on.
Here we go. They have yet to still get their power spikes. Full Sense, on the other hand, they still can get some power spikes, but at the very least they do have, what's good about their composition is they have the early game advantage in comparison to Onyx Rise, which they need to get their levels up as well for them to be able to get their power spikes. But you know, what I do like about what Full Sense is doing here as well is that they're making the best of it and making sure that they can get it as early as possible, maintain it as well, to ensure that they get as much lead as possible against that of Onyx Rise before they can even get their power spikes.
Speaking of power spikes, it is somewhat fell already at the hands of Onyx Rise. They're cleaning up KOs here all the way to the forest. And that's 2 KOs for their team. And not just that, they are taking the resources of Full Sense, which is not the ideal setup for Full Sense if they want to catch up. But Luna with a little detour. That was a nice sidestep to get away.
Flail and XP is going to be playing the game here for Illuna, currently having a score shield, or I believe that was a body barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, score shield rather, and it was Cookie. And at the same time, to ensure that they survive as long as possible, they also have actually no, it's not the Scarf. It's the other Scarf that can allow them to do the attack speed.
Wait, I'm thinking, what's that? It's a band or something, right?
It's the Rapid Fire Scarf. There you go.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I thought you were referring to the band.
Here you go. Gets the block. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be helping out for the Flail, you know, to provide more damage and at the same time, more DPS and, you know, the self-sustain coming in from that as well.
Okay, there goes the Waterfall. Gonna be engaging a little bit too deep. Infinite Cyber, not much of an effect on the Gyarados, and the Lucario was taken down. Same thing with the Water Bear. Full Sense.
Oh, the damage!
Good. Fly plus the Flame Charge almost took down Noctism, but not gonna be quite enough. So here comes the reinforcements. They want to score as fast as they can. Water Bear comes in, Aura Cannon as well, but not enough.
13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 21, 23, 24 hits. From SEG SGC. You're gonna be able to take down the Mega Gyarados, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. It is going to be Illuna trying to buy some time here, but it is going to be the Unseen Fist. It's gonna do some damage, but the Parrot allows him to survive even longer. Man, Illuna is on a different level of buying some time.
Wow.
Flail, where's the X speed? Is it over? Oh, never mind. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be able to get out, but the time they bought is so much, dude.
Rebel Rouser? We're not gonna be hitting someone. X-Scissor to pin down the Talonflame. Quite effective for them, and they want to secure this Registeel. But Zoe is somewhat eyeing on this one. Can he keep the vision? And can they get the last hit? Not quite. The score was interrupted as well. A great way for Full Sense to set up their priorities.
Mmm.
There we
There you go. Eeyore.
Dragon's Current immediately Mega Evolves. But can they take down the KO's Flame Seed as well? Not gonna be quite effective that much. And Waterfall to go back. He is feeling the pressure. Mark got S.
Eeyore 2v1.
Is it actually
3v1.
Pong? Those for the Rock Tomb doesn't need it anyway for them to get the KO. And there was an exchange with a Regieleki, so pretty much I think it's worth it in general.
It's actually quite interesting where, what do you call this? They had to use their Unite moves to take down one Pokemon, that is Eeyore. That is quite a, an expense. You know, that's a huge expense for Full Sense, but I mean, I guess it's still not the 2-minute mark, and they would still be able to get in their Unite moves, but it's still an expense nonetheless.
Yeah, and might to tell you, this is just going to the 3-minute mark. So pretty much, I think it's fine. As long as you want a KO and it's not a bad trade, then maybe you could go for the Unite move. So but right now, I think it's 4 members of Full Sense trying to charge in up against Eeyore. They haven't used any Unite move, which is great, and just outnumbered the Mega Gyarados.
Oh wow, again, they at least know their priorities, but then even if they do take out the Mega Gyarados, there's still 4 more Pokemon that they need to handle. And as I say that, here comes the reposition displacement coming in from that of Illuna. Once again, still surviving. Flail gets in some healing as well. Oh, here we go. Regice.
Mega Gyarados. There it goes. Dragon Current. Not gonna be quite enough. Actually, they got the last hit. On it,
they did.
It has an additional buff in this setup. 2 members left from Full Sense, and they are just going in one by one. The Waterware cannot do the combo hits, and Kyogre is wide open.
Hall is down.
This is it. This is the ideal setup when you want to get Kyogre.
Yes, sirree. And look at that right now. Onyx Rise was able to deliver the final blow against that of Full Sense a few seconds before the Kyogre even comes out. I mean, honestly, when they popped in their Unite move, that was the start. That was the start of something new.
Yeah, and that's actually a better way to get the Kyogre. Wipe out your opponent first before you take it, because there is an ample time for you to score the 50. But Onyx Rise doesn't need it to, actually. They just have to play defense, but for guarantees, you might be looking forward into 10 seconds left.
I mean, look at the scores as well. It's 193 to 229. They really can't be too complacent either. If they did have a huge lead, maybe. But I think at this situation, they still needed the Kyogre just to, just to not be complacent as to winning the game. There we go. 100 points. Yep.
And the Empoleon marches into the fight. No one's going to be defending the gold zones. If they get wiped out, this is a completely wrong move for Onyx Rise. But I think they are winning the fight so far. Hydro Cannon on the backline. And look at the Snorlax buying a lot of time. 4 members from Full Sense. And it was not enough to take him down.
Illuna Man, it's immediately after, the last team fight, immediately after the Infinite Cyber, that is the signal for Onyx Rise to have went inside and forced the issue against that of Full Sense. But honestly, with that all being said, I have to say, I don't know if you agree with me, but Illuna is the MVP of that match.
Absolutely, man. I agree. Definitely doing and providing a lot of space for the team. This positioning, that was just phenomenal. And again, JJ, this is just game number 1, and I do feel like it would be the same case for game number 2, unless Full Sense takes major actions by starting off with changing their trap. Because I feel like something is off. I mean, if you're going to be taking a look at the damage department, it is almost equally distributed. Which is, I think, not should be the case, because there has to be somewhat of a star. That's how I take it. And if both of you are doing the same damages in terms of percentage and numbers, then I do feel like you're just randomly doing the stuff that you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, look at that though. That's what we're talking about, right? Like, if they already had a hard time against that of Mini Thailand, they would have a harder time against that of Onyx Rise. But then again, I mean, they did show us that, hey, they might have had a hard time against that of Mini Thailand, but they stood their ground a little bit. They were able to go up against Onyx Rise quite fully, and it's not going to be surprising if they do make some adjustments and do take in game number 2 to lead us to game number 3. But with that being said, though, Onyx Rise made sure that they secured the win before the Kyogre comes out, making sure that they can take them out, wipe them out, and from there secure the win.
Yeah, but still a close call here, because it was on time wherein, they spawned back and, just barely made it, actually, because if Full Sense has defended it enough and took down multiple KOs, it could have been their game, because they already burned down the timer of the Kyogre.
No, exactly, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about as well. And they didn't really know who was in the lead, or at least they did. All they did know is that they are in the lead by not a lot of points, making sure that they don't want to do any rash decisions. So that's why I kind of understand and respect the decision of Onyx Rise, not pushing through, not making this mistake of heading in head first and waiting for everyone else to respond back for them to be able to put in their scores confidently. And if you were in the lead, as I mentioned, if they were on the lead, if they knew that they were in the lead by a mile away, then I don't think they wouldn't have had waited for the timer to go down a little bit, waiting for their teammates to respond back.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's just game 1. They still have game 2 to bounce back here for Full Sense. But again, I think the Crosso somewhat did the job, but not into its maximum potential yet. So I'm really quite curious, will they retain this Crosso into their Pokemon roster heading towards game number 2? Because there has to be a change, and I think one step is for you to get the first pick and avoid banning multiple defenders. So if you don't want your opponent to use it, just take it. And I feel like Defender is a valid reason for you to prioritize that as your first pick.
No, yeah, I mean, what could they, do? If I'm quite on the fence where I don't think they should make a priority pick for a defender, but at the same time, I would understand if they do that, just so they would have a better viable option to use against that of Onyx Rise. But then if they would prioritize picking their defender, then they are going to risk giving Onyx Rise the first pick into their core.
Maybe Mamoswine? Was Mamoswine used a while ago? I think Mamoswine would be a pick as well. So it was not banned, at the same time it was not used. So maybe a Mamoswine could actually do the job? Still thinking of Defender is actually quite available for them to use, because it's just I don't see the the maximum potential. I think it's just maybe Trevenant. I think Trevenant would be an option as well. The Horn Leech World Hammer combo maybe would, but yeah, I think Trevenant and Mamoswine is the only option or alternative option that they can go instead of Crusher.
And I mean, if assuming from their previous lineup, I think that would have made a lot of sense because with their lineup earlier, they needed to they needed to line them all up, set them all up, so that everyone else would be able to deal damage across the board into the side of Team Onyx Rise.
Absolutely, but it feels like we are on the same boat, JJ. I think it's the same lineup that they're trying to do for both the teams, but Snorlax is gonna get taken away. This is a change, and I do hope this would be for the better for Full Sense after getting that Snorlax.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey man, don't fix what's not broken. But hey,
Yeah.
this is something that they needed, right? They had the first pick of choosing their defenders, and they went in for the Crustle, but obviously that did not work for them. And now they're going in for the Snorlax, which I think would have been a better pick earlier on. But man, the Glaceon pick is gonna be different.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how consistent the damage of the Glaceon is a while ago with the Icicle Spear, so I think it's understandable that they do have it right now, and with Blissey, I think this would be... It's an Egg Bomb. It's an Egg Bomb Blissey. There's not enough crowd control, so Egg Bomb and Soft Foiled is going to be the name of the game. That's what I can see, but we're not quite sure yet. But Sun's Age with a Glaceon, I think this is fine. It's a consistent damage dealer, but if it gets chased down by Cell, I think it will be somewhat of a game over. I mean, they do have Mega Lucario, right? But they need to protect this Glaceon as much as they can, because it's one of the key factors in order for their team to win, because it is the only special attacker by far.
No, yeah, I mean, it's... Well, I mean, it still boils down to their execution, right? Like, they might have that as a disadvantage, but if they can play it well, especially they have, once again, their composition of being, what do you call this? That can be okay, that can be good in the early game, then hey, all they need to do is maintain it until the mid game at least, while Onyx is still waiting for their power spikes to come out.
But hey, we're not sure what's gonna happen unless they just create a story out of it here in game number 2, JJ. So Onyx Rise one step ahead to the grand finals of day number 3. If ever that will be their second finals, because they were third placers during the second day. So this is a chance for them to be a champion for day number 3. But they have been getting consistent stops and placings here, at least in ACL group stage. So definitely a justifiable explanation why Onyx Rise is one of the strongest teams, or actually can be considered the strongest team right now.
I mean, hey man, they're called Rise for a reason, because they're rising to the top, you know what I mean? So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that was a joke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I figured, right? I figured, excuse me. I figured that the translation didn't go well. But hey, Onyx Rise right now, almost the same kind of composition as earlier. The only difference is, well, the Lapras instead of the Snorlax, because the Snorlax was taken in by Full Sense. I think they would still be able to play in the same kind of play here. But Full Sense is the one that needs to be able to have an answer back instead of Onyx Rise. But as we see, as of the moment, 2 minutes into the game, Onyx Rise has a bit of a control here over Full Sense. Going to be able to take down the Gyarados as well into the side of Full Sense. And 2.
Speaking of Gyarados, it is already online for the side of Onyx Rise. They're just stacking him the points. This is not ideal if you're on the side of full sense because they're getting their power spikes up and going.
Yeah, especially that you need, and it was already gotten in. You know, it was they already got it 8 minutes into the game. It's not even like 7 minute 30. That's like the maximum, especially in a competitive setting, or else you will be labeled as delayed and won't be able to help out as much. But they did. They were able to take it in. Lambert's going to be taken out in the side of Onyx Rise. Full sense now making sense after composition, now trying to destroy the second tier score goal. Quick mass right now. Sunsage trying to not put the scores down before everyone else.
Yeah, and overcapping is one of the factors that you could actually do in the game in order for you, put up some pressure later on. But quick passes, well, here overcapped by Onyx Rise by 3 points. So they're closing in the gap in the point department at the 7-minute mark of the game.
And there you have it. It's now Regirock going into the side of Full Sense, while Regieleki is getting taken in here by Onyx Rise. Sorry, Full Sense for the Regirock rather. Oh, the names got removed. We're gonna bring it back in just a bit. But as we see right there, Onyx Rise is on the orange side. That's on the right. And Full Sense on the left, just in case you have forgotten. Regieleki into the side of Onyx Rise.
That is going to be another 3 goals, I think. But Illuna, nice defense out there, putting a lot of pressure. And Onyx, on the other hand, gets ahead of it. Let's get the wild Pokemons. Indeed, Mega Evolve already takes down the Lucario. And nice Egg Bomb to send them away. But the Waterfall keeps on chasing them down. Can they make it? They're putting a lot of pressure out here. Lock, save the day. Nice defense here for a Full Sense.
Hey, that's what we're talking about, right? Like, it really did change a lot here for the side of Full Sense, especially the change of their not Unite move, but rather the defender, that of being the Snorlax. Here you go. One. Oh, they're back. The names are back right now. There you go. Yeah, the damage output as well for Full Sense, they are playing a different game than what they did from against that of Made in Thailand.
That was a beautiful block, man. Did you see it? From the drop down on the fly to block it immediately, no damage has been done. Now this is Hong and its fullest potential, maybe. This is a much better pick from the Crosso that he did way back then. And Full Sense, just like what you said, playing on a different phase, it seems like they are a different team.
Yeah, you name it. New persona indeed for Full Sense. Look at that though. They're gonna be Bliss assistance before they got taken out. Unfortunately for them, Onyx Rise is rising up very fast and gonna be able to take down 3 in the process. Onyx Rise right now taking down 4. Ladies and gentlemen, alternate slide. It is going to be Lucario up last for Full Sense.
Ooh, there we go. 2 points just to, get some couple of those goals. But on the other half, Full Sense put a breathing room at top path with the Regieleki marching in. There's not enough Pokemon actually to, score out there. So it's just, I think it's a pressure or, that's a guaranteed 20 at least for them.
Yep. And 212 and 232. This is the same situation as to what happened in game number 1. Onyx Rise might have the control. I mean, I wouldn't say that they do have still the control of team fights, because Full Sense is fighting back very beautifully against that of Onyx Rise, and actually that's a good it's a good sign for Full Sense here, because that means they still have the fighting spirit to go up against Onyx Rise. But then again, it is still the same situation against that of Onyx Rise, where they don't have that much of a lead against Full Sense, and they would still need to get into Kyogre to secure the win for themselves. But as I say that, that's going to be 3 down, make that 4 down into the side of Full Sense, and it is going to be the only one left, Snorlax left, and they're going to be able to take them out as well. Team wipe here for Onyx Rise, and now they can put in their put down their points right now.
Yes, in 18 seconds, or actually just 15 seconds, another objective spawns at the bottom path, and that is a must secure for Full Sense if they want to get ahead of this game. That might actually help them to go and force game number 3. Zoe taken down by the team. That's actually a great call. But Onyx Rise is already at the pit of Registeel. Quite unfortunate for them. Uh-oh. Still have a chance. They're giving up the Registeel in order for them to position on top path or in the middle.
Here you go. 20 more seconds. Actually, well, I was going to say like 13, 14 seconds is enough for a team to, to get in that objective up top. But then again, nobody is up there to position, and Onyx Rise is going to position themselves into that of the Kyogre. Here comes the fly! Infinite Siren didn't really do a lot against that of Full Sense because of the sustain coming in from their team, but it is going to be Blissey going to be taken out first, and just like that, Full Sense secures in the Kyogre. They're going to be able to take them down 2-4-1 into the side of Full Sense. It's still not done indeed. Markgut S trying to survive here. Eeyore against 2. Hong and Markgut S.
Markgut S has evaded the Mega Mega Gyarados rather.
Mega.
Yeah, I was too advanced. I thought it was
yeah.
But yeah, Mega Gyarados rather. But
ears down.
Evaded for the score, and they are in the lead by a bit here, JJ, by a bit only. So Onyx Rise could steal the game.
They could still take the game. You know, it's 36-9. That's like what, 27 points of a am I right? No, 27 point of a lead. Yeah, 27 point of a lead here for Full Sense, and that's not a lot. There you go. Oh, that was very close. Here you go. Full Sense. Are they going to be able to win this, or would Onyx Rise be able to do some points here? Talonflame is there, just waiting. 26 points here.
And that's enough to win the game, actually.
Zoe, here we go. Taking the bait. They took the bait. Oh, wow! They took the bait, but there's another hundo for Full Sense. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. Oh, wow. They are fighting off against Onyx Rise. They are answering back into Onyx, and they had a chance to take the game away from them. And I do believe that they have won game number 2 against that of Onyx Rise. There you go, 636 to 559. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, Full Sense right now answering back into Onyx Rise. And as I mentioned, right, Onyx Rise might have won some team fights, game number 1, game number 2, but they still didn't have complete control. If they had complete control, then maybe they could have won, but Full Sense was able to answer back against them, and they didn't really have that much of a lead in terms of points. I mean, look at the graph right now. It wasn't really that of a huge difference into that of Onyx Rise against that of Full Sense.
I do agree, and that was a game wherein both teams were just baiting each other. Both of them has the same mindset, but unfortunately, that was actually Full Sense having much more Elo's energies to score in.
Yeah, it's always I guess that's the biggest problem of Onyx Rise rather, since game number 1 actually. This is game number 1 of their match against FSC Sport, Full Sense rather, FSC Sports, Full Sense, is that they can force the issue, but they really don't have that much points. And if they can make some adjustments to put a bit of priority into scoring points while making sure that they don't risk losing their capabilities of forcing in the issue against their opponents, then maybe they can have complete control of the map.
Yeah, I do agree on the pointers on what you said a while ago. But I think on the other hand as well, Onyx was somewhat. There were moments that they were really out of their composure simply because Full Sense was actually controlling the game by far. Let's say from mid to not actually mid, from the start up until right. So it's actually more of an identity crisis as well. Maybe something was happening in the background as well from the team, and Full Sense really did a great job for them to force things down and control the game so that they would be ahead by just a bit and continue the momentum even more on the latter part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's Full Sense has been giving them a bit of a hard time, which we first thought that it's going to be the other way around. We initially thought that, hey, it's going to be Onyx Rise that's going to give them a hard time, especially how different Made in Thailand is up against if you're going to be comparing them instead of Onyx Rise. But unfortunately for Onyx Rise, Full Sense have woken up and they are now ready to do some matches on Pokemon Unite. And hey man, they are now currently in equal footing. They're not really dominating per se. They might have been able to do some team fights here and there, but the score is the problem right now for Onyx Rise.
Absolutely, I do agree. But here's the thing, JJ, it's already a point wherein one would drop into the game and be forced to sit on a 3rd or 4th spot. And definitely Onyx, this is a wake-up call for them, because for sure, what's on their mind is that they are the best team by far in the tournament. But for Full Sense, this is a huge motivation for them to be better into the coming game number 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially that they have won game number 2. I'm pretty sure they still have their morals up, they still have their momentums up as well. Going into game number 3, that's going to provide them a boost of an advantage against Onyx Rise. But this time though, it is going to be Onyx Rise wanting to get the first pick.
I was about to say the first turn, but you know what I'm saying?
First turn.
First turn. Yeah, first turn to pick. There we go. So, Mega Lucario is banned, so they're somewhat minimizing the Mega Pokemon of Full Sense, because ideally they won't be using it, so just take it away. And it has been a priority pick of Full Sense for the first 2 games, so minimize the options as much as possible is what Onyx has been trying to do here. And I feel like same draft would work here for Onyx. Maybe they would have Talonflame again and Mewtwo X same thing with Snorlax. But I think they don't need to change anything. They just have to maintain it. But Talonflame taken out, and same thing with Leafeon. What could replace that?
I mean, I guess it's a respect ban in this case, because Ear can do the Leafeon as well, but then they still left the Gyarados up and open. But then again, Full Sense now going back into the meta right now. It is going to be the Vaporeon, which I don't know, man. It looks out of place. I've been looking at it since earlier. The Vaporeon looks out of place, but it's the meta right now. It's the Blastoise and the Vaporeon always together into the set of Full Sense. And Onyx Rise, because they went in for the Blastoise and the Vaporeon, has now been able to go back to their game number 1 picks thus far.
Okay, then we also have a Gyarados for full sense, the non-mega version. So are we gonna be seeing Scizor once again? Because I do believe they were the ones who used Scizor a while ago. But I think Sidon would be much more ideal at this point. But Dodrio with Cell, I think this was used a while ago as well. So it's actually a great way for you to sneak up some goals and at the same time, you know, in general, just scoring capabilities. I think that is what they need as well, especially on this kind of lineup. But the regenerative HP, the regain of HP, they don't have it. So, I mean, I think it's understandable because it's full of losers for full sense. It's not attackers, so pretty much fair, I would have to say. What do you think, JJ?
I mean, oh man, with these kind of composition, at least Onyx Rise is going back to what they did in the first match of the day. You know, made sure. Okay, look, see, they have. They are now trying to fix the problem they did since earlier. The problem that they had earlier in game number 1 and game number 2. That is, sure, they are able to do some damage, some team fights. They are able to do that, no problem. But what they had as a problem is their scoring capabilities. They couldn't do the scores. They couldn't have had the gap, the lead, and they are now fixing it with that of the trio. Going back though into full sense, hey, it's what has been working for them, and I think that's something that they need to take as an objective as well, to make sure to mark down the Dodrio, or else they would have a hard time, because they can only do one thing at a time, right? It's either to fight Onyx Rise or do the scoring. And if they do the scoring part, if they do the latter, they will be eaten up here by Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and you know, it's just Dodrio does not just score, it can also deal damage. So this is somewhat balances the flavor of the composition of Onyx Rise. So I'm quite excited that you pointed out that one. So this is a match that, let's say, Onyx Rise would sit comfortably better compared to games number 1 and 2.
Yeah, here you go. Onyx Rise right now. Full Saiyans. Gonna be game number 3. Whoever's gonna be winning this is going to proceed to the grand finals of the day. And what's great about this match round number 2 is that if they do lose this, whoever loses this, they don't have to wait next week for the next match, because they would have a chance to go and get more points by winning the battle for third.
Oh, there we go. That's a lot of scores coming in for Onyx Rise. This is what they wanted to fix. Right now, it is being felt here. Look at that. So quick to clear out the Swablu's and Altarias. That is how they do it.
Here you go. Sun Sage.
So it's a scissor.
Yeah, using the scissor, not the spider, which is quite interesting. Because they have the DPS, that is Smart God S. Though its Unite move is more of a burst, it could serve as their DPS, and I don't know, man. Like I just, especially with this with the current meta right now, the value of a scissor is less than the value of a scyther. That's what I actually believe.
Yeah, I think it does really make sense, since when you're trying to burst out your opponent, or if you want to KO, I think burst is the much more better option compared to being a bruiser, right? So scyther is pretty much bound, especially if you want a priority target.
Here you go. Onyx Rise and full sense. Charging in.
This is a quiet match, JJ. Not the explosive match that we saw from the past 2 games. Everyone is so careful because they have to make sure that they get the lead or somehow maintain on equal footing because this is game number 3. No rooms for mistake.
No, I do agree, and it's actually quite great as well for both of the teams because they want to make sure that they don't do the same errors, the same mistakes that they did game 1, game number 2, and both of them are actually taking their times as well. Though I have to say that the trio, we haven't really felt the trio yet with the scores, especially when they're almost the same in terms of points.
There we go. Lead closing or widening. Oh, not widening, but closing in once again. This is literally anyone's game, but that is going to be the KO all the way to the my big boy Blastoise taken down. Not going to be quite enough to create a statement here. This is a quiet match, but I'm home with the muddy water. Gets a KO in return. There goes the handshake in terms of KOs.
Here you go. Hong. Ooh.
That's Hong for you, man. He used the muddy water to guarantee 40 points from the Gyarados. Beautiful communication and teamwork for full sense.
See, again, they made a different draft here to make sure they, you know, take care of the problem of the pointing system, the points, rather not the system, but the points that they can put down. But Onyx Rise is the one in the deficit right now in terms of points, and Hong again with flip turn, just trying to do what the trio is supposed to be doing.
Oh wow. Look at the range of the muddy water. Just it can literally just zone out your opponents once you see the muddy water, which is actually, you know, gotta give credit to I'm Hong. He's doing a great job. By far, this is his best game, even though it's just halfway mark of the 3 games that they played, at least for today.
There you go, Onyx Rise. 184 to 252. Oh wow, they're gonna be able to get into Reggie Lucky, but it's gonna be a bit of a handshake here as Onyx Rise is gonna be the one taking the Reggie bottom. But still.
Here we go. Mega Gyarados gonna be hopping in. Red Lucian dive to deal off some damage, but Axew is gonna be running away for his life. Eeyore as well. And that is going to be a KO for full sense. A while ago we were talking about Onyx Rise being a huge hurdle, but it seems like Onyx is facing a hurdle as well. They cannot bypass full sense the way they want to.
Yes, sirree, and that's what we're talking about here. Full sense, right? Oh, here goes a Unite move to take down the Mewtwo into the side of Onyx Rise. 184 to 252. Oh, it's not a lot of a lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless. In comparison to the previous games that Full Sense has had, they didn't really have a lead. But this time, I like the fact that they are maintaining it as much as possible. Here comes the muddy water once again, just to push away Onyx Rise. They couldn't really do lethal casualties into the side of Full Sense. Not by far since the start of this match.
Still a close game. Onyx Rise regains the lead once again. This is anyone's game, but for some reason, Full Sense seems to be the one controlling it, JJ.
It is Full Sense the one controlling the game as of the moment. And look at this, AXQ gonna be... Oh wow, beautiful block here from Illuna. If it wasn't for Illuna, AXQ would have been able to be taken out here by Full Sense. And now only one score goal is up left down for Onyx Rise, and Full Sense might be able to go in for the Regieleki up top maybe, but no, it's going to be Onyx Rise here, which I think is going to be a huge one for Onyx Rise, going to give them a bit of a breathing room as well, allowing Oh wow, okay. Full Sense did not go in for the positional advantage into that of the Kyogre, but instead wants to intercept the Regieleki. Is this the right play? I'm not entirely sure.
I think it's somewhat valid because it gives time.
Oh, never mind. That's why. Okay.
They want to destroy the goal zone by the Regieleki. That is actually smart. But right now, you cannot afford to get KO'd as much as possible. Kyogre is already up.
Oh yeah, we'll have to talk about that later with the secondary score goal up top. But right now, we are going to see potentially the final team fight of the game. That will determine who's going to move on to the grand finals. Eeyore is going to be taken down with a Red Evolution Dive, going up against Illuna as well. It's going to be a 3v1 unstoppable right now. But is it? Oh wow, they're able to get away with Flail and X Speed. And are they going to be able to secure Kyogre? Let's find out. Here comes Triple Trample. Yes, sir. Hydro Typhoon! Oh my goodness, Full Sense gets it. Cell's not going to be able to seal it away. Here comes AXQ as well with the Dragon Current, but not going to do much. Full Sense right now at 268, and they can now put in some scores. And beautifully done here, Hong has been able to see AXQ coming to put them some scores and has been able to defend their score goal down bottom. Now 668, Full Sense 750 into Onyx Rise.
I think the very first block from Illuna in the Kyogre pit was actually a huge mistake, where it gave an ample room for them to get a pickoff of a knockout up against Onyx Rise. So Full Sense seizes that opportunity and, you know, just followed up with everything with what they have, and it was a successful take for them. And might to tell you, this is Onyx that they are up against, and this is a statement from Full Sense.
Here you go. The statement is very clear. They are going to be heading to the grand finals with 10 seconds left. Onyx Rise is not going to be able to catch up into their scores. Ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, our first grand finalist for today's single elimination is going to be Full Sense.
No one has won the prediction right now. Or that's T1, and we still have T1 prediction. I think we still have T1 prediction. I think there's one prediction. Yeah, there is one prediction from T1, so only one prediction is alive from the caster's desk for today, as Onyx Rise would have to exit their spot for grand finals. Still, they could go for third if they won their matchup later on. But full props, full recognition to Full Sense after their adjustment with the crossover pick from Hong. Everything worked on their favor. You gotta accept that.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, right? Like, it's working out pretty well for them, and for Full Sense as well. I mean, they were able to recognize that Onyx Rise was able. Hey, you know what? They were able to control game number 1. Let's try to change things up in game number 2. Now we were able to answer back, and Onyx Rise, they saw the biggest flaw right there of Onyx Rise, that they weren't able to score a lot. And so Full Sense, what they did, hey, let's play the same thing as what we did game number 2, but instead let's try to put down more points than ever. Try to push down more points than what we did game number 1, game number 2, and that's what they did, especially with Hong. Hong was acting as their Talonflame, acting as their Dodrio, using Flip Turn to put to be a mobile, you know, Pokemon to put it on score. But as I say that, they might have won, but I have to say there can be a bit of a, they can make their gameplay better, especially with their decision just to allow the Regieleki at the top path. They could have positioned themselves immediately into the Kyogre while allowing Rice to take the Regieleki, because the Regieleki is going to destroy the the second tier score goal anyway. That could have given them some time to position themselves better, because with that, they're scattered around the map, that the chances of them taking out the game, taking out Onyx Rise, was slimmed down just a little bit because of their positioning. But nonetheless, they still won, and they are still our first grand finalists for the day.
Yeah, hey, a win is a win, but this is actually the first time that we get to see full sense into the grand finals. Will we be able to see another new team stepping into the grand finals, or will Team 1 continue their domination in this league?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to find out when we come back. You know, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Championships, Asia Champions League rather, 2026. And when we come back, there'll be 2 more matches. The second round 2 game and then the grand finals will determine who's going to fight off full sense later when we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Peace.
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. This is your caster still, Pikayus and JJ Kun, and we are heading towards our second set of semifinals. That is going to be T1 going up against Evo's FXL. Now, might I tell you, Evo's FXL, I do believe that this is their first time heading towards semifinals. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is going to be big if they can actually take down one of the top contenders of the league, which is T1. Because, hey, Fosses just did up against Onyx.
No, yeah, I mean, it could be anyone's game at this point. You know, it's we saw a what do you call this? We saw an underdog story on the last match, just now, 5 minutes ago. And it's not going to be surprising if we do see it once again. I mean, at the same time, Evo's FXL were once the crown prince, the crown royalty of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and we cannot deny their wonderful performance as well last year's ACL, wherein they just came up short up against Insomnia, but might to tell you, this is one of the top teams across the world as well, not just in Southeast Asia and Asia, but across the world. But same thing goes for Team 1. Probably, I mean, not probably, they are, they are third in the series, but they are the only one who's left in the tournament run, at least for team number 3, who has earned a championship from the tournament circuit that we have for group stage. But we have Xingli here, always has been the key player, just like what you said, JJ. Mega Charizard X, Mimikyu, and Serena, but right now we'll be playing as core.
And now Komi, we saw how Komi played the Miraidon and of course the Mew. Miraidon from the previous days, but earlier was the Mew and it did not disappoint at all. And now let's find out what's going to be the name here. What's going to be the name of the game for this time?
I want to see the Mew again, actually. We'll see. We'll see if we get the Mew once again by Komi, because it has been really efficient when he gets that Mew on his hand. But Blastoise, Leafeon, Scissor Scyther is banned again with the Hoopa and Mewtwo X. Okay, we don't have Mewtwo X right now.
Okay.
That is great because it has been offering a huge amount of kit to the teams competing here in the tournament.
It's almost 100% pick rate, usage rate here for today, along with the Blastoise and the Vaporeon as well. There isn't a game we've seen where it's neither banned or picked all throughout. But as I say that, Evo's FXL is going to be starting off with Vaporeon and T1 as Mega Lucario to start things off for them, and EP with the Blaziken. There you go.
But I'm quite curious, would this be the Blaziken defender, just like from day number 1 and 2, or would it be an all-rounder or a core for the team, since I think T1 or rather Pisterio with the Lucario would go for top path, so just have to see that one later on. But Mew being hovered by Z-Ray, this is actually great because Z-Ray can actually pull this one off as well, and at the same time deny one of the top picks of Kobe.
But Z-Ray with the Mew is also a great one. It's they played the Mew back then. Xingdi once again back into the Mimikyu as well. They're not holding back against C1 right now.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by Z-Ray could use this one as well. So we have to see how long later on, but Kobe still has a lot of Pokemons on his pocket. Maybe the Alolan Raichu might make an appearance once again, but there's a huge chunk of options left for their team, and I do love the line from Evo's FXL so far because this is a traditionally approached Pokemon line compared to the bruisers that we are used to see way back, or not way back, at the present time.
And here you go. Oh, they're having a bit of a changes here. Let's find out who's going to be using who. Komi this time around, going in for the Mega Mewtwo Y.
But it's not a supported Mewtwo Y right now. It is accurate because we saw a while ago that Mewtwo Y was somehow used as a supporter rather. So right now it gets the spot as an attacker, and this is just like ACL last year. So I'm curious how they could pull this off. Would it be the same kind of impact last year, or would it be better from last year?
No, yeah, I mean, we will just have to find out this time around, as we are now headed in towards our second semi-finals, round number 2. Evo's FXL going up against T1, and this is going to be a huge fight. Nonetheless, this is one of the matches that is being looked upon and looked forward to, because they are considered the greats of Asia, along with, of course, some of the teams as well that we have had earlier, which are unfortunately been taken out for the day.
But here we go. Game number 1 of semifinals 2. This is it. This will determine who gets the spot in grand finals and who will go up against Full Sense. Well, theoretically, right, data-wise, at least for the season, it's gonna be Team 1, but Evo's FXL has evolved so much by just looking at their game a while ago up against Nemesis, and if they have the same kind of performance, they could pull an upset up against T1.
And here you go. Still early game. A minute still in the game. Yep. Still a minute in, nothing much else is happening. Both of them is still trying to figure out each other. But as we say that, T1 has a bit of a a bit of an advantage right now with in terms of the points, though not as much. But it does say a lot in terms of the stacks status of the teams as of the moment.
Oh, look at that muddy water! Perfectly timed to get the 4-0 up against Mystery Mine, and multiple scores falling in on the top path. This is a great start for Evo's FXL as well, because they are going head-to-head in the scoring department.
Here you go. That only means that they have been able to get in their stacks. Hopefully you do have gotten all of their stacks as of this moment, because the scales will be tipped in just a bit. And look at that, Komi right now buying some time here and gonna be able to be taken out here while bringing about 2 from Evo's FXL away from their own team.
That is just a huge amount of time as well for
points that they can put down. But
opponents, once you see the muddy water,
determine who
prediction is allowed to exit their spot for grand finals. Still, they could go for third. Team Rage Draco taken down, but Shane Day with a Shadow Claws just enough to knock it down.
Yep, there you go. Evo's FXL answering back into T1.
I just noticed it's not the flip turn, it is the Aqua Ring. I do believe that's the Aqua Ring being used by Chin, so they do have some healings for the side of Evo's FXL, which is actually a great thing as well, knowing that the Mewtwo Y is available at the hands of Team 1.
Yep. Here we go. 121 to 54. Evos FXL currently in the lead with the points as well. They do have the points, they do have the stacks, and they are now ready to go up against that of T1. Gonna be able to secure in that Reggie Elec as well. And at the same time, not only that, but also the Reggie Rock. Gonna be able to take down the Snorlax and the Mr. Mime as well. Slash doing the work despite still not being a Mammoth one. And they were able to destroy the first score goal, and now Reggie Elec moving into the secondary score goal. And they're going to be able to put down more points right there. And look at that instant scoring, instant. And there you go, level 9 as well for the Mammoth Swine. Slash now ready to put in the Mammoth match. And they were able to be able to do that as well. Unfortunately, Ice Fang is going to miss just a bit, but it does not stop them. And there you have it, going to be able to put in more points.
That is a phenomenal execution from Evos. They maximize the value of their Regieleki by putting up some pressure to T1 and converting it into a score. And it doesn't end like that. Xing D is so confident that he could take one down if he gets someone from the Shadow Sneak. There's just no breathing room from T1 up until this point.
Wait, the first score goal, and now Regieleki moving.
Last year, or would it be better?
It's quite interesting, right? It's quite interesting how we saw how much of a lead, you know, how much dominating T1 is earlier on the previous matches, but this time it seems as if Evos FXL has them in the bag. Oh, well, I mean, it's still just a 5-minute mark, but
yeah,
with how the status is right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing so well here, JJ, so far, and, you know, they're so patient, and if you look at the level gap a while ago, it was too huge. Level 7s compared to level 11s and 10s of Evos FXL, so that is something that the Evos have to maintain if they want to get this win as easy as possible. Solar Beam not gonna do the last hit, but Aura Cannon does for the Regirock. That's additional defense for T1, but not gonna be quite enough as the overpowering prowess of Evos FXL just takes them down. That's a total of 3 KOs, mind to tell you, on that team fight. There goes the Snorlax diving in, but not quite early to stop the goal of Evos FXL.
There you go, 304 to 84 is going to be the name of the game here. And they're also able to secure the Regieleki for themselves. 4 minutes and 15 seconds is going to be the time left here for the game. T1 still does have a bit of a breathing room here. 2 minutes before the Rayquaza. No, the Kyogre comes out to catch up into Evos FXL. I mean, 84 to 342 is quite a lot, especially at this stage of the tournament. And that even if they could take in the Kyogre, Evos FXL already has the lead.
And there's just no giveaways to T1. Evos FXL is getting everything. Regidrago, Wild Pokemons, and everything else. How could T1 recover from this if they cannot get any objectives? And they are just being zoned out by Evos FXL, in which Evos gets KO by KO. And here we go once again. That's 3 members from Evos FXL. Dragon's Current for the Mega Gyarados, or not quite yet. But there
all 3 down.
Damage.
Serum.
Man.
Serum goes down as well. That's what I'm talking about. Z-Ray, dude. Z-Ray is piloting. Always piloting Mew so well. And just like that, they were able to take down 4 and now putting down some scores. Only 10 left. No, they're not going to destroy it. Not just yet. Maybe later for them to be able to do some overcaps. So look at this. Shiggy gonna be taken out. Okay, that's fine, that's all good. Mainly because even if they get taken out, they would still be able to respond back before the Groudon, the Kyogre comes. I said Rayquaza and Groudon. Sorry, muscle memory. It's the Kyogre. It's already the Kyogre.
I mean, pretty much fair. Kyogre is kind of new into the game, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's like writing 2025 when it's already 2026. You know?
Well, it did appear on the last part of 2025, so understandable. It's just a month, JJ.
Hey, going back to the game, we are now ready for the Kyogre. Yes, Kyogre.
There we go.
I was about to say you're out on the game, but anyway, Kyogre is now up and running with 348 to 255. That is still a lead from Evil's FXL, despite it not being quite a lot. Showtime's gonna be popped up. Here it goes. Dragon's Current is gonna be popped up as well. That's gonna be 1-for-1 trade here. No Mega 2, Z-Ray. Are they gonna be able to survive? Yes, they will. And they're gonna be able to recover just a bit of an HP, but they got oh wow, they got an answer back. 4 KOs into T1. I thought Z-Ray was done for, but no, it is going to be them, and it is going to be the only one left. Unfortunately, they're gonna be able to secure that Kyogre for themselves. Evil's FXL, with everyone alive right now, gonna be able to secure the Kyogre, and now all they need to do is put down some scores.
Did you saw the strategy of Evo's FXL? They waited for Pisterio to Mega Evolve himself. So when there's no Mega Evolve, the HP regen with a close combat won't be enough to sustain himself. And right after that, when the Mega Evolution was gone, they just took the KO and got the last hit from the Kyogre. Smart execution from Evil's FXL, and they are just zoning out everyone else from Team 1 into their goal zone.
Wow. Here you go. Evil's FXL trying to, well, not trying to, but is actually dominating right now. Dominating T1. They're not allowing them to score. They're not allowing them to defend, and just going in and in and in into that of T1. And you know, I don't think T1 is going to allow this to happen a second time. But with this kind of morale boost and momentum from Evil's FXL, it's not unlikely that this might happen again.
Yeah, not unlikely, man. Top performance from Evil's FXL, JJ, and I have to tell you, it's Team 1, one of the probably considered strongest team here, gets taken out by Evil's FXL. This goes to show, man, numbers are just numbers. It could turn the tides, it could change the history. I mean, look at Evil's FXL. They were, you know, one of the bottom teams in days number 1 and 2, and they got a game up against one of the top teams who actually won a championship already in our group stage circuit. So this is no joke. This is Evil's FXL on its fullest potential, and maybe they can grow stronger in the latter part of the tournament.
And it's going to be a what do you call this? A history in the making for Asian Champions League 2026. Should they win, because you know T1 has already been there. Evil's FXL is going to be the first one if they do win this, and at the same time, it's not going to be a regular in the top spot. It is going to be full sense.
Absolutely. This is a statement, JJ, that everyone in the ACL could go way beyond they were in the past games, and Evil's FXL with General Full Sense demonstrates it. But I have to tell you, this is just game 1. Game number 2 will commence very shortly. The question is, can Team 1 set up the pace and do a rematch match up against Evos?
Oh, that is true. Well, we'll find out later on, you know, after this match, really. I mean, it's still just game number 1. There's still game number 2, and again, this is the best of 3. We can still go to game number 3.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the fans and the players just want game number 3, that's for sure, because they want a rematch. They want the best Pokemon Unite action. And definitely, both of these teams have been fighting for more points, and you know, whoever gets the win definitely would lose their points by a lot. And Team 1 for sure, they want to get that spot. They want to be on top once again, because they're currently sitting at 3rd, but for Evil's FXL, they want to boost those points for as much as 20.
No, I mean, they really need that. You know, they really need that if they do want to have a bit of a chance to go up into that of the leaderboards leaderboards rather. The ladder and the leaderboard, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
but
it's the
I
same
just
thing. Yeah.
ladder boards. Anyway, they really need to win this if they do want to get up into the leaderboards, and at the same time, in a full sense, it's not any better. It's not any different. Rather, they do need the points as well if they want to get out of the the latter half of the rankings. Especially that again, the top one spot is already guaranteed to go to the finals, but at second place, the second placer still has to fight for it. But at the same time, if you do get that, at least you only have to battle a maximum of 2 matches.
Absolutely, and as much as possible, you want to be sitting comfortably at the top, so you don't have to play that matches. Do not let the tiredness and fatigue get over you, and you want to be on your full shape when you compete into the games on your way to ACL finals.
And here you have it. I mean, we are now getting ready to get into game number 2. It's I don't know, man. It's I don't know. I mean, I guess it could still be anyone's game to game number 2, but it will, I guess, I wouldn't say it would depend on the draft, because we've seen how much both of them played essentially the same draft as well. So definitely the execution is going to play a part here. And with how T1 played earlier, I think they have still yet to reawaken into this match.
Yeah, they have for sure, and that is a wake-up call, not just for T1, but of course to Evil's Epixel as well, that they could win against T1. So definitely, they're much more confident, the composure is there, the fighting spirit, everything is burning within them, and you gotta respect that. This is one of the top teams again in the world and Asia, so you gotta respect them from what they did way back then. Even though there were changes, the fire is still lit up.
No, yeah, and before we forget, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, for those who are who didn't tune in earlier, you may now start registering for the winter tournament, which is, by the way, going to be happening on February 1st for the qualifiers, and the playoffs for APAC East is going to be at February 7th, and APAC West at February 8th.
Yes, and for sure you want to shoot your shot if you want to compete into ACL finals, because that would be free hotel accommodation and flight tickets. So make sure to just shoot your shot, and maybe you would be one of the representatives of your own region, not just in APAC East or West, but going back, that's going to be Megalocardio band. T1 is actually on the purple side, so they get to pick first. I think this would be a Vaporeon, or there we go, the big boy Blastoise, my favorite Pokemon.
Oh man, it's it's definitely first pick. Since match one, it's never left, despite it getting banned out. Getting nerfed out across the board. All of its move, its stats, and all that. It's still quite a huge utility, honestly. A radius big enough to push down opponents, knock them up, and push them away. That's so much of a value.
But here we go, Shingdi once again with the Mimikyu. This is scary, man. And Shingdi has done a lot during game number 1 with the high within the damage department. Same thing with Z-Ray. So they're actually maintaining their trap, except for the Gyarados, because it was just a regular Gyarados a while ago. But right now it is on Mega. So it's just Slash. Will he maintain the Mamoswine, or we're not quite sure yet. Let's just wait and see what would happen here, but I do feel like it would be the case.
Komi now goes for a Lucario, no longer a special attacker. This is actually quite interesting.
Yeah, because the Blastoise replaced the Mewtwo Y from game number 1. So It's actually, I mean, yeah, it could be a special attacker of Blastoise with a Hydro Pump and Rapid Spin, right? So it's pretty much fair, but yeah, there's an added sustain, there's a special attack as well, but overall, Evo's FXL is looking much more stronger. But what do you think, JJ?
I mean, Evo's FXL, I'd say they have pretty much the same composition as earlier, which honestly just reinforces the fact that, hey, these are their comfort picks, and they wouldn't waver. That's what I would say at the very least. But for T1, changing things up, it might be better or worse, but again, all we can say is that this is what made Evos dominate the previous matches. These are the comfort picks, and the challenge is on the hands. The balls are on the court of T1.
Absolutely. But again, this is just one win away from Evo's FXL for them to get the spot and the grand in 2 games consecutively, which is a big hurdle and a huge pressure for them if they want to keep their standings up and going. But hey, it's not yet over. This is just the start of game 2. Let's just watch and see the action. T1 and Evos on second game.
Ooh, here you go. T1 right now. 4-2. Oh, at least they were able to get in the first stack of the game. But still, you know, nothing much else. It's still a quiet game.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. But I think the early ambush potential would be an advantage to Evo's FXL simply because Shingdi is a Mimikyu. And once you have access to a Shadow Claw, it'd be easier for you to create a surprise attack. But T1 does read that one quite well. The Muddy Water creates a distance so that they could secure all the birds in top path.
Oh yeah. And this is what I was talking about, right? Like, T1 is not going to let what happened in game number 1 to happen once again.
Okay.
Game number 2.
Easy.
Yeah, they're still trying to take a bit of a time here. Komi is not going to go in for the Lucario, but instead is going to be piloting the Blastoise.
We love the light screens as well a while ago from the Mew to protect the Gyarados. So right now, Gyarados is online for Evo's FXL. They are looking strong as of the moment, and there we have it. KO on the top path, scores will fall in. And I can tell you, they still have that Gyarados leveling up at the bottom, so this is going to be scary for T1 if they let Evo's FXL get ahead of them.
And here we go, 20-66, dude. Evo's FXL still has the lead. Their stacks are now up as well. Veggie going into them as well. EP is not going to be able to steal that away from them.
There we go. One away. Blastoise already online, and look at that! There's just no scary possibilities for you to engage when you're with Evo's FXL. They're just confident. Waterfall in from 94, and everyone would follow up, and Aqua Ring once again would be their utility, so they do have a healer at the backup.
And here you have it. Regice right now already up. Regielekis, nobody's taking it, but I guess Slash is there up top as well. Regice though is going to the hands of T1, and 77 Shin trying to get away. Are they gonna be? Yes, they will. Gonna be able to get away because of the score goal.
I think that's actually better, you know, do not sacrifice the knockout. You can sacrifice the points, but the XP that you have to sacrifice once you get knockout would be very detrimental for you. So I like the call coming in from Evo's FXL. They want to make sure that the XPs are on equal footing so that they can go head to head with T1 as always or as often as possible.
And look at that as well. Slash just invaded T1 central area just to be able to evolve now at level 9. And they're going to be able to put down more pressure into T1 right now. 181 to 166 is going to be the name of the game here at 6-minute mark.
Of course, you have to get the raw Pokemon as quick as possible. If you're Team 1, you know that your opponent are quite deep into your base, so get the resources as fast as possible. But here comes the reinforcements. It's going to be 3v3. Slash can trying to do the setup here. Ice Fang won't hit, but there goes the high horsepower. Hydro Typhoon as well coming in, but Dragon Turret. There goes Mega Gyarados with Dragon Breath. Not going to be hitting Team 1 members, but Xingdi will create a pressure as well. Lucario steps into the fight. 77 shield with the Morning Water trying to create the distance, but here we go. Gyarados pressure 1 by 1, but not enough because the healing of the base was enough to support Team 1 for them to be alive.
There you go. 181 to 166 is going to be the name of the game here right now. EvoSFXL though, both of them are actually quite on equal footing as of the moment. Both of them has 2 score goals down, and right now we're going to be seeing another team fight here. Whoever's going to be winning this one definitely would tip the scales. There you have it. Parano's going to be popped up here. Oh wow, that is going to be Ragnarok coming into the side of T1 Aqua Ring just to get in some sustain. There you go. That's going to be Mew going down into the side of EvoSFXL.
Oh, there we go. Has to get away immediately. EvoSFXL with a reset after that fight, and they have to be very careful. Regidrago will appear in just a bit, and I feel like EvoSFXL does need it if they want to put more pressure against Team 1, knowing that they are behind by just a bit of a points, but you know, every score matters right now because the flip is really hard to execute until this point. What if you're dealing with Kyogre?
Well, here you go. We're gonna be able to see that. Reggie Lucky is gonna be going into the side of EvoSFXL. 94. 94 is helping out a lot into the side of EvoSFXL. Giving them a slash around down bottom, dude.
Yeah, he was just trying to control his rhythm with Pisterio, but look at this surf away from Team 1. That was actually great. Ooh, nice way to evade that. Pisterio gets away with the members of EvoSFXL, and that was actually enough for them to create a reset. So EvoSFXL needs to get their positioning as much as possible because Team 1 is somewhat controlling the middle area.
Did you see what happened with Xingdi right there? And Komi went in for the Hydro Typhoon as they got outnumbered. But immediately, the moment it popped up, Xingdi went in for play with me and stopped the Hydro Typhoon.
Wow. The question is, can he get Play With Me online before Kyogre appears? That's a big asset later on into the team fight. So right now they're going to be blowing in on the Regirock. Z-Ray has a solar beam that could actually snipe it down. And I am sensing it would happen just like that! Z-Ray secures it, and there we go! They are going in 1 by 1, Snorlax taken out, and they have time to position themselves into Kyogre.
Oh wow, 181 to 166, while EvoSFXL does have the prowess. The prowess advantage against that of T1, but they are going to be able to do this to Slash, isolate them just a little bit, but not quite enough to actually take down Slash away from EvoSFXL. And look at this right now, here comes the surf, excuse me, surf from Kobe.
Ooh, there goes the check button. Will he do the setup? Hydro Typhoon will pop up, but the play would be once again perfectly timed by Shingdi to cancel it out. Muddy Water to set up some distance by
Hydro Typhoon again.
Hydro Typhoon once again, but there's not enough people to get up by it. But there goes Mega Gyarados doing some damage as well for Evo's FXL. But Mew is already
One
taken
down.
That's gonna be 1-1. Slash Can still has a user
2 for 2.
left. Mysterio is running away, and Shingdi is the only man that can do the damage for their team. So they have to do a reset because it's just 1-1. Whoever loses their own rounder will definitely collapse in the fight.
Yeah, Zuri, that's why they are currently buying some time using the Kyogre as a bait, but they're going to be able to take down Shingdi as well. Kyogre almost going to be taken out here. Who's going to be able to take this slashes right here along with Shen?
Mysterio.
Oh, wow, that is going to be Evil's FXL securing the Kyogre, and now all they need to do is run and score in. But here comes 55. Nobody else is on T1 going to try to score themselves. They want to take that in.
There we go.
Blaziken is out. Slash. There you go. Slash is being a support right there, allowing them to put down the scores for themselves. And just like that, while they had a bit of an issue, Evil's FXL nonetheless was able to secure the win against T1 and is now going to be proceeding towards our grand finals along with Full Sense.
Classic Evil's FXL. This is what we were talking about before, JJ. This is their trademark. They have a great amount of teamwork. Just imagine Slash with that Ice Fang in order to let his teammates score. Yeah, that was the highlight of the game for them to win. And not just that, we were expecting that Z-Ray would collapse or would get knocked out by Mysterio after, you know, attacking him from the wall of the Kyogre pit. But no, Mysterio decides to retreat back and does not get the KO. But they have a lot of backup in mind because 77 Shin was the one who did the last hit in Kyogre.
It's